Oh yeah, did you know? I actually put it in the chat, but since I'm here and I got it, give me
Yeah,
one
I don't see
second.
it. I think it was in the chat probably right before I got here.
Okay, I got it. The icebreaker today is happiness versus money. 2 years ago, I have not enough money, but still feel good. But it's now very stressed and hectic. Would you get happiness over money? Would you choose happiness over money? Um, that's a good question.
I did.
Awesome. And no regrets?
Never.
Excellent.
Yeah, when it comes to happiness over money, I'm happy now, and I don't have money. Decent amount, I guess. Happiness over money. I didn't think about the question when I even picked it. What about you, Kate? Happiness over money?
Happiness over money. Happiness over money. I have to say yes, but I would be terrified to actually make the choice.
Well, yeah, now that I think about it, I don't make a lot of decisions. So, I mean, now that I have the opportunity, money, I choose money. I got kids. I can be happy and they be hungry is the only other option. I'm plenty happy, but where's dinner? Yeah. And got some responses here. One says money can make life easier and less stressful, and such thoughts makes me happy. So yes, I definitely choose money.
That's totally wrong.
Another response. Say that again.
It's totally wrong. If you have a higher paying job, you have much more stress in your life. And if you have money,
Possible.
you have to have some way to get it, unless you're a hitman. But
Right.
if you
Yeah.
lead a regular life and you zoom up to corporate chatter and you're making six figures, you know how stressful that is?
I can only imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for this question, I can see how somebody's just imagining, would I rather be happy or like not have the love of my life, but have an endless supply of money? You know, they're probably not really looking at it logically of like, if I have the money that I'm working for. Like that's how I would see somebody maybe choosing the money answer is like, if you have it, but you're not working for it, you're not, it's not like you're getting it like that. So I don't know. I can see how it might be a tough decision.
Yeah. I think the money mainly for me is because I got people to feed and people to worry about. And me being happy won't help them. And that's what I want to do is help them. So it's more like which one tips the scale more? I can find a decent amount of happy in certain things. So yeah.
There's nothing wrong with either answer. It all depends on,
I think it depends on our mood, what day, when do you ask? Yeah. That could go both ways for sure.
Well, not for me. It would every day would be the same answer.
Yeah. Now that I think about it, money could buy happiness.
You can't really believe that, Boogie, do you?
I could buy things that make me happy.
bro, I'm about to call you by your real name right now. Don't say that money buys happiness. That is not true. That is such a special way of thinking. We all know.
I know it doesn't. But yeah, I can make myself happy. Maybe I won't be happy long term, but yeah, find a way to keep me happy with the money. Yeah.
And it won't last. If you have the
You
happiness
never know.
that is only from money, only bought. If you end up buying your happiness, I feel like it doesn't last. Any like big material objects I've ever had in life and really, really put too much energy into, gone. And learned a lesson from that.
The reason it won't last is
Yeah.
because now that you have money, you're going to want to buy nicer things. And you're going
Yeah,
to keep
that's what I'm
wanting to buy
saying.
nicer
Now, if
things.
you got more money,
Right. But
yeah,
you
if
won't
you
have it
have
for
more
long.
money now, like a lot of money, like big stacks, then yeah, still I'm stuck on money. Money
Well,
buying happiness.
what do you call big stacks?
Billions. Money you don't have to worry about nothing tomorrow. Um, there's no amount anybody can garnish that would affect you. That type of money. Yeah. I ain't got no garnished wages that actually I got a few. But here's some of the comments here on money versus happiness. For me, the money could buy me happiness, and really, I prefer cry in my private ship with everything I want.
Let me just
Another
jump in for
comment
one
says,
second. My
say that
answer
again?
wouldn't change. My answer wouldn't change, no matter how much money it
Yeah.
was.
Yeah. Another comment here says, I feel like happiness is independent of money. People have money and still remain unhappy. There are also people who do not have money and are still unhappy. There are also people who do not have money but are happy. Overall, just have money regardless. Another comment says, money can buy me happiness. It pays for the rent, which I need, a place to live, concerts, which I enjoy, food, which I need to live and be happy. People say money doesn't buy happiness, but I need them to be more specific when using that phrase, because if you think about it, if you need money to survive and you can't feel happiness if you're not alive to be happy. Thoughts on that one, Kate? That's going along exactly against what you said.
Okay. So the main point on that one was you need money to buy happiness. Is that what they were saying?
You need money to live.
You need, okay. Right. You need money to survive. But when I heard that question, I was thinking if you have money, you're like sacrificing the happiness. It's like money or like, so, those things that do make you happy that you can't buy, that's what I feel like is still more important than the necessities. I mean, this is coming from somebody who has a badass support system though. So I'm not really looking at this like realistically, but it's just those things that make you happy that you can't buy. That's what I really would not want to do without, even for $1,000,000 or $1,000,000,000. Wow, saying it out loud.
Okay.
Question it though.
Think
Oh,
about this though. If my kids are happy, I'm happy. And if I gotta buy them happiness for them to be happy, then that's what has to happen. It's a lot right now because me not being able to provide is touching at times, for lack of a better word. And yeah, them just being able to live and not worry about stuff is what I need. to be happy. I need them to not be able to worry, not go through what I went through. Well, I didn't struggle much, but yeah. Yeah, would be good to have that. Um, got something here. It says, anyone please reply. It would mean a lot. So I'm 23, having graduated university with a major. Oh, this is way, way long. You guys are going to hate me for this one. I'll read a different one. It says, feeling weird after multiple seizures over the weekend. So, as the title says, I've been feeling weird ever since this weekend. Out of nowhere, my brain decided to electrocute itself like 5 different times, which was at work. I remember waking up in the hospital, but not how I got therapy. Oh, not how I got there or anything. And then, like hours later, I had more breakthrough seizures at home. My girlfriend ended up taking me to the hospital again just so they could monitor me, I guess, and make sure I'm okay. But since then, I've been feeling kind of strange and like I've just been reborn or something. Does anyone know if this feeling will ever go away or when or what it is? Feeling really newborn is what this person is saying. Oh no, they said reborn. I don't know the feeling.
So they had a bunch of seizures over the weekend, ended up in a hospital for observation, and now they're asking
5.
if anybody else. Okay, so 5 seizures had to get monitored, and then they're asking, does anybody else have a reborn feeling after? I mean, that's debatable. I've come back from seizures, but like a cluster of seizures, and decided to get a divorce. So, that was kind of the over the edge point. I don't know. That was definitely after a cluster that I called a lawyer.
You're like, I guess it worked.
It's yeah. No, this deadbeat motherfucker rescheduled mediation. So now I have no fucking chance of getting it over with until April. Anyway.
Yeah. Hey Andrea, how you doing?
I'm here.
How's
Been
your
a
day
day.
going?
It's just been
Oh,
busy.
well, okay. You got an icebreaker today. It is happiness over money. Happiness versus money.
I would say happiness for sure. But I think along with happiness comes somewhat financial stability would be great. That would make me happy.
Okay. I might change my answer now that I'm hearing different answers.
What'd you say, money?
Yeah, because I'm happy now, but I got kids to feed. I mean, not that they aren't getting fed, but me
It's just
being
expensive.
unhappy, I don't mind. I don't mind me being unhappy and 6 kids being happy. It's for me, it's making other people happy. That's what's going to help me, especially when it comes to my children. So, um, this person here is saying they're feeling weird. They're feeling reborn after 5 seizures, 5 different times. They're saying so. Yeah,
I wonder what they mean by reborn.
that's what I was thinking too. Exactly, how were you reborn? Um, yeah, and there's no comments to this post, so
You think they were just going for like a every day could be your last kind of vibe? I don't know.
That's kind of what I was wondering too, if it was something more along those lines.
Yeah, because I guess I could relate to that. Especially the ones where you wake up in the hospital already, or already, EMTs are already there. It's like, oh shit. Not another
yeah,
one.
I've had the vibes where where I'm just lost, confused, felt stupid vibe. Yeah, where I felt like I knew nothing about what was going on. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know who nurses were or why they were even there. Just, I've been far out after a seizure. If that's what this person is saying, yeah, I've been there. Reborn, just clueless as to what the hell's going on around me. As we know, you guys know about the wandering one, so there's been some times where I didn't know what the hell was going on, who people were, where I am, why I'm there. Yeah. Got something here. It says Excopri and waking up multiple times every night. Hey guys, hope you're doing well. I have a question about Excopri. I'm wondering if what I'm experiencing is related to it and if any of you have had to deal with it. I'm not seeing my doctor soon, otherwise, I would ask her. My doctor added it to the anti epileptic drugs I take, and I've hit the target dose a couple of weeks ago. Since then, and even the few days on the previous step of dosage increases, I wake up every 1.5 to 2 hours every night. I typically have nightmares during periods of sleep, and it's been like that every night. Nothing else in my life changed, so that's why I thought it might be the Excopri. Has anyone had this happen to you? And it can be on any medication, especially anti-epileptic medication. Um,
I take Excopri,
uh,
and when I was on all four meds, it like literally I took my meds at night and I was out in 45 minutes. But now that they've cut me back, I seem to be just sleeping good. But even when I was on all the meds and it would knock me out, I would sleep for about 3 or 4 hours and then I would wake up. And then I'd go back to sleep and sleep for another, 3 or 4 hours and then wake up. So
mm,
I don't know. I'm not doing it now.
That's how I still sleep now, even off the meds though. I still don't sleep for any more than 3 or 4 hours. But then, I go back to sleep for another same thing. So I don't know. I still can't help but feel like some of this shit like changed everything permanently.
I think
when
seizures do change everything permanently.
Oh yeah.
oh yeah. Um,
Never taken Excopri, but apparently psychiatric, there are sleep effects such as nightmares that they call rare.
mm,
They call them like extremely rare, but just because it's not top three, a lot of people still probably get it.
yeah.
And it sounds like on top of that, if you're getting the nightmares, that it's the uncommon neuropsychiatric effects, and that's agitation, anxiety, irritability, and insomnia on top of that. And it sounds like that's what they're saying leads to, which the insomnia, which can sometimes manifest as nightmares. So yeah,
yeah.
if it's somebody who's having the nightmares, they gotta talk about changing it.
I would definitely
I
say
haven't
call
had a
into the
nightmare.
doctor. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, that's no. Go ahead. I heard you say calling to the doctor.
I would recommend calling the doctor and at least leaving them a message. And if that fails, talk to your pharmacist. They're very knowledgeable.
Yeah. Um, with my medication, I don't wake up a bunch of times during the night, but I think my body has gotten used to waking up around 9:40, between 9:40 and 10. Um, yeah, I get up to take my medication at 10, so I usually wake up to go to the bathroom. But if I wake up and go to the bathroom and take my pills at the same time, I can go back to sleep. But if I don't, or if somebody starts talking to me and having conversation, then I'm not going back to sleep. Um, but 2 or 3 times during the night, mm-mm. uh, yeah, not me. got a comment here. It says, I do this as well, regardless of the medicine. Any chance you have a pattern? I noted biphasic or biphasic sleep. I was normal for me, but when I wake up in those states, I was pretty weird. Yeah. Another comment here says, hi, I take it regularly. No, I have no sleep disruption. I have a side effect of dysmena. Can you write this down and pronounce it for me, Kate? It's DYSMENORRHEA. Some of these medications, no idea how to pronounce it, huh?
I would pronounce it dysmenorrhea. Causes severe cramps. It's painful menstruation. So I don't know if I pronounce it right. I just have to actually get them to pronounce it.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Yeah, so it's really painful cramps, period cramps.
Okay. I still forgot how to pronounce it, but we'll just go past it. It says, I take it regularly. No, I have no sleep disruption. I have it as a side effect of menstruation, something. If it's every night thing, then you're getting lack of sleep, which can worsen your threshold for a seizure. I'd speak to your neurologist. I have insomnia, and my neurologist, well, no, my primary, he suggested something that didn't help me sleep. It didn't work for me, and then it also had a side effect as seizures, so I stopped taking it. Yeah. One last comment here says, I'm currently titrating up on Excopri. I normally wake up 2 to 3 times during the night, at least once to go pee. This has been a thing for years, though so not related to Excopri for me. Still trying to figure out why I have wake up and pee every night. I don't understand so many times to pee during the middle of the night. I would not be able to go back to sleep. I already have insomnia, so it's hard to go back to sleep. But
If you drink anything within like 2 hours of falling asleep, I can see it happening.
I usually stop trying to drink around 7, and then I take my pills at 10. So that's the last drink. And I do that so I don't pee a bunch of times.
You're probably
And sometimes
dehydrated.
I have heart. Say that again?
Says you're probably dehydrated.
No, because I don't think I'm dehydrated. But um, if I do wake up in the middle of the night and I'm not able to fall back asleep fast enough, then sometimes I'll start getting heartburn, depending on how late I ate something. Or if something was too hot, it'll give me heartburn. And it sucks because those are the times I'll have to stay up. Um, yeah, wake up at 8 or something and got heartburn, got to stay up now. Means less sleep. Um, got something here. It says struggling to find substantial work.
Find what?
And substantial work.
Substantial work.
Okay. It says I lost my CDL working for a school district where I was making good money and benefits due to seizures coming back after being seizure free for over 20 years. I'm 35 years old. I live in New Jersey. I am currently collecting unemployment and I have only 4 weeks left to figure something out. Also, on Medicaid. If I just take any old job, I'll be working just to pay health insurance because I'll lose Medicaid. I don't think unemployment extensions are a thing anymore. The poverty threshold in New Jersey is a joke to qualify. I have experience as a school bus driver, which I guess could translate to healthcare, but I think that's usually pretty gender discriminate. All different kinds of security jobs, bartending, which I'm very against going back to other than as the last resort as a martial arts instructor. I am currently teaching Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu out of a conventional gym, but my program is struggling to grow due to the location and schedule conflicts with the gym owner. I make around 200 a month off of that, and it's just a passion project. I need to quit that entirely struggle and let go of things that are toxic. But if very toxic, with the latest being violent threats from the person I share a space with. I have been seizure free since April, but doesn't seem to matter to employers. They don't want the liability. I started travel sales, but that's going to take some time to get off the ground and become anything meaningful. I have a high school diploma and no college. Now I'm lost. Uh, that's a hard one. I don't work, but I would love to go back to work and don't go back to driving jobs. I'd really suggest that, especially something where you need a CDL. Driving, you could hurt a lot of
Like
people
that
with one
one
foot.
has covered all the options. I mean, even to like travel sales. That's kind of a lot of people's last resorts trying to like sell vitamins or something.
Yeah.
So
Um,
at this point, definitely all thoughts of best wishes, encouragement. But I mean, in the meantime, good job for trying everything. Really not leaving any stone unturned.
I
yeah, I
unfortunately have
suggest.
no suggestions. I've been out of the workforce for entirely too long to even have a clue.
Mm, okay, I understand that. Same here. I've been out of the workforce since
At this point, we
20.
can tell them like get to know some people, see what's actually out there nowadays.
Yeah, mine's aren't as bad, so I'd go back to work if the family allowed. Um, that's really my situation. Um, they think waiting for what's it called, Social Security is worth it. Uh, it isn't fun waiting. Um, yeah, on my third appeal, waiting for the paperwork for the fourth because I know it's coming. Yeah, it's been around 3 months. You know, they usually take 3 to 5, maybe 6 months to send a response. So that's what I'm waiting for.
Have you
Any
contacted a
idea what I
disability
should do?
attorney?
Yeah, they're taking care of that,
That's good.
but they usually send me an update every, like I said, 3 to 5 months. Yeah, no update yet, but it's only been 3 months. So, and I told them that I had a stroke. So yeah, got that on there. That's
I hate to
hopefully
say it,
gonna
but
help.
that might help.
Um, I hope so. I really do. But back to this person with the CDL trying to find substantial work. I do what everyone keeps telling me. Work from home. Everybody keeps telling me get a computer job. Well, that's what my dad and my sister said. Get a computer job, something you can work from home.
Those are
Um,
very hard to come by, from what I understand.
that's what I was thinking. And they're not easy to find, depending on the work type of work you're looking for. If you have a CDL, I don't think you can go back to desk job. And the other
Just
thing he
don't go
had
back to
was,
driving.
yeah, the other thing he had was a jujitsu. Um, but he said that's only out of passion for $200 a month.
Maybe
So
maybe they could expand on that and try and do more, more than just the one place, because they said the one gym, he was having scheduling conflicts or something from
yeah, from the owner,
the
yeah.
owner's schedule. Maybe he should, they should try and find a different location to practice their jujitsu.
Yeah.
You might be able to
Um,
make more out of it that way.
yeah, and working with kids, it isn't easy. But the person also said they could work in, I think it said healthcare or childcare, because he drove as a bus driver. Oh, school bus driver. So that's what you need a CDL for. Definitely don't go back to driving school buses. I
Can't
don't
believe they were
suggest.
driving school buses anyway.
For them
Well,
to
the
say they
person
were
has,
driving school buses and making good money, maybe that means they're not, that they don't need like the six-figure range, obviously.
um, yeah, driving a school bus. That's the experience they have. And he said it could translate to childcare, but I think that's pretty gender discriminate. They have not said if they are a male or a female. So yeah, that sucks. I have no idea what a person can do with experience like that after that, other than trying childcare. Um, yeah. One comment here says it's not an easy task. I got stripped in 2009. I gave up. Wow. Yeah, it's rough. This is one we hear a lot. It says, how do you tell new people that you have epilepsy? My seizures are almost entirely under control, but every now and then I'll have an absent seizure that'll leave me unable to speak for a bit. It doesn't happen often, but I always get anxious about it when I'm meeting new people. And as a result, I tend up keeping to myself. I'm trying to break this habit because it's starting to really affect my social life, but I'm not sure how to bring it up without being incredibly awkward. How do you tell new people that you have epilepsy? Is the question. Um, for me, it's pretty easy. I don't just throw that information out there, but if it comes to something like, "Oh, can you move my car for me?" I'm gonna be like, "Oh no, I got epilepsy," or something like that. But otherwise, I don't go in a room and point it out. uh, yeah, I
For
usually
me,
don't tell people.
it just totally depends on the situation. But pretty much everyone that I know knows I have epilepsy. So I don't
Yeah,
know. I don't hide it from anyone.
yeah. Since I moved, everyone's new, so that is a thing with me. Everybody, I'm meeting my mom's people. I'm meeting people from all walks of life. She's a people person, and yeah. So somebody brought us food yesterday. Um, a lot
Was
of food
was it
from
good?
some restaurant, like a box like this. It had a handle on it, and it was like 30 pieces of chicken. So there's so much chicken right now left. And then they brought two sides, like large sides of coleslaw and um, I forgot the other one.
Potatoes, mashed potatoes.
Potato salad. Potato salad. Um, and yeah, so there's still some of all that because it's only me and my mom. But
So
yeah,
somebody just like catered fried chicken to y'all.
yeah, uh, yeah.
Hello?
Wow, it's been like that. I love nice people. So I could see. Just talking to her if she just opened up to me. I
Your
can wait
mom
for
has
my
nice
cup.
friends.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, she's a person I guess I would talk to, and she's like that. She'll start a conversation, and I talk to her. I guess if my mom was to speak to me, and she probably would to speak to everyone. So yeah, that's why she gets a lot of help. She gets free weed, all kinds of stuff.
That's
Nothing
great.
wrong with free
Seriously,
weed.
seriously, like when I say free weed, like big amounts, and yeah, just nice. I don't understand. No one's ever done that for me. They bring her waxes and oils to dab with.
Your mom must be a good friend.
And a good person.
Friendly. Um, yeah, she's a good person. And yeah, like I said, friendly. Once you mess over her, oh man, yeah.
All is good until you get on her bad side.
It's not even like get on her bad side because you can get on her bad side and make it back, but like steal from her something like that, just something that can't be let go. Like I allow you in my house and then you steal from me, never come back. But if you just have an attitude and you say some dumb shit, she can be like a few weeks later, "How you doing? How you been? Haven't heard from you. You're still mad about that?" It'll come up, but then yeah, so she'll move forward. My mom can move forward, but yeah, just good person being her. And like I said, she gets food and weed and stuff. Oh, she has an ice maker. Yeah, it's about it's pretty big, about that big, and it just makes ice all day. Let me see what else she has in there. Um,
I've thought about getting one of those because I don't have an ice maker and I miss having ice around the house.
yeah, she also has what's it called? Um, a cooling fan or something like that. It's like the one they put in the window, and then
Like
because it gets
an air
hot.
conditioner.
Yeah, one of those, and it's really big, and it's free, and it's nice, and it's new, and I don't know. I think some of these people steal this stuff, but I'm just like, this is nice stuff, and they're just giving to you with no explanation about it. So yeah, um, there's a lot of things I can think of. She has an air fryer. They gave her an air fryer. And these things are usually new. Um, just being a
How do you
good
get this
person.
stuff? Is it like a better disability?
Say that again.
How does she get this good new stuff? Is this like a better disability?
No, these are her friends.
Oh, and they're just giving her new stuff?
Yeah, they're not like neighbors either. They're like people who come
Actually.
from
Oh,
around town
know
to
them. Okay.
bring and buy her stuff and hang out with her and bring her like with like grocery little bitty grocery bags full of weed. And I'm just like, damn, like yeah, they find out she smoke and then now they're smoking buddies and they come hang out on the porch and smoke for a little bit, then they leave her with a bunch of weed and I'm like, you just she's a
Oh
nice
darn.
person. Right. Just she's just a nice person. Um, yeah. You weren't here, Kate, when I said she can stop that too. You do something like steal from her, then yeah, then you fucked up. You lost a person that would really help you. Yeah.
Your mom just seems like
Um,
the sweetest person from what I've seen of her.
yeah. Um, yeah. She like I said before, she even talks to the people who knock on the door and like give you pies and want to read the Bible with you. She'll read that book, like the Book of Jehovah, with people, and then another group of people will come and she'll read that book with them. And I'm like, you gotta pick. You're reading this on different days, different types of religions are coming by. And the witnesses, I like, they're cool. The other ones, they're like a different group of people every time. But the witnesses, they come with one specific lady, and then she'll bring people with her. That I like. I've kind of gotten to know her. But the other group, it'll be people coming around. Can we just sit with you for an hour and read with you? My mom's like, sure, come in. And
I had a couple guys show up at my house a couple weeks ago, and I just looked at and said, "There's no soliciting here," and shut the door in their face.
yeah, my mom isn't like that.
I don't like strange men coming to my front porch. I'm sorry.
She's She has a screen door though, so it isn't like they can just walk in as soon as she opens. So she opens, talks, has a conversation. I'm telling you.
I
Um,
I wouldn't say I even opened the door. I think I cracked it about 2 inches.
yeah. I don't know if I told you about the time that there was one guy that came to the door and he was a veteran. A lot of people, I don't know what they're doing out here. They're selling something. They might be lying. He said he was a vet and he's trying to get money donated to some group or something like that. Um, I'm in the shower, let me remind you. So once they start this conversation, they find some way they lead to my mom saying, my son has epilepsy. So now they're having a conversation about me and epilepsy. And then the guy ends up saying, well, I have epilepsy too. And then my mom ends up saying, oh, my son, he has a podcast where people come and they talk about epilepsy. You should join them. Let me remind you, I'm in the shower. So she comes in there, like, what's the link? Can I give it to him? I'm like, come on. I'm like, I don't know. Give my phone number. Right now is not the time. And yeah, he never called me, but that's just some random guy. And I was just like, just to get out, just give him my number. He'll
She
call me and
wanted
I'll
you
figure it out.
she wanted you to have more friends.
I got a decent amount of friends in you guys.
She thought you needed more. Just one more.
At that point in time, it was bad timing. Bad timing. I probably would have went and talked to him if I was out of the shower or if he had time to wait. But
Never a
mm,
bad time to show some love. That's what that was.
okay, wait until your family walks in the bathroom. There's this guy at the door that wants to join the podcast. Door open though. And it isn't shower curtain, it's a glass that's see-through. So there's all those phases where I'm like, okay, this is bad all the way around. Let me just find the quickest way to allow you to leave. But yeah, that's how it went. That's why you live alone. Oh man, that I can't do for obvious reasons. I wish I could. That'd be dope. Yeah,
I feel very fortunate to be able to live on my own,
I
especially when
feel.
I hear the stories from you guys. But at the same time, it's really terrifying for the fact of what if I fall and break my face in the kitchen again? Who am I going to call? Or,
Yeah,
I'm have come back from a TC and I'm really confused and don't even know where I am. What the fuck am I going to do then?
yeah. Because the seizure before last, if I was alone, I would have been all bloody all over the floor and just woke up in a puddle of blood. Um, that's why I like being with someone. But it's different, much different going back to mom. Yeah.
I couldn't do
So
it. No way.
uh, I like it. Then
I'll go live
there's,
in somebody's basement before I go move into my mother's house.
but it's just like, I love it. I love living with my mom. And then there's those days where it's like, oh man, it's like not, I don't like using the word hovering, but that's kind of it. uh, but she just wants to,
She just
she's
worries
just
about
so,
you.
that too, but she's just so caring that I'm not going to say I'm not allowed to have space, but if you don't ask for space, you're not going to get it. So she's, yeah, if you don't ask, so I got to point stuff out sometimes. Yeah.
Does she take it well when you point it out, or does she get defensive and mad about it?
Mm. I got to think about that one. Because we are live. Uh, no, she doesn't really get defensive. Uh, no, she doesn't get defensive. Uh, she might tell me later on or something. Uh, are you mad today? Did something happen to you today? You said this like this today. It confused me or something like that. Um, she won't just jump and be angry or start yelling or anything. Um, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be like World War III if it was me and my mom.
Oh my goodness.
Right?
What?
I said, hey, that World War III thing started, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a woman thing, and that's weird to say, and I don't want to offend anybody, but the stories that I hear when people don't get along with mothers, it's usually women.
Mothers and daughters, you typically can have very tumultuous relationships. And I have to say, I have absolutely zero girlfriends. All my friends are guys.
Yeah.
Always have been.
There you go.
I cannot stand other women for the most part on a like friendly basis.
Talk about the ones who everything they say is looking for the drama, looking for some kind of subliminal messaging of some other story to like weave that into it,
Yes.
spread to everybody. Yeah, no. I'm gonna stop. We're live.
You can take a guy pretty much at face value, whereas women, it almost seems like there's something in the background they're planning or something. You're gonna use it against you later.
You
You
talk to a girl about, your intention, so totally like open face value right up front, and they get so fucking offended, like they cry. But you do the same thing with a guy, and like it's chill. It's not there's
So,
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, you
okay,
got two
so
women talking shit about women.
yeah, but it's kind of the same with men. It's like it's like men can be friends, but a man will be more friends with a woman, and because it's like when you tell your friend stuff, certain stuff you can't tell your friends because uh yeah, friends talk to other friends and stuff like that. But with women it's not like that. With women, I
We
can
talk to
tell some
everybody.
women, yeah, with some women I can tell them things and they'll keep it to themselves and they won't go make a story out of it or a big deal to anybody else. But with men, you're gonna hear it again. And the person might even be standing right there and they'll look at you and might laugh or something. But yeah, with women, I won't hear. They'll hide it good enough to where I don't hear about it. But yeah, for that's how it is with men to men. It's like, all right, I should have told her if you're just gonna go tell him, and I told you don't. Um, that's how it is. Uh,
I never understood how guys could just like get in a big ass fight and beat the shit out of each other and then go sit down and have a beer. Like, what the
yeah,
fuck? Women don't do that. We hold grudges.
it's like it's like you said something stupid to me, or you called me something or whatever. We're at a bar, and I'm just going, shut up," and you finally say something that pisses me off. I'm just gonna punch you one time and then sit back down. probably buy you a shot.
Right. I don't get it.
Um, it's just a man thing, and just like you said, women act like that with women. That's how men act. Men talk too much. Um, hey, it is what it is. Men talk too much. I said it. Yeah.
That's not nearly as bad as what we said about women.
Wait, say that again. I said what I said about women.
No, I said what you said about men is not nearly as bad as what we said about women.
Oh, okay. I thought you said what I said about women. I'm trying to rewind in my mind what I said about women. Thank you for clearing that up. Yeah, men to men,
So,
like you can tell your friends some stuff, but not everything. And even with men, when it's things like girlfriends, um, I've learned throughout the years you have to stop talking to your friends about girls you just meet because sometimes that girl turned out to be your son's mother or something. So I haven't went through that personally, but yeah, the a lot of guys have showed me pictures, and I'd be like, okay, she's nice. Um, she doesn't have clothes on, and now you guys are married 6 years later. Uh,
and you're gonna sit around the barbecue and hang out and have beers with them.
yeah,
I've
you
seen
just
you
showed me
naked.
right. Um, there's always that. There's plenty of friends where it's like that, and it's like you showed me this picture, and she was spread eagle, and she wasn't your girlfriend. She was just a girl you was talking to, and now she's your wife or something. It's
We're sitting across the dinner table.
there's multiple friends. So it's just something that goes on and on. It's guys, they just be so excited to show you their new girl. And she looked like this. Look what she just sent me. She sent that to you for you. And now we see, and eventually one of us is not going to be your friend and we're going to tell her and she's going to dump you. Then we're going to have a baby with her or some shit like that. Men are bad. It's like, I'm going to use it against you. He showed me this picture of you 3 years ago. Yeah, it gets that bad. And then we might end up hanging out with each other after. uh,
After you guys get in a fist fight in the street, then you'll go sit down and, have a couple beers.
right. And we both got kids with her, shit like that. Yeah. Oh man, shit can get crazy. Um, back to the post where how do you tell new people about epilepsy? Some of the comments here, one says, this is kind of related to here in Canada. March is Epilepsy Awareness Month. Ours is September, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. March is Epilepsy Awareness Month in March. For work, I made up some purple Rice Krispies and left them in the lunchroom with an info sheet of frequently asked questions. People were really great about it and even said how appreciative they were for bringing it up. I told them sometimes people are afraid to ask about it, and I thought this would help.
I mean, I
Um,
walk around in a shirt that says epilepsy's a bitch, and so am I. So I don't worry about who knows.
yeah, Kate, you didn't get to answer that question. How do you tell new people that you have epilepsy? You walked away when we were talking about it. Sorry, I had to throw you under the bus.
All good, all good. We're just going on and on about how we're just honest and upfront. Okay, so telling people that I have epilepsy, it definitely depends on the circumstance. If we're, a group of parents at a playground and I think I might have a seizure, something like that is coming on, then I keep it short. I think I have epilepsy. I'm going to go sit down just in case I have a seizure. And that's usually the last time I'll ever see or hear from any of them. But if it's, somebody who's actually a friend, then chances are they might have found out about the Reddit. Something else usually brings it up. Like if I want to tell them, then I'll find some way to bring it up. the fact that I don't work, this is the reason that like I don't have a job and I lead this kind of life. So it usually comes up pretty early on. But yeah, I just find a way. I'd like to be more upfront and transparent, especially about the epilepsy. So then you'll be able to tell soon enough if it scares them off, or if they ask questions, or if they can relate.
Okay, I got one. For Andrea and Kate, real quick. This is not on Reddit. Is it easier to tell men or women that you have epilepsy? But I was gonna throw something in there. For an example, men, like if you're just hanging out with some new guys and their friends or whatever, it's easier to tell for a man. It's easier to tell them that I have epilepsy. But if you're hanging out with some new girls, that's when it becomes harder for a man to tell women I have epilepsy. Then you're contemplating, should I even say anything? Um, but is it like that for women? Is it harder to tell a man than it is harder to tell a woman?
You go first, Kate.
Way easier to tell men because women are judgmental as fuck. So yeah, that's where I put it as. If a guy thinks something about it, chances are they'll ask about it. If a woman thinks something, they'll have a reason to go make a phone call and send a message and do some research and then come back and try to ask if you're a serial killer or something. But that's just my experience. Andrew?
Like I said, I don't really hang out with girls for the most part, and other than my daughter, and I am not even anywhere near looking for a relationship at this point, so I won't don't have any idea how I'll handle that.
Okay. Yeah. That was just something that crossed my mind randomly, and I had to say it. But there is two more comments here on the post about telling people you have epilepsy. One says, "This place, the place it's hardest for me is as a man is in dating. I'm an interesting, articulate person with looks, but when I mention the E word, it reminds me I've been single for 11 years of the past 13." Well, that's just like basically what I was saying. It's a little harder telling the woman. One last comment says, when getting to know a person or people you can play a game with, tell two facts and one lie about yourself. Use the E word as one fact. I met the two members of social therapy group, and one of my facts was having surgery due to E. Why people feel like they can't say the E word?
The way
There's
I
really
look at
people
it,
out there.
if you tell somebody and they don't want to be a part of your life just because you have epilepsy, they're not worth having in your life. So fuck them.
Right.
Well said.
Yeah, there was someone who came on here and she didn't like that I allowed someone to say epileptic
I
on.
remember that.
Yeah, that was crazy. And that's the same thing. It's like, I'm gonna stop coming around if you're gonna allow that. And I was just like, well, there's 1,000 other people here, so um, that was the dumbest thing I've ever been through.
I think it's hard,
Yeah,
guys, because there's kind of that strategy, that game plan where you have to get her like really into you to know that she's not gonna like run when you say the E word. And for girls, it's just not always like that. It's like he's gonna expect you to be upfront about everything that's wrong with you right from the beginning, and you know,
But if you're upfront from them from the beginning, then they're going to not want to be around.
yeah, and that's usually kind of makes it worth it to have
Weed
her
out the
done.
weed out the ones you don't want.
Oh shit, we're live. I just said that. Anyway.
hey, don't
I'm
worry
sure
about
there'll
it.
be a video.
Shout out to Nature's May.
I found my favorite one.
Yeah.
I thought it was gone forever. So
Oh.
something good can happen.
What I was gonna do today is I'm gonna, in the meantime, in between time, I'm smoking a hybrid because I was watching videos as I'm editing videos. I don't know if I told you before. I might have said this once, twice, 20 times. You never know. Um, I was looking at videos like early in where I was just smoking indicas at my desk and shit, and my eyes were closed by like I'm smoking usually all day. That was when I was at before I lived here. But yeah, I want to see how a hybrid would work because it's hilarious when I can't see my eyes, but I didn't notice until I'm editing, and it was hilarious. I laugh every time I see it now. Um, watch one I just posted for this week. You'll see what I'm talking about. Probably watch it around Wednesday or Thursday. That'll be the day or the full one. But I got some here. It says, anyone please reply. It would mean a lot. So I'm a 23-year-old female having graduated university with a major in microbiology, microbiology honor student. My later plans were to pursue medical microbiology. However, the place where I belong from, India, the prospects of getting chance was really low. I needed to pursue abroad, but I really did want to pursue it. However, had to drop the idea due to various reasons. Now I started pursuing my master's in nutrition and diet. Um, that isn't how you spell dietitian, but that's what they're trying to spell. Master's in nutrition and dietitian. Um, absolutely different from microbiology, and fell ill with poorly controlled seizures and left it. Then in 2025, I started to pursue my master's in public health from another university, which too was different from a completely science based background I was from. However, I still tried, only to completely fail in terms of my health. The managed there, the toxicity of the class I was in, and the future survey field work that I had to do. And finally, after a lot of thinking, tough mental stress, a withdrawal from 2026 that was too tough, long process. My family wasn't supportive of the decision. I really am stuck in a bad. I really am stuck in a bad. If anyone was kind enough to go through the entire text, thank you for taking your time out. Really means a lot. If anyone read anything at all, understood, any reply would really be great. And thanks. P.S. I developed epilepsy late 16, starting with focal seizures. I had generalized at 19, got good control at 23, suffered from MDD, GAD, SAD, panic disorder, OCD, PTSD, and worried about the future. Anyone know what MDD is?
Okay,
I do not.
I started to look up some of those abbreviations and okay.
I knew what a lot of the rest of them were, I think.
Major depressive disorder.
What was the next one, Pookie?
GAD,
General anxiety disorder or generalized anxiety disorder.
Yes.
SAD,
Seasonal affective disorder.
OCD,
Obsessive compulsive disorder.
PTSD.
Post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yeah, and panic disorder, but they fully labeled it out. She's going through a lot.
Definitely.
I mean, what if somebody like that could just I don't know if like getting out of the classroom maybe all with all of the education that she's already accomplish. She's got to be able to get some kind of certification on maybe the nutrition route and just get, be able to make a living that way. I mean,
Yeah, I
use
think
the education. If she could use that, find some way to use all of that education that she has, it seems like that would probably be the most satisfying thing for this.
I think
Start a podcast.
I think it kind of sucks for her because like she said, she's in India and she thinks the best jobs are abroad, basically here. So when you can't go because of epilepsy, you got to settle for whatever job, and that's why she's went through trying to get two different masters, or started two different masters and stopped one. Um, yeah, don't have kids.
I can't imagine
Don't
why
have
anyone
kids.
would watch the news would think that things were better here.
Yeah.
Yeah, bringing kids into a situation like that, I say don't do that one. But that's rough. I think I'd probably just end up going to the States and be like, fuck it, if I could, make it and do it, then why not? Because she's 23, so I'm assuming can't go would be a parent's or someone's family probably like don't go or something.
Just don't have the resources.
Yeah, or the support. So I mean, if you can go, I'd go. 23 years old with the major that you do have in microbiology, you're gonna make some money here in America. You're not gonna like it. You're not gonna like the laws, the rules, what's going on right now. Yeah. Um, you're gonna really be working if you come to America, and yeah, you have to deal with that person who's over there now. Anyhow, um, yeah, the first comment here says, unfortunately, I would recommend daily gym weights, weights with real effort. I hate it, but it massively improved my depression and epilepsy. Uh,
That's a good idea. It's today's Fitness Friday too.
another,
Does grocery
another,
shopping and cooking count?
Yeah, that's gonna get heavy. A 40 pack of water, carrying 2 of those, that's a fucking workout. Up 2 flights of stairs? Yes, that's a workout.
yeah. Uh, I
Oh,
forgot what I was saying.
yeah.
Um,
The comment was about going to the gym after that post that
oh
you read.
yeah, I was gonna say,
Sorry.
I was gonna say, doing stuff like that, like going to the gym or just finding stuff to do to like make you feel better. Um, or if shopping makes you feel better, you can shop. You can even online shop. Yeah, it's a lot of things you can find. But being stressed and sitting around, don't do that. It's not going to help. It'll get worse. Completing tasks kind of help me, kind of makes me feel better. Like
Yeah.
doing things and then complete it. When I'm done, I'm
Check off
like,
the list.
yeah. When I'm done, I'm like, I wash the dishes, and that's exciting because I did it and I finished. I don't do anything fantastic, but you get it, right?
Yes.
Um, yeah. Or making people smile, like calling my kids on FaceTime and saying whatever I might say that makes them laugh, kind of makes me happy. Um, one more response off of this response saying, anybody help me? It says, I understand you've been through a lot. PR, stress. Oh, this turns into a different language. Um, Started off nice.
You don't want to
Yeah.
read Russian German again? Or was it
Uh,
German Russian?
I think it was German I was reading, didn't know. So yeah, that would be nice if I could find some more German. I'd do that live. Um,
It was definitely entertaining.
I can definitely find some more. um, I got something here. It says epilepsy and schooling advice seeking. How does epilepsy affect learning and focus? Are there things that make schooling easier or minimize stress? I have a child diagnosed with focal epilepsy in the right partial region about 8 months ago. There are days that everything seems to go fairly smoothly, but there are other days they seem to have a hard time doing anything, and anything is in caps. It seems it seems a struggle to think I hold a lot of thought, even struggling with basic material skills like how to multiply two-digit numbers and sometimes kind of repetitive speech, like a stutter almost, but more like a start and restart of a sentence or a phrase multiple times before continuing, and easily, etc. Easily tiring, etc. We're homeschooling right now, so there's some flexibility in how much we do in a day or how hard we push forward. But I do worry about falling behind or not working to full potential. Is there anything that can be helpful? Are these experiences typical? Are there things you wish people knew or understood when you were in middle school or high school that would have made your learning experiences easier? How do you help? How do I help my child be successful in education and health management?
I have no input on this since I wasn't diagnosed till my 40s.
I'm doing homeschooling right now for a high schooler and soon to be elementary schooler. And at this point, follow your intuition. If you really feel that your children are not reaching their full potential, it's completely understandable and nothing to be ashamed of if you want to put them in a private homeschool curriculum, like a private school curriculum, private remote curriculum. Okay, thank you. Private remote curriculum. That's what it is. It's an out of state private school, but you get their lessons and teachers and classes, and that's what it takes to get past high school nowadays, especially if you're in one of those states where you have to pass the standardized tests. That's definitely a big deal. They want you to start taking the PSATs now in freshman year, like literally
Wow.
talking college prep and as a ninth grader.
Like a
That's
14-year-old has a clue.
you
I'm
know,
sorry.
but
I
that's
didn't pull my head out of my ass till I was 35.
hello.
Um,
We can
for
all
me, with
we can all relate, and then you put it right back in the fucking sand once you have seizures. Okay, anyway, go ahead, Bruce.
um, yeah, you stepped in line and in front of that line
My
for that
bad.
memory.
My bad.
Uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, like there's somebody in line, and then you're stepping up in line, but they didn't see you in line, so they stepped in front of you. That's what just happened. And then that person that was in line just walked away, and that was my memory. It just walked away.
We
What
all
is it?
understand.
Man. And sometimes it's like I want to give up on remembering, but this is something I want to remember. I wanted to say. Uh, oh, schooling for the post. For me, it would have been easier. Um, I think if my mom was more knowledgeable on the things that was happening, because a lot of my seizures were actually at school before my mom actually got to see one. Um, so yeah, they were either at school or in the streets with friends, and most of the time it would be just telling the friends don't say anything or whatever. How do you help this kid minimize stress? be there more often. Being in a person's life, that helps.
Makes me wonder when they say that like some days they're good and other days are really bad, if it has to do with like if it's worse after seizures, or maybe they're having seizures they're not aware of. And it could also be medication side effects, I would think, at least just somewhat contributing.
Especially at a
yeah,
certain age when you know the side effects are probably heightened when they're not even all the way like grown up yet.
when I was in school, um, it would be like that's the part I hate is missing classes. So if I have a seizure in seventh period, I was always good because I got the rest of the day within. But if I had a seizure in first period, then I got to go back to those classes when it's time to go back to school 2 days later, and then there's so much work stacked up. That's the part I hated. I loved having seizures in seventh period, but I loved at least making it to seventh period. Those were the best days. I didn't have to come back and do so much more. Um, yeah, and I think the only bad part about having them in school is the students. I think plenty of people were traumatized. There were times where I got up before the teachers had got there, and I'd stay at school because they'd go around looking and no one knew my name, just what I looked like. But this hair can change looks, and you don't even look like that person no more. 5 minutes later,
Do you
yeah, I
remember
had
all this
that.
though, or is this from what like brothers and sisters and like friends have told you? You actually remember high school days.
Yeah, high school was the shit. High school was yes, high school was it. Um, I was somebody. I meant something. Um, yeah, I played soccer, basketball, rugby, ran track. Yeah, I was somebody. Yeah, I was worth something.
Well, don't think for 1 second you're worth any less today because you are actually contributing real benefits to other people's lives. Just so you know.
Yes. Even played football. Didn't even do that finger, but yeah, um, I was out there. I was doing sports. I was outside. Yeah, but now they're either not around because they are with families. They either started a family and moved away, or they're not around because they're dead or in jail, or they're just not around because they've moved away and just not around. But there's not many friends. So I got my mom, and it's pretty chill. She's pretty chill. I got you guys. I can send you a message at any time, like, "Hey guys, oh no, I can't do that with my insomnia." Because I was thinking, I have with Kate before. She was up at like 5 a.m. and we were talking. Um, yeah.
You can always send the message, you just might not get a reply.
Oh yeah, I've done that. Got the reply at 9 a.m. Or no, I'd reply around 5 a.m. my time, and someone would respond by 6 or 7 my time. So I had fell asleep by then. So then I'm getting messages and it says at 7 a.m. And I'm like, somebody was up at 7 a.m. But East Coast, I wouldn't. Yeah, I usually read you guys' chats in the thread so late. There's messages that I get at 3 a.m. and you guys are up just having full conversations. 6 in the morning.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
Some days earlier than that.
Wow.
yeah. I see a
I
lot of
remember
days.
there was a point in time Jeff and I were talking at like 4:30, 5 o'clock every morning.
Oh wow. Um, I remember seeing messages from like 3 this morning, and that's every morning. So that's like 6 o'clock your time or 5 o'clock Andrea's time, and I just read it when I get up. I can't respond. I just like being in the know, you know? Someone said this happened. I'm like, oh yeah, I seen that. But yeah, I can't go back and then respond to every message. I know somebody who does. No. Uh, but the post here about epilepsy and schooling, there are some comments. One says, in my experience, teachers will claim ADHD and be relatively the worst to deal with. Another comment says, I'm sorry you've had to experience that. I'm glad you found support in your husband uh, and can support, but found support in your husband. Support can make such a big difference in health. Oh, I was like wondering where they're talking about their husband, but there's another comment by the author of that post talking about their life and their husband. There's another comment, one more here says, I wasn't diagnosed until I was 15. I'm 31 now, but I still struggle with a lot of what you're describing. There is a marked decrease in my overall academic achievement from before I started treatment to after. To a lot of my skills decrease, reading comprehension, math, etc. And it was obvious, but nobody listened to me. My mom and teachers, even my neurologist. It wasn't until like 2 or 3 years ago that I got an epileptologist who said the cognitive issues I was experiencing were A, related to epilepsy, B, were exacerbated by my medication. Uh, I had switched to a new medication, then everything improved until about 5 months ago when I had a breakthrough seizure in October and again in December. I struggle with word finding and occasional stutter. Brain fog is back, jerks are back, and my comprehension is down. I don't know if this is 100% related to epilepsy and made worse with stress. I'm finishing up dissertation, revisions, and prepping for my defense. That comment was a post in itself.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Hmm.
A lot of these posts strike a nerve, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say this one I can't read about brain surgery, but I forgot Kate has had brain surgery.
Yeah, I've had a
Or at
couple
least, oh yeah, it says RNS. Perfect. Brain surgery help. In the beginning of February 2026, I had grids placed and a bone flap removed in order to follow through with the RNS implant. I was okay with this. It was about 2 weeks in the hospital. Then I was sent home after an awake craniotomy with a resection and RNS implant. After only a couple of days at home, I ended up in the emergency room all night due to drainage issues that were signs of infection. Since then, I have had another brain surgery to take out the RNS and were signs wait and new skull, rinse out my head, and place a titanium plate in place to in place of the fake skull. Wow, they had for the RNS. I have been I have now been in the hospital for another week, going on two. I spent all of my time in the hospital this month getting so many IVs, blood work, and scan. I'm just sick of it and want to go home. They found answers in they found answers in the culture they took while cleaning me out. So now I'm slowing down on all antibiotics and they're taking care of what they need, but I feel like every time I get close to feeling normal and back into surgery and it resets my progress. They mentioned how they can go back and replace the TNS instead of keeping the titanium plate as it can bend and it's not as good as the quality as my skull, but I'm on the fence about it, to be honest. I just would like to hear people's unbiased opinions on the situation. Um, I did not know there was a TNS.
What does that
I
stand?
remember. Say that again.
What does TNS stand for? Because when I look that up in medical terms, they talk about transient neurological symptoms. So that's like problems, but or trauma nurse specialist, but I'm not seeing TNS as like a device.
I put TNS implant and it says tibial nerve stimulation.
Oh,
TNS implants are devices used to treat overactive bladder by sending electrical signals to the tibial nerve, which helps control bladder contractions. That doesn't have anything to do with epilepsy, though, right?
no, I don't think so.
Are they talking about the transcranial magnetic stimulation? Maybe?
Oh, maybe they meant TMS.
No, it says TNS. Um,
Yeah, probably.
yeah, I don't understand.
This one just sounds like that just went wrong. There's no like nothing that went right about the RNS surgery. They never even got it turned on. They never got to try the RNS. They didn't turn this thing on for 2 years after the first surgery.
Kidding. 2 years?
2 years.
What the fuck were they waiting on?
They were recording data. They were teaching it. But either way, they weren't even getting data until after, okay, like the first time I talked to the surgeon, it was 9 months after the first surgeon like meeting that they started that we actually had like a relevant appointment. 9 months for 3 surgeries and recording, starting to record data. That's about how long it took. And then 2 years after that, then they started sending this, the shocks. And nobody would have ever fucking talked about reducing my medication. So, you can tell why I got it. I don't think they're a little impatient.
How long ago did you get the RNS?
2022 was the final turn on.
When
Wait,
did you start the
you said
process?
19.
2019, and in 2022, they finally had
Yes.
their shit together.
Yes. Got everything approved. I had enough bad seizures on EEG to convince the insurance company to approve it. And that's what it boiled down to. Because I wanted to go through with the surgery before I got kicked off of the private insurance, the good insurance. So I had to get to that.
almost forgot we were live.
I mean, I understand why they're take their time and gather the data that they need to do brain surgery, but that just seems like a really long time.
Yes. It definitely felt like a long time. Didn't take it. I don't have journals or like notes or diaries, but for some reason I still just get this like bad taste in my mouth when it's about those hospitals, those trips, those back and forth. We went back and that's the other thing too. USF was 3 hours away.
Doctor's 3 hours away sucks.
Yes.
When it comes to this person saying they had like a skull rinsed out and a lot of
they take a big
surgery
chunk of your
going
skull
on.
out for the RNS. This whole thing right here it's about that big. It's gone.
Is it soft?
No, it's hard, but you can feel it. You can definitely feel the difference here and back here with the electrodes. Back here could actually, it does hurt if you like touch it right at the wrong spot, but it doesn't ever get in the way, and that's where the scar is too. The scar is annoying.
Yeah. The thing I was gonna say when they were talking about everything they have going on, and they're about to have another brain surgery, it just makes me think like all these stuff is just like fuck the healthcare people, because it seems like this person is doing that's a lot to get better, and then you're still having surgeries. That's why I'm putting off surgeries, because it's just a bunch, and then you have one more thing to do again, and one more thing to do again.
But it never
Uh,
hurts to find out, right?
it does
If,
hurt to find out.
just to do the tests.
Oh
Just
no, they want to do a procedure on
oh,
me, and I'm
oh, they
avoiding
want
it. And
that
they said I should have got it. They
that like
said I should have got it
one.
maybe 10 years ago. Wait, yeah, maybe 10 years ago. And I don't want to do that.
You're talking
So
about that EEG where they put the electrodes like on your underneath your skull?
no, the procedure they want to do on me isn't for my head, but the same thing like this person is saying with surgeries and stuff. It just makes me think like, fuck the healthcare system, because that's what I did. I went up there to get my leg cleaned, and then they're like, well, you should come back and do it every 2 years and get it clean. What? No, that is not what I plan on doing for the rest of my life. I will deal with the pain. I will not complain, and life will go on. Um, yeah. Some people can't do that because the procedures you might need them. Mine isn't for epilepsy, so depending on how bad your epilepsy is, you might need all that stuff. But I refuse to do. That's a lot. They said rinse your skull out. That's when I was just like, okay, that's enough. Let's see what else. And there were signs of infection and a craniotomy, and had the RNS implant taken out with the resection. Yeah, it sounds like more to come too. And
But I mean,
yes, it is.
you can't look at that one as like a go-to because that is everything that can go wrong. The
Yeah.
intention is definitely never to get the RNS taken out. So yeah, that maybe is more of a reminder to like research the hospital, meet with those surgeons, get your opinions to make sure this is the route you want to go, and never worry about asking questions because sometimes those surgeons, those doctors, they talk really fast and it doesn't make sense. So you don't realize until after the fact that the electrodes are like this and not, you don't know. You don't always know what exactly they're doing to you unless you really do ask some questions.
Can they take the RNS out? I'm
Yes.
not sure.
So
Yeah.
they have to replace that hole in your skull with apparently titanium, some kind of plate.
Yeah. This one
So
says
I don't know. I still feel like a robot.
Oh man, I love it when you guys say that. It makes me laugh so much. Yeah, that's how my hip feels. Got some metal in there. Just hoping it stays clean.
You're
And
just partially bionic. That's what I am. I'm not a full-on robot because I don't have a computer in my head. Kate's the only robot.
mine hurts more in the winter because it's cold. So when that metal is cold on that bone, it does not feel good. And
Don't
it's
come to
constantly feeling
Kansas.
like this. Oh no. Yeah, I
I'm
can
gonna
go
say you
visit
don't know what
places.
cold is, man. Living out in Cali in the desert.
I can go visit places for so long. I do like the cold more, other than the pain, because in the desert, the heat is unavoidable. I spent a summer down here, and I wore no shirt the whole summer, and I wore basketball shorts every day. Um, Cold, you can avoid, you can get warm, but that hot, even with just basketball shorts, I was still hot every day. And the only reason I put on a shirt is to go in a store. That was
I'll
literally
take heat
everything.
over cold any day. This weather
I
we've
don't
got
know.
right now is killing me. We're in a my phone just notified me we're in a tornado watch. Yay.
See, that part I could do without, but
There was tornadoes last night about 50, 60 miles from me.
Oh shit.
Ugh.
I slept through it all. All the storms that came through. I
Love
was
it.
sleeping.
You wake to those weather alerts, and I would want to like throw the phone out the window too.
If
It's
I'm
not
sleeping, I'll
often.
just be dead.
It's not often we get weather alerts. It's usually they tell you about a fire or an earthquake somewhere. And if it's not within 100 miles of you, you might not be even told. Um, but yeah, California, we don't have. We only have earthquakes and wildfires. And if you get a call about a wildfire near you, then you should pay attention.
Move
Um,
your ass.
right, pack clothes. Prepare for the worst. Because when Los Angeles got wiped out, um,
That was horrible.
that neighborhood was horrible. Yeah, they had videos of that neighborhood, so many different videos to where houses just flat. I couldn't imagine all of my stuff just being gone. And then the thing about natural disasters is
Been there.
insurance doesn't cover for a lot of natural disasters. Like they cover so much, but the prices of the houses out here are so much. So it's like you're just gonna get some money to go live comfortable somewhere else, unless you can afford to rebuild your house. Um, yeah, I watched a lot of videos of people crying. They lost their homes and yeah, losing everything. I just couldn't imagine because you don't lose
It-
everything.
Nowhere without natural disasters, though.
no, there's something everywhere. Wildfires, earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes, tsunamis, something.
What about like in the middle of the country?
That's where I'm at.
Um,
We got severe
Valley,
thunderstorms and
that's tornado
tornadoes,
alley.
and I've been through a flood and basically lost everything I own. Not so.
wow. Um,
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you go, man.
yeah. Um,
There's something.
I think we got the least. Um, I wouldn't say least dangerous, but the least amount of things that happen to us. I hear about a lot of stuff with you guys, snowstorms and stuff like that. That's stuff we would love snow here. Um, but yeah, our only problem is earthquakes, really. The fire you got to worry about in the summer everywhere. Somebody
We got
could flick a
earthquakes here
cigarette.
too.
Oh, nice. I mean, not nice. Glad it isn't just only us.
No.
Do you guys have fire season?
Oh yeah, they've
Yeah,
been
that's what
talking about it right up until all the thunderstorms and tornadoes came. It
yeah.
was like 80, 70 degrees last week, and then we got a cold front come through and it's all dry because it's been warm, and then it's rainy all week and we've got thunderstorms and tornadoes possible, and it's supposed to be in the 70s again next week.
Yeah, it amazes me when Angel shows me all those weather things and stuff. But when we get weather problems, I was just looking at something on the news. They said the last time it was 66 degrees was 1950 something. So they're worried about 60 degrees, and then Angel has 0 degrees or like 13 degrees and stuff. Mm, you guys are, that's what I'm
100
feeling.
degrees with 70, 80% humidity is a good time.
Okay.
Hell no. Never, ever will I claim Florida weather ever again.
I
How bad
remember when
was
I
it
was
besides warm?
No, that's beyond warm. That's like deadly hot. That's gross. Because it's the humidity. It's the humidity that I hate. I like I to be stocked up on the fucking lotion. I'll take it. I like the dry air better. Go ahead, Jeff.
You guys all should move to the Coachella Valley and you get it all.
Where's that?
uh, Palm Springs, Cathedral City, where I was, uh, all of those places. We I was in my first earthquake last year, and it scared the hell out of me.
They're freaky,
Uh,
aren't they?
yeah, they are, and they had one uh, recently in San Diego that we also felt, and wildfires like crazy in summer. It's
Hmm.
it's
I know.
never under 100 degrees from June to September.
You don't have the humidity out there like around
No,
here, do you?
no, there's no humidity.
Not
It's
really.
That's the
usually
difference.
12%
It's
at the
beaming.
highest.
It's just the sun is beaming on you, and you got to stand in the shade, and the shade is hot because the sun was right there 2 hours ago. It's it's ridiculous. I love
I
it.
think the hottest weather I ever dealt with was when the summer when I was working on cars and it was 115 degrees with about 70% humidity. And I was bending over hot engines all day. It sucked.
Shit could have left you with seizures.
I
That's one
imagine
thing that.
probably hitting my head on the alignment rack was more of a problem than the heat.
Yeah, that might have did it.
Do you
I
know
hit,
why you have epilepsy?
no, I just had a seizure at like 6 in the morning one day in 2020, August 19th, 2020, like 5 or
Oh, wow.
6 a.m. Tonic clonic, like
Are you
40.
looking for the cause?
Oh, they're still looking for shit. I got to go back to the hospital. I think they finally got it scheduled for July. I got to go back and do a couple more MRIs and a lumbar puncture, which I really don't want to do a lumbar puncture and then spend 3 hours in the car coming home. Something tells me that's not going to be a very good time.
Mm.
Have one rolled and ready to go.
Um, what is a lumbar puncture?
Stick a needle in your spine and pull out some of your cerebral spinal fluid.
Okay, yeah, I understand. No go. Um, oh yeah, the thing about here, what I was gonna say before we went away about warm here is I like that when it's cold, certain places it'll be warm here and just be like cool warm, enough warm. But once it gets closer to summer, it start getting warm enough to where you're gonna need fans in front of every window, fan in the hallway. Oh, yeah. And then the back of my mother's house is actually the front of her house because there's a long hallway where the rooms are. And then there's the living room where the front door is. So it either stays hot back there or it stays cold. In the morning, it's cold. In the daytime, it's hot. When I say
But you think
cold, I mean like you can see yourself like talking when you go. That's how cold it is in the morning, in winter mornings. Um,
like what temperature would you say that is?
uh, I say 30s, high 30s, not freezing, high 30s.
Not freezing? That's not cold.
Well, I mean, you can see the what's it called? You can see
Your
the
breath.
your breath basically. Um,
I,
that's cold. You do that outside, not inside.
No, we were having fun seeing our breath, not even no insulated jackets, just that was when we were like started stripping all the extra layers that we had on for the like week before that. That was way better. I swear I thought we brought the bad weather when we moved to this place. Because the first visit was like winter storms. The second visit was just a lot of rain. And then we finally moved here and it was just like one more weekend of like freezing temperatures. But it was
you just
beautiful.
caught the end of winter and now you're in spring.
Yeah, yeah, that's all it is. And this is the seasons that I was, begging for. So here we are.
You got them now.
Sure do. But there's no more frogs and lizards. Yay!
Were
So
they
happy.
that bad?
Oh yeah, they're fucking disgusting. You want to talk about nightmares? Ugh. Yeah, no, thank you,
Um,
swamp. I just call Florida a swamp for now.
so when you say bad, you mean
Do not walk
like
outside barefoot, or if you step on a frog, I would have had a seizure. I know that. Yeah, that. Oh, you want to talk about disgusting and on door handles, car doors that you to kind of like reach into. Those little
mhm,
fuckers. Yeah, they chill everywhere. That shit's on purpose. They're laughing at you.
mhm.
I used to have pet lizards and snakes, so I find that very amusing.
But the frogs are the ones with like no fucking soul. They'll still look at you with their eyes, and the toads are just
I
gross.
used to play with them when I was a kid. That's just
Ugh.
part of growing up, playing with frogs and shit.
Oh no. Ugh. Getting on my
There's a park around the corner, actually that way. Yeah, and at nighttime, that's all there's out there is frogs. You
I
can
like
walk down
listening
the
to them.
little. If you walk around the trail, it's just left and right. You can hear them all around you. I can never find them like with my flashlight, so I know they're like hidden in the grass and stuff. I've seen like maybe one or two. Well, not one or two. Every time I go over there, it's only one or two. Out of all that you hear, yeah, you might see one, you might not. Um, they don't like bother me that much. Kate said they're nasty and they're gross and they just look at you. You made them sound so bad, but
That's just what I remember.
Florida toad, I guess, might be different. This park over here, it floods though. It's like a bowl. Um, the baseball um, arena or court. It's not a court. Where the baseball field is. There we
Field?
go.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a big bowl, about the size of a block, and sometimes it rains and it fills up to where you can swim in it, and you can see the top of the pool. I mean, the top of the park that's in there. You know, the little top high where it has the cone thing. Yeah, you'll see the top, and you'll be like, "Damn!" Well, the whole park is covered and everything. Sucks. There's a bathroom down there too. It looks disgusting. So imagine all the
Imagine
time
so.
flooding. Yeah, imagine all the time flooding. So now the bathroom is flooded. You can't see the bathroom when it's flooded. So when it goes down,
Floodwater is nasty too. It's all full of sewage and
yeah. Um,
yeah,
my son,
no
he'll try to
thanks.
skip rocks. That's what my son do. He'll try to skip rocks on it. Um, and it's gross because since you know everything out of the bathroom has rise because yeah, and the garbage cans are in the bathrooms in the city. They'll just come clean it up and start over. But that is disgusting. I don't use those bathrooms. So luckily, it's on the corner. So mm-mm, I will not. I don't know if that's what you guys' frogs and toads are like, but that's what this area is like when it's wet. Um, when it's wet, it's wet. There's no drains over there. Um, I got something here. It says, does anyone get extreme fatigue, exhaustion, fog from auras and focals? Um, do you all get extreme fatigue, exhaustion, cognitive fog from auras? I'll have auras that wipe me out for 2 to 3 hours or more. My brain just feels incredibly tired afterwards. Does anyone get extreme fatigue, exhaustion, fog, or auras from auras and focals? Um, I haven't had a focal um, in a while, so
Shout out to Nature's Made.
shout out to nature, man, for real.
And my
Um,
focals don't tire me out. I don't have auras.
even got this one.
I'd say it's entirely possible though from any kind of seizure activity
Oh,
to
yeah.
have your brain a little off balance for a while.
Yeah, just want to sleep it off.
Yeah. What's up, Jeff? You're muted if you're talking.
Sorry,
Uh,
I have tremors, so I was just trying to hit the button.
It's okay.
I
I
get
just didn't
that
know
after focals,
are you?
but yeah, I get that all the time after focals. A really bad headache and my body's sore. But my body's sore anyway, so who knows? But it feels more so after focals.
The fatigue. Do you have the fatigue even since you start taking the
Yes,
beats?
I do.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
not, I guess it's not nearly as bad. Um, and also, I only smoke indicas. So that gives you, that makes you tired. Or indica prominent hybrids.
Indica
So,
knocks me out.
well, it, it kills the, not that it kills, but it helps with the pain. So that's why I take it.
For me, it helps me sleep, which isn't always a promise, but indica will do that for me sometimes. Um, and it helps me eat. Sativas, I try to just, when I'm smoking during the podcast a little bit, I just smoke sativa because it keeps me awake, and it won't have me too high.
Right?
Um, but lately, I started not caring about being too high, and I bought a bunch of indica carts. But I got the indica carts, and then I was like, I'll get a hybrid cart and see how
Yeah.
that works. So I'm smoking some hybrid today, and I'll see how that goes. I actually took a picture to show. Yeah, because I
I
remember when I
also
was
wanted to
smoking
say,
indica.
excuse me, I also want to say this has been the most fun I've had while feeling crappy in so long.
That's
I
And
great.
really
that
appreciate
makes
it.
our night right there, Jeff. Thank you.
Yeah. Um, Live has been fun. Has been amazing, especially with me and Mark. That was Friday. I mean, Thursday. Well, today's Friday. So yesterday was the coolest time I've ever spent with Mark. Um,
What was your favorite
have
part?
fun. Um, Mark smiling. Period.
What?
That gets me every time. Mark smiling. Yeah, if he smiles at something, he's excited about something. We can go for an hour about it. So
Yeah.
Mark
I
smiling
remember
is a big deal.
I remember the conversation about the like school picture smile when you guys were talking about Mr. Beast and how his
Yeah.
smile's fake. And he was like doing it for you to give an example. I was
Yes.
laughing so hard. That was great.
So if you can get Mark to smile, he usually gives a big smile and he's smiling for a while. Then he's smiling, talking. Um, then you know how you're like laughing and talking, but you're not laughing too much and it's disturbing the talking. He does that to where you can tell that he's like laughing, trying to tell the story. Then we got a good conversation. Um, yeah, love it. Um, yeah, Mark's been some fun. Uh, Kevin's coming back tomorrow, and Mark's not going to be with us. So, uh, yeah, Mark's going to a concert tonight. So he's gonna
That's
be,
what I was gonna say. Is that tonight?
yeah, he's gonna be really tired tomorrow, and it's likely that he won't come. He said he probably won't come, but you never know. Yeah, I hope he has fun.
Me too.
Yeah,
He's been very excited about it.
yeah. So, Mark, if you are watching, I hope you're having fun. I hope you're having a lot of fun. I'm not gonna say more fun than us, but I hope you're having fun. Um, what was I gonna talk about before Kate got back? I don't know. One of the comments here about getting extreme fatigue. Oh, I was gonna say the fatigue is gone for me. Did I say that already? The fatigue and the focals. I think I said the focals, but not the fatigue. Um, the B12 by Nature's Made, the gummies, 3,000 micrograms. Um, that's been working for me. Period. No focals, but I can say if you miss a day with those gummies, you're gonna feel it. It's gonna remind you that you missed a dose, and you'll probably get it the next day too, and then you'll be back on track. But don't miss a day. If you start, then you gotta keep going. Um, yeah, I did that
When
last
do you
week.
take them?
Huh?
When do you take them?
I take one at night and one in the morning.
And what about the third one?
I don't do a third one.
3,000
It's
or it's
just,
1,500?
huh?
It's two 1,500s?
I'm assuming so.
I
It
think
Okay.
it
says three.
is.
It says 3,000 micrograms per serving, and I'm taking one serving is two gummies. So yeah, 1,500 a day. Yeah. So I just do it with my pills, and yeah, sometimes I think the other day the gummies were in the room and the pills were in the living room. So it was really convenient to just get the pills and don't worry about the gummies. And the next day I regretted it
Yeah.
because I had to get up at, what was it? I had to get up at 8 a.m. my time. And I'm usually a 9, 10-ish person. So yeah, I was tired and I was like, how long do you guys want to go? And then it's like, never mind. After a while, I just was in the mix. But don't do that. Yeah, I was tired. I did that whole show in pajamas that day. I told
Ain't
Mark, I'm
nothing wrong with
tired.
pajamas.
Yeah. For some reason, every time I do this, someone else told me, why do you get dressed like you're going somewhere? That's just what I do. I showered up and I just get ready for the day, like I got something to do. So yeah. And then I noticed not everyone's getting ready for the day and dressed. There's a lot of people dressed in pajamas, I noticed. And I was like, why don't I just start dressing in pajamas? Why am I getting dressed like I'm going to the mall or something? Why did I shower just to do a podcast? Um, yeah, such things. Yeah. Here are some comments from the Extreme Fatigue. Shout out to Nature's Made. Um, one comment here says, "Oh, absolutely. Even simple partials will leave me feeling like I got hit by a truck for hours afterward. The mental fog is still real, and nobody who hasn't experienced it really understands how draining those episodes can be. Sometimes I need a full nap just to feel somewhat human again." Another comment says, "Yes, I get the fatigue. I slept for 16 hours, 2 days in a row last Saturday and Monday as I had focals." One more comment says 100%, even when I just barely sense something, my brain decides nap time is the solution. Oh, yeah, nap time is the solution when I have seizures.
I'm always
I guess,
thirsty too. Drink a bottle
yeah,
of water and go take a nap.
Right. Now you made me thirsty. Hmm, got
And
one
that's
here. It
because
says,
you're already dehydrated, right?
I tried to tell him earlier he was dehydrated. He argued with me.
That's totally where I picked up on that.
there is actually a bottle of water right here, but it's not full. I was thinking of some flavor. Tastes like water.
Tastes like Monster.
Mm.
No, that's the poison I try to talk about. Oh, you have the same kind. Oh,
The ruby red one. They're good.
poison. Let me guess, you like the
Well,
blue ones and the white ones and the green ones too. Oh,
it's sugar free.
okay. Family emergency. Talk to you later, guys.
All right.
See ya.
So down to me and Andrea and
It's
Jeff.
full of B vitamins. I don't see how it's bad. Mr. Shout out to Major's mate, B12.
Um,
It's full of B12 and a lot of
yeah, I was
other
trying to.
Bs.
I'm still
Someone else
here.
told me that, so I was trying to find an excuse.
It's got B3, B6, B12, and B5 in it.
Wow. What's up, Jeff?
Nothing. I wanted you asked if I was still here, so I said yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Um, I got something right here. It says back pain 1 month after seizure. Hi all. I had my first seizure a month ago to the day. I'm feeling mostly recovered, but my back is really hurting, just as bad, if not worse, than it was right after the seizure. I can't seem to relax after the muscles. Or I can't seem to relax the muscles after, and it hurts all the time, even when I'm laying down. I also cannot bend or twist without pain. It keeps popping when I stretch or even readjusting how I'm sitting. It also hurts when I take a deep breath. Has anyone experienced this before? Is this normal or do I need to go to the doctor? Thank you all. Um, that's not normal. I go to the hospital, but I'm just a hospital person. I like to these days make sure things get taken care of, especially my bones because I'm getting older.
With all the popping and stuff, I would be leaning towards maybe you should go to the doctor and make sure, like, have them check you over to make sure something didn't get pulled out of place or just out of whack. But having the like sore muscles and everything hurts, I think that's very typical after a seizure because your body goes through so much with a seizure.
Have you ever had pain a month later?
No, the worst I ever had was like 3 or 4 days, and that was a really bad tonic clonic. And I was pretty much post-ictal for about 2 of those days, and then
Okay,
just sore
so
for another couple days.
I had my last seizure on February 11th, and my shoulder's been hurting since then. It is March 6th. Okay, so yeah, I'm kind of in that same boat with that person in a few days. uh,
Maybe you should go to the doctor.
I did. All they want to do is one of those little shots. They just want to numb the pain for a few days or whatever, and then it's back. Um,
I
I
hate how
forgot
they
what
just
it's.
want to throw drugs at us all the time. Let's not find
Yeah,
out what the problem is. Just here, take this pill.
right. That's what I was thinking. They just want to do that for my shoulder, so it's. I don't want to keep getting that shot. I got it once, and I'll just deal with the pain. But yeah, something is going on in my next appointment with my primary. I'm gonna point that out, and someone's calling me from New Jersey. Yo, okay, they didn't say anything fast enough. Um, yeah, I can say I don't have back pain, but the shoulder Yes. Is it normal? No, I think something is wrong, and the emergency room can't do what I need to be done, and the checks I need to be done. They always say, take this paper to your primary and let them know what happened here. That's all. And they give you a shot. Hmm. Yeah. Keep putting one foot in front of the other, I say. I'm gonna get that tattoo. I promise you. Within the next month.
I want a new
Yeah.
tattoo so bad. I think I figured out what I want to.
I want to get it covering um, this scar. I
That's
don't know
gonna
how
hurt,
far away.
isn't it?
Huh?
That's beautiful.
Isn't that gonna hurt?
No, that doesn't hurt. I don't even feel it anymore. It just looks
No,
like
I'm
that.
saying putting a tattoo on that.
I don't
It's
know.
just a little needle or, a bunch.
No, it's not like it just cooked the surface. uh, it was pink. It just took off the skin and then it just grew back
Yeah.
as burnt brown skin. Uh, but yeah, I'm gonna get the little epilepsy rainbow somewhere in there. I'm gonna just keep putting one foot in front of the other. Is it
All you
underscore?
can
No.
do.
Dash Jeff something. I forgot the rest.
Jellyfish.
Jeff
I'm not putting.
Jellyfish.
I
Jeff
have not put
Jellyfish.
jellyfish on my arm. Definitely not putting jellyfish on my arm. Uh,
What's up, Mark?
There he is.
oh
Did you have
wow.
fun? Oh, it's tonight.
Um, aren't you at the concert? You're gonna show us your live?
No, I don't know. Hold on.
You're
Um,
alone. You said.
yeah, I don't know if I'm going.
Oh,
Oh wow.
Why
Sorry to
is
hear
my
that.
freaking camera not working? I don't know. I don't know if I can take it. I don't. It's just within this past hour. It's freaking. I don't. I don't know. Why is the camera not working? Whatever.
Yeah, that sucks. Sorry to hear that.
It's-
so sorry,
Um,
Mark. I know how you
I
were
can't
looking forward to
figure out.
that.
I can't figure out the whole the whole thing. It's just a mess. But it's too late to cancel the Uber. So the whole thing, it would just be a waste if I don't go, but I'm fucking panicking at the thought of being out. I don't know how I would even get back anyway, too. Like I don't there is no I have no time to like that it ends to know that I would be able to plan or get a ride back. Um My father is away at something for the weekend, so there's no like possible emergency. So I could end up stranded downtown at some point for who knows how long. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I should just wait and see if the clown pin will kick in with enough time. I figure I'll just sit here with you guys for a little bit until either it does or it doesn't.
Sending love to you, man.
Um,
Yes, plenty. I hope you have plenty of fun.
yeah. Okay. I don't know why the video wasn't working before. So that's the thing. No, perfect.
um, Mark, you have ever had any like serious back pain or any pain that lasted? This person says back pain 1 month after seizure. You ever had anything like that? Maybe not a month, but close to it.
Not from not from a seizure, just from fibromyalgia.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
but yeah,
what I was saying is that I'm still having shoulder pain. My seizure was February 11th, and it's March 6th. So in 5 days, it'll be a month, and my shoulder's still hurting. But all the emergency room wants to do is give me a little shot, and they give you a shot in the muscle, and then it just goes away for a few days, and then you slowly start feeling it coming back.
Mm, that
Like a
sounds like.
cortisone shot?
Mm,
There we go. That's the word. Exactly.
It's
It feels amazing.
anti-inflammatory.
Feels amazing for a couple few days, and then it starts hurting again. I think I really like tore something or something, because when I stretch my arm, it hurts right here, and when I turn my hand certain ways, it hurts right here. And all the time, if I stretch this, straighten it out, then it hurts right here. So I'm thinking I might have pulled something or tore something or did something, but yeah. Lately, you probably haven't noticed I'm doing this a lot. I'm doing stuff with my hands. As long as they're up, I'm good. But to lay my arm down and not happening.
You should go get that checked out.
is your
I
elbow?
did.
Have you done anything with your elbows or anything? Because if your hands are hurting less when your elbows are bent, I wonder if that's where the nerve is getting
But it
irritated.
hurts right here, though. Something's pulling right here. I straighten it
Yeah,
out. So,
that's
and
the
then
the
something right
older
here on
nerve.
the top of my hand, too. When I
Yeah,
stretch it out, stretch my hand, turn it
the
certain
ul-
ways.
the ulnar nerve passes
Right
through
here.
a tunnel in the elbow up to or from the shoulder through a tunnel in the elbow down through the backside of the or wait, no, that's yeah, down the pinky side. Okay. What would be yeah, carpal tunnel is on the thumb side then. Never mind. Disregard me. I'm just in the middle
I
of
think
a
one's the ulnar nerve and one's the radial nerve.
yeah, radial nerve is um is the thumb.
Something.
Ulnar nerve goes to the pinky and ring finger. Radial nerves share the ring finger and the index finger through index finger and thumb.
Um, Everything starts right here. There's something that's pulling right here when I straighten the arm out. So I just don't straighten the arm out. Yeah, I'm reaching this much forward.
As a mother, it drives me crazy how much you guys ignore your doctors and don't go get stuff checked out. So you know.
I'm waiting for I'm waiting for the doctor's appointment this month on the 27th, I think. Uh,
You couldn't get
I'm
in
going to,
faster
but
than that?
no. They told me you have an appointment in 6 weeks. Is it something we can wait 6 weeks for? I was like, I guess. It
That's when
didn't
you say
seem six
no.
weeks didn't seem like a 6 weeks didn't seem like a lot when he said it. Yeah, it was like 6 weeks will fly by. It's been four. So actually it's been three. So yeah. Yeah, but something hurts right here and it's pulling. And when it pulls in three spots. Here, here, and here. So
Definitely don't let
yeah,
him blow you off when you go. Make sure that gets checked out.
definitely. I'm not leaving without an answer. Um,
Or at least a plan to run tests or something.
he's gonna most likely take care of it. This guy I got is pretty cool. Yeah, he's pretty chill. He was actually at the weekend concert, and we didn't even know. Except I had floor seats, and he was somewhere up there. He said so we wouldn't have seen each other, but that was cool to know that he liked the weekend, and we went to the same concert. Um, yeah, he's gonna get it taken care of. Um, but
I don't think I'll
the
probably
comment
ever
here.
go to another concert. The last time I about fell down the stairs and
Mm,
decided that I didn't think that was a good idea for me to do anymore, so I quit going.
I thought that floor seats would be more comfortable if I did have a seizure. No, I'm just kidding. I thought floor seats would be better if I did have a seizure. Just kind of, it's more open area.
Yeah,
Um, if you fall in the stands, it's nothing but stairs for a while.
that's where
Um,
I was.
oh wow, yeah. See that is something I think about if I did have to get a seat right there. Um, yeah. Um, to this post back pain 1 month after seizure. One comment here says I've had serious bad back pain problems due to TC seizures, including daily falls. Spent 3 weeks in the hospital. It's gonna be rough. Sorry to say. In my opinion, of course, easing stretches helps adjust the back. Physio is the best way. Get types of exercises and be able to do at home also. If it's to the point where no easing at all or continues or it's a continuous popping and cracks, definitely go see your doctor. Take care. Hmm.
But then a
Yeah.
popping a crack, it's too late to see your doctor.
Oh man.
It means you're bone on bone, and there's nothing he can do for you.
I was thinking about that the other day. It's just like if I don't take care of it, I'm gonna be old and like hunched over or something. That's what I was imagining the other day, and I'm waiting for this appointment because can't just live with this. Um,
Can I just tell you something? Having had pain for a long time, quite often they'll start out with a shot because they don't want to go to an extreme right away. So they'll give you a shot and see if it works. And if in 2 weeks or so it doesn't work, then they'll do an MRI or whatever, and then they'll address the problem. But
A lot
starting
of
with the
times,
shot is the best way to go.
a lot of times they're
Or
kind of required by the insurance companies to do a particular process of care too these days. They have to check off
um,
all the boxes before they can go just send you for an MRI. Otherwise, insurance won't pay for the MRI if they haven't tried the more conservative treatments, as they refer to them.
um, for me, like I said, every time all they do is offer that cortisone shot, and it works for 2 or 3 days, maybe 4 or 5. You never know. And then it's like slowly coming back, and I feel it again, and it feels like it comes back worse for the first 2 days. Um, yeah,
You might be better
and
off
if
to
you've
get
had,
it, then go back after it comes back.
mm,
Because if you get the shot and then it gets better for a couple days, but then it comes back, you can go back and say, "Hey, I tried that, man. What are we going to do now?"
right?
he said, "Give this paper to your primary." Um,
Well,
yeah,
then your primary won't be sending you for shots though, because the shot didn't work. They can move on to the next step in the process.
yeah. He when I go in, he's either like, "Your shoulder's still hurting," and I'm like, either no, I had a seizure, or yes, my shoulder's still hurting. So, and yeah, my last time was the second time, and that's when they were offering the shot, and I was like, no, we did the shot some weeks ago. I'm gonna pass. And yeah, it's just a band-aid that lasts a decent amount of time, and it feels really good, but it's band-aid basically.
Except sometimes it takes care of the problem because it's an anti-inflammatory. And it could just be that you have inflammation in there from some from something you did. But if you tried it before, then I understand that. Like when
Yeah,
I went a couple of weeks ago to my pain doctor, I had a shot last year or the year before, and my Versasac And I thought at the time it was my hip. And he said to me, "We know you have hip arthritis, but this feels more like a bursa sac." And he injected it, and it felt fine for a year. And I just went back and he did it again. And he said, give it, a week or 2 weeks. And if it doesn't work, call me right back and we'll do an MRI.
Yeah, I'm hoping that my doctor, when I see him on the 27th, we do this, whatever needs to be done on my arm. Like I said, I never tore anything. Well, never mind. This doesn't feel like when I tore my ACL. This feels like I did something worse because, like I said, it's in 3 spots. If I was to fully extend my arm like I do this one,
Right.
yeah.
Kind of makes me wonder if you like sprained your shoulder and then you're getting referred pain down your arm.
Mm. Hurts my hands just thinking about it. Yeah. So I got something here. Need some advice. It's my first time taking Keppra tonight. After nearly 3 years of waiting list and testing tonight, I've taken my first Keppra for infrequent focal seizures. Left TLE inherited by my father. Seizure location never located but had focals before a generalized seizure. To be honest, I'm terrified. I know, or at least I feel right now, my life as I know it has changed, and now every 12 hours for the rest of my life I will be taking these tablets. I'm most worried about the possible side effects like depression and anger. This is especially hard to accept when my seizures are infrequent and not too disruptive to my current life. Even the smallest of side effects could be much worse than my seizures. I know medication is the right choice for the health, but it's hard to feel the kind of positivity. In the last 4 months, I have also moved many hours from my partner and family, so it feels especially isolating right now. I know with time will come clarity and acceptance, but at this minute, I just can't accept my fate. I really appreciate the support to this community. Though my journey is hard, I know my feelings are probably not unique. This person's just looking for some support and they just started Capra tonight. Um, in support wise, I said look forward to long way to go. And when you start with Kepra, you're gonna see the difference because you're gonna start with Kepra and then everything will change when you're on something else if you don't like the Kepra. But I know Tom, he did stay on the Kepra. So if you're gonna be like Tom and stay on it long term, that could be good. Um, yeah. Take your time, find out what medication does for you, if it does or does not feel good, and move forward. Hey, James.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello.
Um, what was I gonna say? The icebreaker today was um,
Would you choose happiness or money?
happiness or money. Mark and James, that's the icebreaker for you guys. Happiness or money.
Uh, Happiness, because
Okay.
you could have $1 billion and still not, be happy, still not have things you want, or certain people in your life that you want.
Okay. Um, yeah. There was a lot of responses. A lot were saying things that I was thinking. I was thinking the money would make me happy, but unlike some people here, I have children, so my making me happy would be the money to make them happy. Uh, but if I didn't have kids, I'd worry about my happiness. But it's been a long time since I worried about myself. So yeah. Hmm. Uh, yeah, someone also here, a post we were reading, says they just took Kepler for the first time tonight, and they're just basically wondering what it's going to be like, their journey. What do you think you would tell somebody who just started taking Kepra?
To stop taking Kepra.
Can't just tell everybody that Kepper is horrible because it works for some people.
I know.
I didn't say it. Yeah.
It was horrible
Wasn't
for
Kevin
me,
also?
but that doesn't mean it's horrible for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason it exists and it still gets prescribed. I mean, has to help some people out, right?
What were you
How do
saying,
you
Jeff?
feel when you wake up? James from the Kepra, how do you feel when you wake up? Is there a drag ass feeling, like still tired, or can you just get up?
Usually still tired, but that's only because I can only sleep like 5, 6 hours a night. I just have trouble sleeping ever since I've been on it. So it's like I don't know if it's that or the Vim pad or what it is exactly. I hate going to bed. Like I'll be hella tired at like 10 o'clock, but I'm like, fuck, if I go to bed like right now, I'm gonna be up at like 3 or 4 a.m. and then I have nothing to do for hella hours, and then I'll be like tired by the time I even get to work, and it's just like a big circle of yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I can agree with you with the getting not a lot of sleep because I have insomnia, so that just it doesn't help. Um, but yeah, I don't take Keppra, so I'd say talk to your neurologist if things get worse and the anger and all that stuff. But I'm not a Keppra fan, so like Andrea said, I don't want to keep shooting it down because it is good for some people, but try not to have anything bad to say.
I think they
Keppra,
probably just keep an eye on their mood, and if there's other people around them that they see regularly, mention it to them and tell them to hey, tell me if I start acting differently or tell me if I start getting really irritable over nothing, that kind of thing, because those are signs that you probably should get off of it. But otherwise, just, go with it and see how it works because you never know, it might work.
yeah, it is possible.
Hey, Kevin,
Um,
How you guys doing? How's everyone been?
all right.
not too
Um,
bad.
Andrea, what's your
Oh,
definition of work?
Not much anymore. I mean, I'm on disability for physical issues, so even prior to getting epilepsy, so I don't do a lot in a day typically. My
Oh,
work today was going grocery shopping and doing the dishes.
no, I meant like you said take it because it might work. And that's what I
Well,
meant.
it could control their seizures and they might not have any side effects. Or, if it doesn't work for them, then maybe they'll have side effects that they can't handle, or maybe they're still having seizures and it's not controlling the seizures.
Okay. Oh, Kevin, the icebreaker today was happiness or money.
yes. I got to go with happiness, right?
Any reason in particular?
It seems obvious, right?
It's easier to be
Money can't
happy.
buy you money can't buy you happiness.
That's what they say.
There's a lot of people.
Until you're homeless.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you can be rich and happy, but Yeah, one does not guarantee the other. Yeah.
You could be poor and
Uh,
happy too.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
could be
yeah.
happy and homeless.
You can be
It could
rich
be
and miserable.
it could be happy in
Yeah.
anything. It does not, yeah, it does. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
That's what
yeah.
I said too, Kevin. It's just because you have like
Right.
$1 billion doesn't mean you have like a certain object in your life or a certain, person that you care about in your life anymore. Like money can't bring somebody back into your,
Mhm.
alive or can't repair a broken relationship or something, right?
Right, yeah, right.
I mean, maybe
Okay.
certain situations like you can get somebody back or whatever in your life, like with them if you just buy them a billion things, but you know what I mean overall, right?
I gotta stop watching the news while we're doing this. Yes. Sorry about that. Yes, that's I would, but I suppose it depends on the person, doesn't it? I mean, there are certain personalities that,
Yeah. I was gonna Me
right,
personally,
yeah,
I was gonna say mine's is much different from a lot of you guys' because I base mine's on if I just worry about my happiness, then I got 6 kids, and if I'm only happy, then I don't know if that'll work, and that might be selfish of me. But if I had money, I could just make sure they were happy and not worry about me, which I do that
mhm.
a lot. I make sure other people are better before I do me, but that's just how I work as a computer. I like to make sure other people are good. And like I said,
I
if I
meant
have
like,
money, my mom's good, and everybody around me has nothing to worry about, I'm good. I'm good like that.
what about
Everybody's stress free.
like psychopaths and stuff like that, who see power and stuff like that as happiness. They can't form normal relationships, so they need more money to ascend. Like their relationships aren't a matter of happiness. It's just more money and more power and more stuff like that.
Yeah, it sounds
So,
like kind of a, a confusion between like the adrenaline rush of getting away with something or dominating something with the like with what everybody non-psychopathic would see or consider like a genuine human connection, or what
well,
others would seek out as a genuine human connection. A psychopath like gets
oh
from
well,
domination.
I don't want to split hairs on that. The opening
Uh, sorry,
the opening question was happiness or money.
yeah,
Would you
yeah,
take it, happiness or money? And I brought up the fact that maybe some people would take the money because of their uh, certain personality type. They happiness is power and money. They
yeah,
they can't split the two. They're one and the same.
yeah. Power, money, and or like social status of some sort, whether whatever form that takes, whether it's power or not. Yeah,
Yeah, that's true.
that's
Yeah, it definitely does
interesting.
depend on the person. I mean, there'll be some days where I'm so tired, I feel like shit, but I know I need to go to work. And then I get there and like you see kids, like jumping off the swing or like doing cartwheels or something, and it's like it makes yeah, just like puts a smile on your face. It cheers you up, right? But I can't buy that with money. I can't buy a smile on my face, right? I guess it just depends on the day and the person, and there's so many That's such a generic, broad question that could be debated for the rest of eternity, honestly.
Well, there was a study that was done a while ago that I saw, um, that looked into the the financial side of happiness, and like scientifically, and the like I don't know what methodology they used or what definition of happiness they came up with to measure, but their conclusion was that money does indeed buy happiness, but only up to the point where where every one of an individual's life needs, serious critical needs for survival and satisfaction, plus a little bit extra. Once that criterion threshold is met, you can add all the extra income in the world and it doesn't get any extra happiness. If anything, there's a downtick at the severe high end of the income curve. A lot of the wealthiest people in the world are some of the least happy, which is why Elon Musk talks about the antidepressant value of ketamine, right? How would he know about how effective it is in an antidepressant if he wasn't depressed?
Perhaps that's why he went down the hole, to begin with, because he was, yeah.
It
Would you
almost
say
seems like a
there's a,
band-aid, like something is still hurt, and all you're doing is covering it up for a little bit, right?
Mhm.
Sure, it might
Would you
heal it a
say
bit
there's a
later
difference
on, but
between, like a difference between happiness and content? Like
Um,
content is not needing anything. Just like I gotta send you this documentary.
yeah,
It's
it's
about
an interesting pursuit.
I keep saying it, alone in the wilderness. Um, but yeah,
that sounds
it-
familiar.
it-
Isn't that kind of old, like older,
um,
for like
I think
10, 15 years at least?
well, he started in like the 60s to doing this, but it was only the footage of the film was only compiled in the 90s or the aughts. Um,
Okay.
yeah,
I think I know what you're talking about. I don't
the
think I've
guy
seen it,
just,
but it sounds really familiar.
yeah, he just built a cabin in the woods, lived there. And because I think happiness has, uh, you know, a yin to the yang of depression. You can't be happy forever. You know,
Okay, I got a question
it's
for you guys.
Well, a quick thing though, the happiness to what you said, the yin and the yang. Is happiness really happy if there is no suffering to compare it to?
right. That's what I meant. Yeah, yeah. That's a
Do
good
we
question.
do we really know what happiness is until we've actually suffered through something that gives it perspective?
That's the answer with mine. Go ahead, Jeff. I'll let Jeff go first, and I'll tell you what mine is.
Mark, yes, you can be content but not happy, and then overnight you could become happy. Your circumstances change and you become happy.
Can you be happy without being content?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's interesting. Why the converse does not apply there? It's an
Mhm.
interesting. There's something there that I haven't thought about at all. Never
Oh,
even
we're
considered. So
watching.
it's
Well,
something
I'm
I.
just giving you an answer off the top of my head. I don't really know this for a fact, but I know from my own experience, I was content and I gave that all up to be happy.
Mm.
Um, I don't want to
And
sound
financially,
like
sorry, Pookie, and financially, I was better off when I was content.
um I say mine is always just a little different. I keep saying that, and it's mainly just to, I don't know if mine's just mainly trying to make the people in my life happy, but I like when they're happy. So
Oh,
it's
that's
like
a
if I can provide for them and 6 children, and if they're happy and the mothers are all happy and my mother is happy and my father, I can do that with money. There's nothing that makes me happy besides seeing other people happy, to be honest. And that's probably a problem. It probably is. Yeah. But for you guys, question for you guys, what about happiness, or what makes you happy that you choose that over money?
Because, well, everything I'm doing now is to get money, to get things that will make me happy. That's, that dopamine thing, the that nobody really gives a crap about money. It's isn't it really uh just an acknowledgement of debt? It's the things that you get with it, you
that's
know. I can get a higher status, so I can, get a family and, but
yeah.
you can go too far. Okay.
I would suggest perhaps it could be money could be seen as a sort of marker for potential, whether used for happiness or destruction or whatever. It's not even necessarily debt, I guess, although it used to be, didn't it? That the gold
It,
standard.
yeah, it says it on the bill. Yeah.
Well, it says a lot of stuff on the bill. It says "In God We Trust" on the bill. Do we all
Yeah.
really believe that? Um, I don't know. Um, but like in the abstract, what does a single unit of currency, you know, a single denomination, just abstract, arbitrary
Well, I
denomination, what
mean,
does it represent
literally,
to to the person? Is it the end to itself, or is it the means to an end? And I would propose that it's simply a stand-in for potential. Um, I don't know. What do you think?
I would propose that you need some suffering to be happy.
Yeah.
Yes, you need struggle in life to be happy. You need things without, yeah, you definitely need that to
You need to feel that
it's
struggle.
impossible. Yeah, but you can still
Damn,
be,
struggle is.
yeah. That's
Yeah,
what
like
gives you the
how many
contentment.
how many trust fund babies who always had absolutely everything bought for them their entire lives. How many of them end up like addicted and in trouble with the law? How many of them seem genuinely happy to an outsider's standard? They've got a lot of fancy things, but the things don't seem to make them happy.
Oh no, I don't doubt that they can be happy. I doubt their
Yeah,
contention 100%.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know, they
But,
got
but
they can have yachts and orgy parties or whatever. But then you realize at 40 or something, you can't, the yacht parties, you know, you've been doing that your whole life since, you were, yeah, at a certain party, what kind
at
of
some
person are
point,
you?
partying in the USA needs to take a little bit of a break, give the liver a rest, right? God, I
I
heard
think
that song
so.
so much. Party in the USA. Ah, that whole era was just really marked by just supremely terrible music.
Oh,
I
come
mean,
on now. What era?
yeah, I mean, it was all about, oh, let's party, have a good time, go out to the club and meeting my friends, doing this, getting drinks, meeting, you know,
Well, you got to specify which era.
the
The
odds,
80s, 90s. Oh,
odds.
just
You said
oh,
the
the
odds.
odds. Okay.
Yeah, and
Yeah. All right. All right.
I was saying like party in the U, like I don't know, I thought it was clear, like Miley Cyrus, party in the USA, that whole era. It was, yeah, the odds, like the housing bubble, depression type thing.
Yes, that was
It's
nasty.
been kind of, I've heard it posited that the housing bubble and financial crisis actually produced the bad taste in music as a sort of reaction, like an emotional backlash in reaction to the pessimism that the youth were seeing about their immediate cultures, or their immediate likelihood of, you know, career out of college. And
Oh yeah,
so just go
because
distract yourselves, go out to the clubs and go drop ecstasy and party, have a good time, listen to all these just generic feel good club songs that
I
sound
mean, where
very
do
similar.
garage bands form? They form in their parents' garage. And what are you going to do if your parents don't have a house anymore? Oh, that sounds awful. But yeah, I was loving the arts for a while. I was in high school and yeah, but then I was in college and yeah, the
Wait,
guy I
maybe I don't
was
mean the odds. Maybe I mean the teens, because
the
2008 was the
the
financial
teens were
crisis.
awful. I'll agree with that.
That's
But
what
the
I,
teens
yeah,
had
that's what I mean. Okay, yeah, because the odds, yeah, odds. Now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, you're right. Okay, there was, yeah,
the teens did
and
have good
a
television.
lot of, a lot of what I look back fondly reminiscent about is, yeah, music coming out of that time frame, yeah, period.
Yeah, this,
But not the mainstream stuff too. So I guess I was always one of
no,
those like snobby underground snooty gatekeeper type. You know,
yeah.
my music is better than your music. Allow me to prove it with the following graphs and charts.
I mean, yeah, I get it. Um, but there is good music out. You do have to look for it. That's all I have to say. In any genre that you appreciate, you know, you say it's not around anymore. It is, or it is around. You know, you just you got to do some looking because, you know, the crappiest voices are the loudest.
Well,
Right.
But
that's something I think may have actually shifted recently, and maybe this is something we should talk about, save to talk about tomorrow. But
oh yeah, right. Yeah.
the bar to entry for music production lowering and lowering and lowering can be seen as a good thing in the sense that it allows so many more people who would previously have never been able to make music to be able to produce something and, express themselves or whatnot. But at the same time, um, so many of those people are so much less talented than
Yeah.
even the least technically gifted mainstream artists of just a couple decades ago that it could also be seen as lowering the overall quality of it and just
But there are
flooding.
some awesome musicians out there that when you really find one, oh, they're good. And you feel like uh, uh, 25 years, we're going back 25 years with LimeWire and everything, downloading music, which pretty much really transferred it to the party music scene.
Yeah,
And
EDM kind of
yeah,
wouldn't have really been so
popular
explosive.
mainstream.
Yeah, so explosive around that time if it weren't. It was still way too underground before the peer-to-peer sharing.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Oh,
But
yeah.
it's festivals and other. I don't know how these people are gaining track now. I don't know how they're because like I said, they've been around for like 30, 40 years and I haven't heard of them. And then I discover a guy that's been around 10 years. He's like my age and he's been playing. He's a brilliant bluegrass musician. He's really great. And uh, I just, and they're, I'm just going to reiterate, they're out there. You just got to look. YouTube's got everything.
The full spectrum from the shittiest of the shittiest to
Right.
the true gems. Yeah.
Hmm.
Um, all right, I got something here. Oh, to Kevin and Mark. This person here is asking for advice. They're starting Kepra tonight. They're just looking for suggestions and support. What should they be looking forward to is the question.
I have never taken Kepra. I don't know.
Well, okay. First,
Any advice?
yeah,
Advice
Um,
from
yeah.
non-experiences, but things you've read, maybe heard?
take
Well,
it as
I,
directed. Don't tell your doctor if you stop taking it, or tell your doc. Don't stop taking it without telling your doctor. There we go. Yeah.
yeah. But also, I would let everyone around you that needs to know that you might be having some behavioral changes because it's very possible you might end up being short with people or something. Um, my reaction was very bad, and I had to be taken off it like right away. So, mhm. And The so just let people uh, be aware. Keep a journal of any changes in attitude. Let people know if you're changing in attitude or any sort of uh, behavior. I think that's the number one side effect to look for because it works. It does work great. I'm not going to totally trash it. It works great for some people, and just look for the side effects. Okay, go.
One thing I just remembered. The reason I was never put on Kepra is because I have um a well-established history of mental health problems. And Kepra has a black box warning about mental health and suicidal ideation. So um, keep an eye out for that if you're somebody who's kind of maybe a little more prone to negative emotion than your peers. Just watch out because um, you know, yeah, it wouldn't even consider putting me on it because of my personality. So, um, yeah, there we go. I did have some thoughts about that.
All right, I'll read a couple of these comments from these advice about the Kepra. One says, I've been on Kepra for nearly 3 years and it's genuinely saved my life. I've been 13 months seizure free on Kepra. I only had one side effect for the first few years. The Kepra rage isn't huge, and if you develop it, it's controllable. I didn't really experience it much other than just feeling a bit more down than usual for a day or two. I only really had headaches on and off for a few days, but manageable with ibuprofen, not migraine level. I'm on 2,000 milligrams of Keppra. I started at 250 and went up. If you have any questions about Keppra, happy to answer. Another comment here says Keppra can be great if it works as intended. Wishing you the results. That Keppra rage can be very real, and unless you are 100% aware of yourself all the time, it may not be controllable. If that works, there are many other options, options, sister drugs, so to speak of. So please don't be worried. Briviac can be very commonly used when Keppra doesn't work out. Anybody ever taken Briviac?
Yes, but that's the one that I had such an increase in seizures on the titration up that I never actually got past like the second step in titrating. So, I mean, I've taken it, but I've never actually been treated by it, if you get what I mean.
Um,
Except treated poorly by it, maybe.
um, I got something here. It says, I know we're all depressed. That's why I'm asking you. I am 33 and I have no real connection to anyone on this planet. My family's gone and I have no wife or kids, and my connection with friends doesn't exist. Should I even try anymore? Spend all this time trying to make friends in connection. Everyone left, most of them passing away. Some of them just can't deal with the sadness I am, no matter how hard I try. So now I sit in a dead end job wondering what's to keep what's to keep me around, just looking for support. Um, it sounds like depression. Try to find things to make you happy. Any hobbies? Yeah,
Well,
if there's not friends or family. What do you
first, I would
suggest,
say
Kevin?
get some help. You need um, find a. I know they told me this, and it took a while, but you seriously just need someone to talk to. You really, if you're having these ideations, um, it would be excellent for you to you know see someone who can help you, um, just a therapist or something. Um, but uh, anyone else? Really quick.
Yeah, I think it's just you got to find hobbies and find things that make you happy because depression can, especially with depression with epilepsy, can make you think of doing other things that you shouldn't do. Uh, and yeah, can be bad.
That is what it
So
does. It makes you want to not get off the couch, and they say, you know, you tell yourself, I'm going to, you know, go for a run, but yeah, then you end up just sitting and not leaving, and it's just your mind just tells over itself, and it's very difficult to focus on anything but those negative thoughts. And breaking that cycle is a tough thing to do. So yeah, just anything, any hobby, any event, just go for it. It's easy for
yeah,
me to tell you that, but
yeah, that's what I was saying. With depression, finding things that you like to do that make you happy. So many things around you. Might be knitting, might be art, might be gardening, might be cooking. Not sure how your seizures are, but if cooking is your thing, could be good. Um, yeah, you can't sit around and think about it because I've heard so much about people with epilepsy trying things and it not working, luckily. Um, yeah, just know that you got to be here. Um, yeah, that sucks to not have family. This person says they don't have family. Um, I couldn't, wouldn't know who to run to. Um, yeah. Uh, got something here. It says my fiance has asked me several questions in this Reddit thread. At his request, he doesn't have Reddit. He goes to the epilepsy monitoring unit, May, for approximately 5 days. He would like to know what to generally expect when he goes in. His questions are as follows: can I have people visit me? Will they let me try beer to induce a seizure? Can I do or not do in the unit? What tests what test things will they do to induce one? How much stuff will I have attached to me? Those are the questions. Epilepsy monitoring unit.
That's
I
a
think you can have
big
people
list
visit you.
to read off and remember to answer all at once. Is it possible to do them one by one?
Um, will they help? Will they have people visit me? Oh, can I have people visit me? Yes, I believe so.
Most places, I believe you can have visitors.
There was, yeah. I didn't have visitors, but I think I told them I don't know. I don't know if I told them or if they just assumed and probably assumed correctly, but I didn't have any visitors. Um, so I'm not entirely sure. But it might vary. There might be some that don't. I don't know.
I didn't. They told me I could have brought my video game and all of that and DVD player. People brought all kinds of stuff. I did not bring anything. My mother came, so I know people can visit, and she stayed the night. Um,
The one I
and
just did had a fold out couch in the room.
Nice.
um, the next question is, will they let me try beer to induce a seizure?
That's an interesting one. I don't know. I don't know what the legality about that is. Like, on the one hand, I would think they would want to try as much as they could, as many possible triggers that you do in your day to day as they can. But is there any issues with having alcohol at a medical facility like that?
I think I went through one of these one time, and somebody said they have vodka at these that comes from the hospital. I
I
have
heard
heard
that
that.
too.
So they
I've
have
heard
hot
people mention it,
vodka. Yeah. So that just came to me.
That makes that makes sense. Guess he
especially
doesn't
if you're
know about the.
especially if you know that alcohol triggers your seizures, then I would think that they would be more likely to allow you to have alcohol while you're there. But whether they supply it for you may be another reason, another question. You may have to bring your own. That's a call the hospital and ask question, I would think.
Yeah, definitely. But it
Mm.
would seem weird to be allowing patients to bring in their own alcohol too. That's
Yeah,
something that always seems like the trope on TV is that you always have to smuggle your alcohol into the hospital.
they wouldn't even
Mm.
let me vape nicotine.
Lame. How did you do it anyway?
I didn't. I went
Why?
cold turkey for a week
How
and
did you? Why did you not try to do it anyway?
I had two vapes in the room with me, but I was either in bed on camera or being escorted by a nurse, and I had no chance. I had zero privacy the entire time I was there. That was the worst, absolute worst part of the entire EMU stay, is having
You
someone
couldn't
stand
like
there and watch you go to the bathroom.
turn turn and like while on camera in bed you couldn't turn and kind of lean over like you dropped something off the bed and kind of, you know, like
They said if they caught me that they would confiscate it because I asked before I got there if that would
Mm.
be allowed. They said if they caught me with one that they would confiscate it, and I wasn't willing to risk taking my vapes away.
Mm.
They cost too damn much.
I'm sure they give it back. I mean, at the end, they just kind of take it. I don't know how that would work. Mm.
It'd probably get lost, lost.
Yeah.
We can't find it. Who'd you give it to?
Right.
no, that's what you tell them when they come in and try to confiscate it. They say, we saw you on video. Tell them you can't, I can't find it to give it over, to hand it over to you.
Mm.
They'd
Instead
be
of
like, yeah,
letting
sure,
them.
we just saw you shove it under the covers. We have it on film.
No, no, you didn't. No, you don't.
Um, one of the questions
Prove
here
it.
says what you can do and not do in the monitoring unit. Um, Anything you want to do from the bed. Um, that's
I took my
already in the
fire
room.
stick.
Oh, nice. There you go. Um,
Hold up, are you running this after dark now or what?
huh?
What's the question? You just talked about what
Talking
you want
about
to do in bed?
EMU.
What to expect?
Oh, fuck it. Okay.
What to expect in the EMU? One question was,
Your answer is pretty correct. Just whatever you can do from bed.
yeah. One question was, can people visit? And we answered that already. We agreed people can. Um, and one says, will they let you try beer? Have you ever tried that? The ones that give you the ones from the hospital?
The point was
I heard somebody,
when you go to EMUs, you want to have seizures. So the first EMUs
yeah.
I was reading. I just did a lot of reading, wanted to pass the time, get it over with, whatever. I wasn't epileptic. So next time I had to go in, yes, after a couple shots, 6 hours past my missed dose of medication. And time went by. Time went by a lot faster because I was having a lot more seizures. So when you're in the EMU, unfortunately, think about, I mean, you can't say self-harm, but think about whatever it takes to have some seizures. And no sleep is usually not enough.
Um,
No sleeping, no eating is usually not enough unless you go like 3 days before.
okay. What can you do and not do? I just said basically just like me. I was in the bed the whole time. They were like, if you need to go to the bathroom, just press the button. So if you have like, um, they told me I could have brought my PlayStation. So if you have something like that you can do from the bed, then that'd be dope. But I didn't know until I got there and was all hooked up and shit. So I took nothing.
I just took my fire stick and watched a million movies and played on my phone for the most part.
Mm. Um, Another question is, what test things will they do to induce me? Um, One was they had me lay down, look at the ceiling, and said they had this thing there, this light, and it was huge, and it blinks faster and slower, and they speed it up and they slow it down, and they do it with your eyes open. Then they do it with your eyes closed, and speed up and slow down, and then they'll just blink one time with it just beaming, blink one time with it lower beaming or whatever. That's the only test they did on me. Yeah, they were trying to get a seizure out of me, and they didn't get it. Um, any tests you guys had?
They did some of the cognitive tests on me when I was there, and I had an MRI right before I checked into the EMU.
So cognitive is more asking like 2+2 type questions, right?
Oh, it was like memory stuff and trying to test my memory and all that kind of crap. The neuropsych testing or whatever that they do. And
Yeah.
then they had me stay up real late one night, but that was about it that I can
You know,
remember anyway.
oops, they
Go ahead.
they used to give me cognitive tests, and they stopped like 3 years ago. Like asking me memory or anything, they don't do that anymore. And as they gave me a test this year because I actually suggested it. I said, I'm starting to feel a little clumsy, like clumsier than before. I'm bumping into stuff and tripping a lot. And she said, okay, well, we'll give you a walking test. I said, oh, a walking test. Okay, I don't know about that. It just made me walk to the end and walk back. And she said, you're fine. And okay, that's the unsatisfying story of the last physical I've had.
At least they didn't look at you and say, "Why do you walk like that?" I had a doctor do that to me before.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he had me walk down the hall and back, and he's like, "Why do you walk like that?"
What?
What'd you say?
I don't even remember, but I kind of gave him some smart ass remark, I'm sure.
Yeah, lucky you didn't kick him.
Um,
Sorry, that's just part of my walk.
It's probably because of all the metal in my spine. Thank you.
You know?
yeah,
Losers and
can they ask
jealous.
questions like that? I never
What?
thought of that. Are those the type of questions they can ask you? Like that have nothing to do with where you're at, I guess. I mean,
He was performing a neurological assessment on me.
um, yeah, he did the neurological. That's how my doctor did when the last neurologist, she was like rescue med, and I'm like, so are you telling me don't take it or do take it? Because the rescue med didn't make me feel any better. Um, the last question this person was asking, how much stuff will they have me attached to? I don't know the number, but I know it's a lot.
Between the
Um, one on
EEG
my
and the heart
finger.
monitors, I think it was 30 some wires, 37 or something like that, attached to my head and my chest with stickers and glue. I
Oh
counted the
wow!
wires because I was bored.
I
I
bet.
was taking a wild guess. My wild guess was 8. You scared me with that one. I'm trying to remember my last one. I don't. So I don't remember. I don't remember how many you just said. But yeah.
I think I had, let's see, one, two, three, four, five of them or something on my chest, and then the rest were on my head. I had like 32 on my head and five on my chest,
I mean,
monitoring
at
my
least
heart rate
they
and stuff.
do kind of bundle them up from your head anyway. Because one place didn't, and they like tickled me, so there was no way I was falling asleep.
Mine, the first one that they did on me, they had like this little tube that they all zipped all the wires up into. And
That
then,
sounds like fancy.
yeah. And then the one that I just did, they just had tape wrapped around them to kind of bundle them together.
Yep.
I'll read the first 3 comments because there are a lot here. Someone says you should really bring a pillow.
Yes.
Another one says usually depends on the hospital policy. Maybe I was prescribed a shot of vodka, but all I did, all it did was stop the occasional jerking in my limbs for hours. 3, you can do pretty much anything you can do from your bed at home. You may even be able to bring a gaming console. Just ask. You cannot touch electronic. You cannot touch electronic devices while they're charging, and you can't wear your headphones. You'll have the EEG and EKG leads attached to you, but they won't. They will not probably bundle them together, so it won't feel so cumbersome. One more comment says, um, I don't remember. Oh, the questions were, can I bring somebody? They said yes, almost certainly. Something about the beer. They said, I'm not sure if you should bring that one. And the third, they said he's got to be hooked up and we'll have to call a nurse to go to the latrine. He can have his phone, but any other reasonable entertainment, he can order takeout and have it delivered. Easier if you're a visitor or if you had a visitor with you. He can also bring his own snacks. He will want this. Hospital food is not great.
Are you guys talking about extended stay EEG?
Yes.
Yes. In the hospital.
I actually just before I got on here, I just had about a 40-minute phone appointment with my neurologist because I'm gonna do most likely do one here at the end of the month. So I was going to ask you guys about some questions about that today, actually. That's kind of funny.
Good timing.
Yep.
Ask away.
I don't know. My main one is just like what to expect. I've only done the like, hour long, the shorter ones or whatever, and they give you, put all the wiring on you and flash the lights and all that stuff, but it's not, long where they do other stuff and sleep deprive and have you off your meds or other things like that. So yeah, I was gonna
Yes.
ask kind of what that person was asking, like what,
Yeah.
for those who have done it, like what stuff I can bring with me or how much freedom and movement I have, basically.
No freedom of movement, and ask your doctors what you're allowed to bring. They'll be able to tell you, is my
Yeah, yeah.
recommendation. And bring snacks and prepared to be bored because you will be in your bed.
Oh yeah, I've because of my pancreas stuff, I lost track of how many stays I've had a week or longer. So I got that whole plan and then just sit there and watch like news 24/7 basically, and or
Hey,
random shit
that'll
on
cause a
YouTube on
seizure,
my
right?
tablet. What was that?
It'll stress you out enough.
Yeah,
Yeah, watching the news will stress you out enough to cause a seizure. I mean, that's
definitely.
the point. That's the point. Of the shortest one I've had was 3 days. I had another one that was prescribed for 5 days, but got to leave early because I had enough seizures.
Oh wow.
So keep that in mind.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
doctor told me that this one would be 5. They like to do it for 5 days. Just
How's your
to
job? What do you think of that?
um I don't know. I haven't asked him yet because I just, like I said, I just had the phone appointment with my doctor today. So I mean, I don't know. They should be fine with it because I mean, it could happen that I just actually have a seizure at home and have to miss that amount of time, right? So at least this will hopefully benefit me and make me have less in the long run and help me be able to do work. Yeah, because I'm either going to have to take it off or my only other option is wait till the school year is out, which is going to be in June. And I don't want to wait that much longer. I just kind of want to get this done and out of the way.
Yeah. Waiting for it
That in
sucks.
mind, stress yourself out. Don't drink, don't sleep for at least one day before. Skip a dose of medication. I mean, for me, this is how it worked for me. Skip a dose of medication, and then I knew I could expect a seizure 6 hours after, or about 6 hours after the skip benzo. So if you start to understand how to induce your seizures, then go for it. That's the one place you can.
Yeah,
Yeah,
when
for
I went,
random.
they asked me like, "What do you do on a regular day?" But the things I did on a regular day, they laughed at me because I couldn't do in the hospital. They were like, "How much of your regular days can you live an average day of your life here?" And the guy laughed at me. He was like, "No, you can't bring weed." And I was like, I was thinking it, but I wasn't gonna say it. And he was like, "I just got to say that before you say it." So I told him, "Yeah, weed is usually what I'm doing, watching TV, chilling, and yeah." And they told me my PS5 once I got there. Oh, the PS5 could have been brought. Well, it would
Oh,
have been good to let me know.
I'll probably just bring some of my sewing
Yeah,
projects or something to my tablet.
that's
Good way to
perfect.
pass the time.
Um, yeah,
Hmm.
so it'd be good because I was just gonna say like one of your hobbies or whatever, and that's a good one. I don't think my hobbies would keep me happy in a hospital bed personally, but like you said, knitting or sewing,
Yeah,
whatever it
that's what I've
takes.
done the last few years when I've had like a longer stay or something. I'm just like, shit, I'm going to the ER. I know this is probably going to be a hospital stay because of how bad it's acting up right now. So I'm just going to prepare and bring one with me right now.
At least it'll help you
Um,
pass time in the ER waiting room.
right.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes it's been a couple of pretty long waits just to get to that, just get through into the ER.
Um, daily weed users, when you stop smoking, Do you have a lot of episodes? Just recently tried to stop smoking and I forgot. Surprise. About the episodes being likely to act up. It was only one day and I was already having episodes, despite it being a couple months since I've had multiple strong episodes in a day, in a single day. I don't remember hardly anything from the past 2 days, and I definitely couldn't make a coherent timeline of the past couple events. Does anybody have more episodes when you don't smoke? No,
I
but
did not.
yeah,
I wouldn't blame it on that, because usually if I'm not smoking at all for more than a day, then I'm somewhere far away without, you know, everything. So chances are something else is going on, and I would blame that stress or those changes, but not smoking.
Yeah, last
one of
it's been like a year now, but I stopped for about a month to pass a drug test, and I didn't have one that whole time. So for me personally, it doesn't affect me at least. But that's probably the longest I've gone in like 5 years without doing it. So that was like a one-off thing. So I don't have too many like experiences to go off of.
I um I went a couple days. No, I didn't have more seizures. Um, but I only went a couple days just to see if I could, and I could. But I didn't keep smoking flower after that. I just started smoking vape. So that's something that did change. I just started vaping afterward, just go straight into vaping. Go ahead, Jeff.
Right, you, Jeff. Yeah.
When I first came back to Pennsylvania in January, um, I stopped smoking for a couple of days, and I had no problem with it. I went back because the pain here is, on me is terrible. But I had, I didn't have any more seizures from it.
Got a comment here. It says, "Been down this road myself, mate. The rebound seizures are brutal when you stop cold turkey. Had to learn the hard way that tapering down slowly over weeks works way better than just stopping. Even though your brain keeps telling you just quit everything at once, the memory gaps after clusters are the worst part. Like losing chunks of time you can't get back." Um, I smoked weed for a long time, and that kind of sounded like a person who didn't know what they were talking about. I've never heard of someone tapering down off of weed. Are you serious? Have you guys ever heard anything like that? You smoke less until you're not smoking any. I haven't heard anything like that in a very long time. That made no sense at all. Taper down off of weed. Do you stop or you don't? You're gonna start smoking a half a joint instead of a whole joint. What? You're gonna go down to a quarter? I don't get it.
I mean, maybe it was
Um,
helping them fall asleep or like helping them with pain or
You're
hunger or
so
something, and
understanding,
then
James.
they needed it a little bit more often. I don't know.
how
I'm just
would you
trying to
take?
like give them the benefit of the
So
doubt because yeah, I haven't really heard anybody do that either. Either you do it or you don't, but some people might react different with it. That's all.
how would you taper down? How would you go on about that?
I don't know because I smoke vape, flower, and like have gummies, so I don't really know. Like I just whatever I feel like taking at the moment. So maybe
Okay.
I would just like stop one type of product for a while until I used less or something. I don't know. Because
Okay,
like
let
I
me put
said,
it like this.
when I had to pass that drug test, I was just like, well, shit stays in your system for like a month, so I'm just gonna stop today, wait a while, and hope I hope I pass, which I did. Because I think I went a little overboard and didn't do it for, like I said, about like 30 days or maybe a couple more longer than that. But I
What I
just
was thinking was, um, so say you had a drug test and you knew it was in 2 months. Do you taper down or you just quit?
I don't know if I like I did last time. I'd probably just quit. Just that way, I know I wouldn't be playing with it. I'd just make sure it's fully out of my system. And then because like I literally got my blood drawn, got back home from Kaiser, and then fucking smoked the bowl. Like right
Nothing
after
wrong
I
with
got
that.
home and knew my blood was out of my system.
Andrea, how would you go about tapering down? Or you just cold turkey? Because the other person said it's not good for you. I've never heard that one either. It's not good to cold turkey weed.
That
Never
I
heard that
don't
during
know.
college.
If I was intentionally going to do it, I would probably just try to smoke less often than I was previously smoking. But I did actually taper down and quit for over a month, and I'm just trying to build my tolerance back up because it is like absolutely beyond zero now. But that was I kind of just naturally tapered down because it was worsening the side effects of the meds that I was struggling with already. So I just kind of naturally wasn't smoking as often or as much when I smoked until I finally just didn't smoke anymore.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I quit cold turkey for pregnancy and everything felt like shit for 10 months. Started smoking again a year after that when I was done breastfeeding. And now, same thing. I take like no more than 2 hits and I'm set. Very low tolerance. It works. I spent like a hundred bucks before we left Florida and I'm a month in and I still got like a half ounce left. So yeah, it lasts.
Yeah, I can't do that. You said a
Yeah, that's the
month?
only
Oh, an
reason I'd want
ounce.
to taper down is just to get my tolerance a little bit higher. Because when
No.
I smoked that bowl, like after right after I got back home from that test, I was just like, holy shit, this hits way harder now.
It's amazing how
Okay,
fast
so
the tolerance goes down.
Yep, I mean it's like that with
she said
anything, right?
she said it's been a month since she left Florida and she's still at a half ounce from an ounce. Um, I smoked way more than that. An ounce a month later is not there. Uh,
I'll bet it's been several months since I bought an ounce and I still got a half plus some.
yeah, but you stopped smoking though, so you still
Yeah,
got it
but I
because you
mean,
stopped smoking.
this was a while before like stopped that I bought it.
Yeah. I get an ounce, and it usually lasts 7 days. And every Thursday, the club has a sale. The dispensary has a sale, 40% off. So see you guys on Thursdays and try to last till then.
I think the
Um,
most I ever smoked was I was going through about an ounce in a month.
mm, um, the most I ever smoked, I was going through an ounce in 2 days.
That's a lot of weed,
Yeah.
man.
Well, I had like 3 pounds at one time. So I was just smoking and smoking and smoking just to smoke. At one point, I was just playing video games and just smoking for no reason. Um, now these days, I'm telling myself, you gotta smoke to get high, not smoke just to be smoking, because that's what I was doing. I would just roll up and smoke. I'm high as hell already. Yeah. When I'm already high, you don't smoke. I've been telling my mom that. Mom, you just smoking and I'm already high. You already high. And she's like, I just smoke because I smoke.
Like,
I told
yeah,
her, hey, that's
and
your thing. Yeah, I told her, hey, that's your thing. Do it. I'm just saying, it doesn't make sense now to me why I was smoking so much weed back then. Um,
Mama can afford it. She's getting people to bring it to her for free, remember?
right, I was about to say afford. Huh? Um, I can afford to be nice. But yeah, got some comments here. I'll read these two, then we'll move on. One says, I've gone from years of heavy THC consumption to abrupt CBD only, and back to some THC again, and I've never experienced anything from it. Another comment here says, I went from 10 plus year heavy daily smoker to quitting last year, and now if I even take a little puff when my friends are smoking, it gives me crazy anxiety and feels like I'm gonna have a seizure. Never experienced it before, but I guess my tolerance is practically zero now, so it makes sense. And honestly, seizures can occur during withdrawal of any substance: THC, alcohol, nicotine, caffeine. Abruptly stopping anything like that isn't safe for an epileptic. Um, it's just me. It's never happened to me, so people say stuff like that. I just say I don't agree. Um, what are you smoking that it's that hard?
Kate's saying that I'm in risking seizures by having my caffeine all the time, but I've always had caffeine all the time. So
Mm,
imagine any substance that affects your brain could, any abrupt change in the amount you're consuming could cause a seizure, possibly. There's the potential. Not saying it will happen, but there is the potential.
okay, I got something else here. Drinking while on Capra. As the title says, does anybody drink here while on Capra or any med for that reason? I've only ever had two seizures in my life, both TCs, one on September 26, 2024, and my second one was on September 24th, 2025. I've been on Keppra 1,500 milligrams a day ever since my second seizure. Thankfully, nothing ever since, but prior to both seizures, I was drinking very heavily, at least 6 to 8 beers every day, plus some heavy alcohol. I was drinking heavily ever since I was 19 to 23. I have not touched liquor since my second seizure and since I started Keppra. Although I spoke to my neuro about a month ago, and he was saying it's typically fine to have 3 to 4 drinks in a night every now and then, but definitely not as much as I was drinking before. For context, I'm 24 years old. My friends and I plan on going to Vegas for a weekend in May or so, and I was hoping to have maybe 3 to 4 drinks just to get a good buzz so I can join in on the fun and kind of let loose a little bit. Basically, what I'm asking is, has anyone ever had any complications from drinking a little bit every now and then while on Keppra or any med for that reason? I just wanted to hear other people's experiences, not like crazy amounts, like 3 to 4 drinks or shots every 2 to 3 months during a special occasion, birthday, wedding, trip, etc. Anybody drink while on these medications? How's it
Occasionally,
treating you?
I plead the
hasn't
fifth.
affected anything for me.
Vodka on Kepra. I think it was like a 30-minute cluster.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't remember any of that, but that was definitely a trigger.
Yeah. I never drank 3 to 4 beers, but don't do it. That's all I gotta say.
Wine was the only thing I ever got away with. And I mean like a itty bitty little bit.
Um,
And that's off the meds.
I was a tequila guy, so um, yeah, alcohol never made me have a seizure. And I only really drank like at events, like when people drink socially. They say that's what they say these days. Instead of getting drunk with your friends, they call it drinking socially. Um,
Have to be
yeah,
politically correct.
yeah, like everybody's getting so soft these days.
I would say I have enough of them, but I don't know if that's a trigger for me or not, to be honest. So I
You ever
my
tried quitting?
drinking?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean every time like my pancreas acts up or something like that, I don't do it for,
that isn't
like,
trying to stop drinking. That's you stop drinking because you're sick.
well, but I mean like once I like after that I heal up or let it heal up, and I'll go like a couple months at a time without doing it, and then I'll go back into having it for, I don't know, a couple times a week, and I'm up and down with it.
Okay, because I was going to say you stop because you're sick, is what you just said, but gotcha. Um,
Like, I mean, or like, yeah, after having like seizures and stuff, then I won't for several days because that might trigger it. Or, dude, when I was on the phone with my doctor earlier, my parents helped me keep like this list of like every time I have a seizure and like what the date is and like a few little notes next to it of like what time of day, what may have caused it and everything. And so this piece of paper that my mom gave me to talk to my doctor today, it's completely full on one side. And this is only the one since June of 2022, and there's 53 written down on this sheet. I was talking to my doctor and I'm
what?
sitting there counting all of them. I'm like, God damn, less than 4 years, 52 of them. I don't know if that's high or low for the rest of you guys, but to me that seems crazy because that's less than 4 years.
No,
So that's
that's
more than,
love.
In the
That's
last four
impressive to
years,
keep hold of one piece of paper, like the same piece of paper, and actually keep using it. That's impressive.
I don't know if you can see it, but yeah, from top, the last
Incredible.
two are even handwritten, but the rest of them are all printed out from top to bottom. And that's just since 2022. I've been having them since '06. So I don't even know where the other pieces of paper are that
Yeah.
that have them all
A
printed
cabinet.
out on them. So yeah, I was just like, damn, I've never like sat and counted and thought about this until I was talking to my doctor today.
yeah.
So
With me, um, I was drinking and I was having no problems. So, um, and I wasn't drinking like all the time. I was just drinking people around, people when other people are drinking.
and it's hard to
Very
it's hard to
heavy.
say too. The person just said on Kepra, like what we've all talked about many,
Yeah.
many times, how we all have several different dosages of it. Are
Anywhere
they
from
just,
like 500 to 6,000.
yeah, exactly. So that also will affect how the alcohol reacts too. So that yeah, it just makes it an even tougher question because everyone's body's different, your dosage is different, how much you drink is different. So there's a bunch of like variables within that question.
No clear cut answer.
They're they also said or any medication for if that matters. They said that a few times. Um, but
I don't think it matters. I think alcohol affects all medications, and but some more, some worse. Obviously, the benzos are, they could be they can seriously hurt your body, and yeah.
Yeah, like I
So
definitely wouldn't take like my pain medication like and then have a beer like right after. Like that would just be the dumbest like shit to do, right? I mean, like those are definitely things you don't want to mix. So yeah, it depends on the, like you said, the medication and strength and all that.
Um, that made me think though, Kate, when you said that you can drink wine, but alcohol isn't good. Um, is it like that for everyone? Is there a certain type of alcohol you can drink that'll bother you, and a certain type that you know I shouldn't drink this?
No,
Because
you
I was
don't.
just a
Some
straight
people go for
tequila
dark
drinker.
liquor and some people go, yeah, that everybody's different. That's probably the best way to say it.
Well, if I don't want to advise a person doing something, but drink a lot of water, drink light beer, drink, yeah,
But see, then it
you
depends
know.
on how much you have. I had a buddy back when I was in college, right? And he like our young 20s, and he was just having some like mental health issues, right? So then he got prescribed bipolar medication. So then he's like, okay, I'm not going to drink hard alcohol. I'm just going to have wine. But then by the end of the night, when he had like 3 bottles of wine, I'm like, bro, that's not any different than having some hard alcohol. Like you're still having the same amount of like alcoholic content. It's just a different form. So like, there's you can say you're only going to have 2 shots and like, oh, I'm going to cut back and only drink wine. But then if you have like 3 bottles of wine, it's not any it's not any different. I was like, bro, come on, dude, like let's cut back here on this, man. You're on a different medication. Let's see how it reacts with you and stuff like that.
Freaking
So
quacks giving them
he was just, yeah, it was
bipolar
just kind of funny the
medication.
way he like worded it and like what he did. I'm like, dude, that's not any different.
What's up, Jeff?
Mm,
Why doesn't he drink non-alcoholic beer?
Because then that's just pointless. It still tastes like crap. It doesn't get you drunk. Like,
But at least he's out with his buddies, and yeah, it is crap. But at least he's out with his buddies, and he doesn't feel left out.
yeah, that that
oh, for
that's
no.
yeah, that's true. Get something that's non-alcoholic, or just have like your first one is an actual beer, and then the rest are non-alcoholic for the night. So at least you say you like
You never
cheers
know.
to with your friends or something, even.
I know, but if you know people who overdo it, who might have addiction problems, and I've been around people like that. I think I am a person like that. Um, it's not gonna. No, they're
Yeah,
gonna. No, it's just not gonna suffice. They can't pretend. They'll, yeah.
yeah. I think you and I have both said it before, Kevin. It's like it's either none or eight,
Yeah, all or
right?
nothing.
Yep,
I'm not drinking. I'm not drinking 3 beers. I'm drinking 15.
yep, yeah. But I'm like, oh, it's not gonna be that bad. And then you wake up in the morning, you're like, oh fuck, this is bad.
Yeah.
I'll read a couple of these comments before I move on. One comment says alcohol was involved for 2 of my seizures as well. Just hit 4 years alcohol free. You lose your license for 3 months after a seizure here. And after biking to work for 6 months through the middle of Minnesota winter, I decided it wasn't worth it. Alcohol is a trigger for every person, regardless if you have a, in quote, disorder or not. Another comment here says, I'm getting hammer face right now. My doctor is aware of my habit. Usually drink 3 beers before bedtime. Regular drinker before and after I started having seizures. I don't believe it makes a difference for me. Everyone is different though. That isn't funny, but it's a hammer face right now. And the doctor knows. Um, yeah. Uh, Two more. One says, I'm not a neurologist. However, according to my neurologist, Keppra interacts with alcohol and can amp up side effects and dizziness, drowsiness, and difficulty concentrating. My neurologist, again, mine and not yours, told me to stick to 1 beer and outing. There are times when I've thought I could handle it and reach for the second beer and wake up the next morning feeling like I had 10. Headache, soreness, nausea. If I were you, I'd have a beer every once in a while as a treat. There are a lot of NA options also. Um, Anybody been to NA? Because I don't know
What?
what that had to do with alcohol. Because NA is Narcotics Anonymous, correct?
I believe they meant non-alcoholic.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I was
I'm
thinking narcotics as well. I was thinking of the other one also.
thinking like are you telling them drugs or alcohol? Figure out what 'cause I was lost with that one. Um, yeah, I got one. Has anyone tried Chinese medicine to treat generalized epilepsy or epilepsy in general? I'm curious to hear if anyone has seen any results. I'm not trying to stop my medications by any means, but I've tried it all, and at this point, still keep seizing.
No, don't do that. It's stupid.
Yeah, I work, yeah, the area I live in has like a lot of foreign people, and I get recommended that all the time, either like Chinese herbal medicine or different like healistic and herbal things like from Indian people as well. And in my head, I'm just like, bro, I've already taken like 10 different medicines that are specifically designed to treat this, and they're not working. Like having like a herb or something random it's not going to make this go away. I'm just like, oh, thank you, I'll look into it, but yeah, I never do because I know it's just, yeah, not going to change. Having a cup of tea in the morning is not gonna cure my epilepsy.
So that's pretty much what it boils down to.
Well, I mean, that's, I'm
Yeah.
over exaggerating, but when they say like herbal medicine or something like that,
Oh,
that's what I'm
okay.
picturing is like, yeah, just something like super basic like that, and I'm just like, I know it's not gonna work. I don't want to be disrespectful and be like you're stupid, but I just like, oh, I'll look into it or I'll try it or blah blah blah.
Um,
And many of them will actually can actually make it much worse. I think ginseng is one of them. I think I'm not 100% sure on this, but ginseng may actually aggravate epilepsy. I'll look that up right now. But
Or like sometimes some of the stuff that they recommend, like I said, it's very like traditional, either Chinese or like Indian, like India, not Native American Indian, but like stuff. So then you have like it's hard to find too. Like I have to go to like specific Chinese or Indian like grocery stores to find this. So then I have to like ride further and go out of my way, and just like some of them aren't cheap either. And I was like, I'm not doing this. My insurance isn't covering this, and stuff like that. So I just kind of gave up when people tell me. I'm just like, okay, forget it.
okay. I read these comments here. One comment says, "I wouldn't suggest it. Lack of evidence based medicine, and most concepts of it are based on pseudoscience." Anyone know what pseudoscience is? I'll go to the
So
next
it's just a
comment.
way of saying fake.
yeah,
Oh,
nonsense.
there's another comment here. It says, "Not a TCM practitioner, but have lived and studied in China. Epilepsy would be considered a symptom in TCM, not a single condition. There are multiple underlying body states that could be causing epilepsy, each with a different treatment. There are a dozen of different herbal recipes, and randomly picking one is never a good idea. It's not as simple as having some red dates on your period, for example. Some studies from last year showed that supplemental TCM might help with epilepsy, but the jury is still out." Another comment says, I always get acupuncture, but after I've had a seizure, it helps me manage my symptoms. For instance, that just got hit by a truck feeling. I'm a big fan. I'm not a fan. Um, and the last comment here says, first off, I don't know much about Chinese medicine. I have no reason to believe it or not believe it. Working besides the lack of actual research, in my opinion, if nothing truly helps, why why not try? Research stuff before you take it. Like maybe it's actually a bit toxic, but adding it into your own medication wouldn't be crazy at this point. I had TBI 2 years ago, and a TBI is a brain traumatic brain injury, if you don't know. And my doctors tend to have the opinion of trying anything because brains are weird and know we don't know what works. Not exactly the same, but brain, unless it's toxic or a potential trigger, go for it. Honestly, even with potential triggers, weigh the risk and options. I'm not trying anything because it just reminds me of like my sister would say random things. You should try keto. You should try this plant and mix it with some tea and it might work. And I used to just think you're just throwing shit out there that you're hearing because putting this plant in a tea is not going to stop epilepsy. Um, but they don't know those things because they don't look those things up. There's no tea that I can stop taking the Motrigine and help make me better. I wish there was, but there's nothing I can put in the tea, none of that. But yeah, some people think traditional Chinese is what helps.
Things
You
uh, alleviate your post-ectal symptoms or uh, problems like that or anything, I think uh, I would be a proponent. Um, but yeah, I don't think there's no proven cure as of now out of the East, Eastern medicine.
And yeah, I have some like very traditional like Chinese like restaurants and markets and stuff around me. Like the closest shopping center to me, like literally
Ooh,
a third of a mile tops. And there's a restaurant there that serves turtle soup. Like there is literally a a turtle like in its shell laying in the soup. Like some just like dishes that at least to my American eyes and ears just seem like something I would never even think of ordering, let alone like, putting together so certain dishes and stuff. And so yeah, some people recommend some very interesting like traditional uh things, and there's nothing wrong with that. If that's what they want to do, then that's fine. That's their culture. But
I bet
to my American ears, it sounds freaking weird.
that might be
know,
healthier
And you had to
than
act it out too. You went back and
Dude, because
sprawled
there's
out.
the picture on the menu, and like the first time I saw it, I just stared at it for like a minute. I was like, "Is this real?" Like it was. It's a turtle like
oh
on its
yeah.
back. It's still in the shell. Like you could see its little hands and like head sticking out of the shell. And I was just like, "What the is this? I have never seen this
oh
before."
man,
Anyway,
No.
they give you a fork?
what was
You
that?
just eat it out of the shell?
I don't know. There was no way in hell I was gonna order it or touch it. So it was just too weird. It
I
didn't sound
usually
appealing to me. Like certain things. Like I recently, I'm a history nerd, so I was recently reading some stuff about World War II, and because of all the food shortages in Australia, they ate kangaroo. I don't know if it's still a common
Yes,
food that's
people still do eat kangaroo. and it's
I'm
a
sure there's
very
a
limited.
few out there, but I'm sure it's not as common of a thing. But I had never heard that before. So to me, that just sounded like if somebody placed that on a plate in front of me, I don't know if I'd be able to like take a bite of it or not. That just seems too odd to me. But
Ostrich.
No,
You
I'm
ever heard of
sure it would
ostrich
look like,
burger?
yeah, yeah,
yeah.
I've had ostrich burger. I've had buffalo jerky, which is hella good. I've eaten a couple of other
Okay.
weird things that other people would probably think are super weird, right? But it just depends on your culture and what you've grown up around.
Yeah, I wouldn't say weird. I'd just say that's their thing because they could
Or
say
yeah,
chicken
just
is
different.
weird.
Sorry, different. Yeah,
Yeah.
just different to our culture. Yeah, weird is the wrong word to use. I am sorry.
Yeah, we were talking about this
Yeah,
with
so
Mark. What like the strangest thing you've eaten? Like, yeah, I've had shark and alligator. So yeah, that's
I had escargot one time. That was odd. I don't know what made me
escargot. Oh, snails, right?
nail. Yeah,
see
Okay.
what I mean though? Like some of those that you're saying, that's odd, but then that's a delicacy.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Like that can be hell of expensive at like French restaurants and stuff.
Right.
I have a general rule that I don't eat anything older than me. And aren't oysters like seven? They're like 70 years old, I thought.
But some
They're more
aged
than that.
cheeses and wines can be pretty damn good though, man.
And
Uh,
and and,
From what
and
I hear, yes. Mhm.
back in the 60s and early 70s, escargot weren't that expensive.
No.
Really?
it's
Mm.
like
Yeah,
it's like shark
nothing.
fin
Well,
soup.
nothing was.
Well,
Yeah,
shark
like
fins are so
shark fin
expensive
soup.
because they're illegal pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, it's illegal. But then there's these markets that have it, and basically no one come in to patrol where you're getting it from, or your buyer. I mean, your dealer isn't there. Basically, you don't
Yeah.
have a problem. You got a bunch of fins sitting on the table, and someone
Yeah,
frowning at you.
I've seen like video clips on YouTube of that, and I'm like, damn, that's I don't even know if it tastes that good or if it's just like a society, like high society type, type thing. Like, look at me, I can afford to buy this.
It's like it's like I was watching a documentary, and it said that they had that they were like frowning upon the people that were catching tuna, and I think it was like Manila or something like that. They're catching tuna, and then what they if they just catch a big old net, and they just think it's described. I mean, think it's all tuna basically. But what they call other stuff that they catch in the net is byproduct. They don't take it out. They just sell it to you, and on the can it says may contain byproduct. So whatever's in that net, we might not even know. They might have caught a shark, but they did tell
Yeah.
you there's byproduct, and that's what they mean by that. It's disgusting. I had to stop eating tuna. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
you
because
might get free
I've seen
willy or
ones where
something.
like they don't really do much else with the shark meat, so they basically just like cut the fin off and then throw it back in the water because there's nothing else to do with the rest of
Yes,
the.
they were doing that on the documentaries, just like cut them off and then throw them in the water. They were showing the sharks and showing the people cutting them. It was
Yeah,
wild, and there's blood all over the boat, and they just throw the shark in and it just sinks. Um, that's messed up.
it's like
Yeah.
yeah, it like disgusted me out to watch. Like I can't like. There's no way I'd be able to like do that as a job, man.
No.
Yeah.
That's just
Be a
nuts to
fisherman.
me.
Yeah, there was in the documentary there was people, they were like with the cameras, and they weren't supposed to be there, so they were like trying to hide behind something and record this boat that was just in the middle of nowhere in Manila, and they're watching them unload all kinds of stuff and throw the sharks back in the water and take their fins. Um,
Damn,
Yeah, they like took off running, said the people were chasing them, and cut off the cameras, cut off the cameras. But
that's
gotta stop
crazy.
eating tuna. Tuna is no now. Now that they put that on the can just to tell us. In all these years, I never read the can. Thought it was tuna. I didn't know you could just catch something and be like, I might have caught something. So you might not want to eat this. Is basically what the can is saying is I might have caught a tuna or a shark or a dolphin. Um, Eat at your own risk.
Well,
Um,
now you know it's called chicken of the sea. There might be that in there too. No, I'm just kidding.
I I think there is pure white tuna that's supposed to be safe. I think that is it pure white or I don't
But
know.
it's a good bit more pricier too.
Well,
I
yeah,
hate to walk away from the camera, but go ahead, keep talking. I'm gonna go get some of this byproduct and show you what I mean. Um, yeah, keep talking.
no,
It's
okay, well,
disgusting.
yeah, if you want something,
I don't. You guys think that tuna with the byproducts or like imitation crab is worse? Like any kind of imitation meat or
I
seafood.
don't I don't like seafood that much. I don't uh eat crab or shrimp. I especially don't eat shrimp or I lobster. I
What?
Not
yeah,
even lobster.
I have never had lobster. No.
Oh,
O-
okay.
only in sushi. Only in sushi. Um, yeah.
What's up, Jeff?
I think both the the white meat tuna and the one with byproduct are safe. It's what's the difference if it's shark meat or salmon? Well, it can't be salmon because it would be pig. But if you catch a whitefish in there and you make it mostly with tuna and there's a little other fish in there, that seems fine to me. I mean, I usually buy both and mix them together.
I mean, unfortunately, that's how like a lot of products are now. Like, if it's just a certain percentage of what you're calling it, then it's like safe
Exactly.
Yeah.
to go with. There's a lot of things that we eat. They're still yeah safe. It's just not exactly what they're advertising the product like as. Like, didn't McDonald's recently get sued over like their McRib, saying it was like barely any like
Meat.
pork meat or something in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like it was just like bullshit they threw together or something.
Yeah,
So I
it's
mean, there's a
not
lot of
actually rigged. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's
Uh-huh.
still they still might taste okay. I don't know. I've never had one. It still might taste okay, and obviously people aren't getting sick left and right from it. It's just not pork. It's not what you're expecting out of it, right?
I, I still don't know what it is, but yeah.
Get this.
Uh,
Somebody says, I've got my wheels back. The background, breakthrough seizure in November, wasn't taking my Keppra, learned a valuable lesson. At my neurologist's advice, I told Maryland officials about my seizure in December. I didn't know this was required per se because nobody told me it was. I've been working on the honor system, and my last seizure was in 2014. The MBA thanked me for being a good citizen and, in the same breath, asked me to hand over my license. When I hit the 90-day mark, I sent them the paperwork attesting that I've been okay since then and had my doc vouch for me. Today, I was checking the MBA's online service and found a copy of the letter they must have just mailed me. I'm good to drive again. One string attached. They want me to contact them by September 4th to verify that I haven't had another seizure and to have my neurologist, who I'm not seeing again until next December, vouch for me once again. But as long as I do that and as long as I stick to my meds, I'm home free. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? I'm congratulations is not even the first word to mind because it's just, I don't know. I still don't feel like it's safe. I still feel like seizures can come back anytime, anywhere, especially behind the wheel.
I, yeah, I got my license back after my first one, but I was only, 20 years old. I was working, I was going to college, I had a girlfriend, and then you're stubborn at that age, right? You're like, ah, it's never gonna happen again. And then so yeah, I got it back, and then about a year later I had another one, and I was like, okay, maybe this isn't the best idea. I was like, okay, maybe I'll wait another year again. Had another one before then, and I was like, oh, okay, it's yeah, time to stop driving, give over the license, and sell the car. Let's use that money for something else. Especially too, because like I said in the past, I, I worked at bike shops forever. I know how to work on my own bike. I was riding my bike, most of the time anyway to my job, so it wasn't that hard of a situation for me personally. If my job was like 20 miles away for or something, then maybe I'd have been a bit more stubborn about it. But I yeah, I gave it up, and now having so many, as we were talking, recently in the last few years, I wouldn't ever feel safe driving again. I don't know when they're gonna ever happen. So
Yeah, that's pretty much how I look at it too.
depends on, yeah, if that person wants to gamble with, their car that's how much worth ever that much with their life, other people's lives, maybe getting in a lawsuit if you plow into somebody else's car. That's your decision. I wouldn't recommend it, but that's yeah, they're an adult. It's their decision to make.
Yeah. When I left to go get some of this tuna, and my mom, she said we don't have the ones that said byproduct or something like that, but she said we have the ones that say dolphin safe on it, and even the guys, the documentary she watched for me, she said even the guy who like does all the, I don't know if he does the testing or whatever, like make sure everybody's doing the rules right or whatever the case, like not putting dolphin in it like they say. He was even like, basically, you got to take your word for it. I mean, take their word for it. You decide if you think they have no dolphin in it or whatever the case. But the can does say dolphin free, that they are so sure. And yeah, the other guy was like, how can you be 100% sure? He was just like, well, you can't. You just hope for the best. Hope that your
Yeah,
tuna
with as much
salad
product
is.
is going through there, you can't test every batch, every can. That's just not that's
Right.
just not possible. I
And
mean,
chicken
yes,
of
it's
the sea
physically
comes from
possible, but
Thailand.
yeah.
Thailand tuna. Huh. Best if used 2 years from now. Okay. I don't need tuna anymore though. My mom made sure she went out and got all the dolphin free tunas, which take their word for it. It's a label on the can at any point. I mean, at this point. I got a post here though. Says, oh, Kate might be able to relate. It says, have you ever been better without taking any meds? I just have this crazy feeling to stop the meds. I spent 5 years seizure free with no medication, and I felt healthier and happier. I had an episode late 2022, and I decided to go to the doctor to get help. Since then, my episodes have been more and more frequent. Kepper was giving me more seizures, and lamotrigine seems to help but doesn't solve the problem. At this point, I visited more than 10 neurologists in less than 2 years, and some of them wanted me to be on an antidepressant, anxiety medication, sleeping pills, a lot of things I didn't want to do or need. I knew before being on these meds what I should do and shouldn't do to avoid my episodes. And hey, it was working, but it wasn't perfect. That first seizure in 2022 happened because I saw a bear in the wild, and I swear I thought I was gonna die, which gave me a panic attack and then a seizure. Fuck my life. For reference, I'd get seizure every 3 to 5 years since they started when I was 13 years old, and now I'm 29. In the last 2 years, while being on meds, I've had seven in total. Anyways, have anyone experienced anything similar? If so, what did you do? Okay, so I did not see a bear ever, so that's not similar. Um, and about the meds not working, I take lamotrigine, like the person was saying. It's good. It's not working for everything, but just don't want to add side effects to what I'm doing. Um, and I don't know about working better. I'm living good like this. Go ahead, Kate.
I don't want to come off the wrong way for this one, but a lot of people get more seizures later in life. If you're started when you were 13 and you only had one every like 3 to 5 years, you're still only in your 20s. So I don't know. I wouldn't consider anything under control unless you can go like 6 months without, and then shouldn't, maybe consider asking to reduce the meds unless you're going on like even longer than that. But honestly, even though I know I'm totally not following my own advice, but have a doctor on the same page is probably still just safer.
Um,
It, it, that's it is tough because I really want to um uh mm,
How many years without a
yeah
seizure?
mm,
You're going on like 5 or 6 years without or something, right? Like a long time.
8.
The hello. Okay.
Yeah, this will be my eighth year. So and I the appointment I had the other day, um I, they think perhaps I'm taking too much of something, um because of all my uh the the emotion or the feelings I might have. I might be taking too much of something. I might actually be um you know uh at too much of something now. Too much of the benzos or too much um Topamax, and I feel like I want to take that 25 milligrams more out because I lowered now, and I feel great. And no, well, not great, but it's
Have you had any more
I
seizures? I mean, you
yeah,
have
and
since you
I
lowered the dose, you haven't had any more.
no,
Nice.
I feel like I could go lower. Yeah,
Nice.
but
That's encouraging.
they are so stubborn about the benzos. They will not. No, they will. Over the past couple years, nothing. They will not. No, they just are like a brick wall. They will not lower the benzos, and it's so frustrating. And it's just Clopamax. It's such a weak benzo, and I'm just so frustrated with this.
Are those
All
one
right,
of the ones that they prescribe at kind of a low dose anyway?
no, I'm at a high dose. I'm at
Oh, okay.
40 and
40 what?
40 40 milligrams of Club Max would be, I don't know. I don't know what that would transfer over to as Klonopin. Maybe, I don't
I
know.
mean, either way, those itty bitty pills, it's hard to cut them in half, and it's hard to get off of those and not, knowingly throw yourself off. That's what I remember about the benzos. That they're
Yeah,
always like small pills, a little dose, but they were the most frustrating ones.
yeah, yeah.
Um, to the comments here about better taken without meds. One comment says, honestly, haven't been on meds since 2020 and I feel better than ever. Have not had any issues since fall of 2017. I said it a million times and I'll have to say it a million more. Know your triggers and stay away from them like they are the plague. Knowing your body and how it acts or reacts to everything in life is the key. Just hard to stay away from the stress these days. BOL.
Mm.
They don't mean LOL by BOL, do they? Or is BOL actually a thing?
Never heard that one.
Nah.
Capital BOL.
B is nowhere near L,
Um,
so I don't know.
yeah, I was thinking
Yeah.
that since B is not near L. Uh, Another comment here says, no meds have helped me and all. Had horrible side effects. Keto diet and going into premature menopause are the only two things that have reduced my seizures. I refuse to take meds ever again, even though I still have seizures. That's just me, though. Menopause is like uh, to reduce the seizures. What is menopause again? This person said that that's not something I can do, right? That's for a woman, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure before I say something. Um, yeah, well, I guess I won't be going through that.
It's all good. You'll be aging too.
Hmm.
Mm. But for menopause to help stop the seizures, though, that's dope. Well,
Hey, everybody's
um,
different. You never know.
Yeah. That, that's what my
another comment here
uh
says,
should I finish? Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, my doctor did insist that going through life, you're going for men and women that um your body is going to change and it's yeah, as your it, yeah, it's going to, yeah, your body is going to experience different things as you go through life, different ages. Yeah. So I'm gonna expect something, some kind of different, I don't know, chemical changes. So we'll see. Uh, I don't know, but
uh,
that, that
there's,
wasn't what that wasn't well said, but expect something with age.
it was understood. I got you.
Yeah.
Um, One last comment here says, I actually did this. So frustrated with the docs. It felt so good. No hives, clearness. Figured didn't need them. Then had a major seizure in the grocery store, causing a very bad hematoma.
Damn.
Anybody know what a hematoma is? I don't. I want to look it up. Sounds bad.
Isn't that the thing when you get a bump and it doesn't go away? It's like there's definitely a better explanation for it than that.
Something with blood. Um, Uh,
A localized
Hmm.
collection of clotted or partially clotted blood outside the blood vessels, so it looks like a really bad bruise. Oh, or it can be
Yeah.
a lump or painful swelling. Okay, but it sounds like hematomas are painful. And they might even require a surgical drainage procedure.
It also says a hematoma is a closed wound where blood collects and fills the space inside your body. Hmm.
Yeah, it sounds painful.
So
And they
basically,
said
it's
this
like,
happened after a long time without.
um, yeah, yep. They said they stopped taking them and felt like they didn't need them. Then had a major seizure in a grocery store.
Oh, okay.
Very bad hematoma could be like a punch in the eye, right?
Oh, wow. That would be dangerous.
Well, I'm assuming that's what like a black eye is like, right? A hematoma. Um, just when the
Oh,
eye goes
that
black
could be.
for yeah. Um, yeah. Got another one here though, and it says, "Oh no, you guys, anybody taking trileptal?" Never mind. I'll go to this one. Seizures and living alone. Oh, none of us live alone. I can move forward. Looking for support.
oh,
Why?
Andrea just left.
What happened?
Oh, that's too bad. Mm,
Did she say anything? I didn't see her leave.
yeah.
Uh,
I'll just see you later. Does that post indicate that they're living alone successfully? That's something we could all
um,
like to hear.
okay. Um, I'll go with that one. It says seizures and living alone. I've been having full grand mal seizures since I was 15, around 5 years ago now, after
Oh,
experiencing multiple traumatic events. And on a good month, I would typically have 2 to 3, if not stressed. A year and a half ago, I moved in on my own after sofa surfing for over a year, so had no choice but to get my own place. I can't feel my seizures coming on at all and have had seizures in the shower, etc., meaning I'm laying down for 30 plus minutes before I become conscious. I am medicated for this. However, if I'm stressed, I'm more than likely to have a seizure. Sorry if this was a bit much as well, but I was just wanting to know how some people cope with living alone. It does give me massive anxiety at times, as well as not having anyone that actually understands and just tells me to take a second and breathe if I'm stressed. Worst part is telling me I have penis seizure. LOL. What the hell is a penis seizure? I don't.
Yeah.
Um,
Well,
it says
I would just tell
LOL,
that
so
one
this
get cameras.
I've I've lived with roommates. That's the closest thing. And now I for 8 months I did actually technically live alone. Um, I lived in an apartment across from my parents. It's a long story. Um, but um, when I lived with roommates, that was very it did ease the stress because college was very stressful for me. And I would say that actually helped. The people there, they were my age, and yeah, it depends on how you react with other people, but I liked it. You know, it was I was out on my own, and I And it was it was really terrible for me having to leave that. The guy lost his house, and it was right after the the what happened in 2008, the mortgage crisis, and everyone lost their
Yeah, that one.
house. Yeah, so I was subletting from him, and we all had to go, and had to move back in with my parents, and but that was a good situation for me, and it really relieved stress. And but and the other time when I had to, I was living up. It was when my house burned down, and it was 8 months yeah, to repair it. Um, yeah, I had like an apartment on my own, and I could, yeah, that was fun. Yeah, except I did have a panic attack, and that was just because I drank too much coffee, and yeah, I can, you know, that's so
Um,
that's my hit my that's my history of living alone. Did I answer
yeah.
the question that this person asked?
Um,
It sounded like that's what they wanted to hear. Just, is it possible? I mean, this one said that they've been having seizures for a couple of years. They're only 20 years old. So
Okay,
at this
20 years
point,
old.
you're
Yeah, I
definitely
was
gonna want cameras.
5 years. They're 20 years old now. Yeah, they've been having
Yeah,
seizures
yeah.
for 5 years. Mm. Um, I don't suggest living alone because this person already says they're already laying around 30 minutes before they become conscious. Um, I never know how long it takes because when I told my mother that you got to start counting, I told her because there's times I might seem like I'm back and I'm not. Um, so now we're working on keeping the time of the seizures. Um, One comment here says, I think you'll be fine if you just mean PNES. Oh, that's what they mean by penis. Still sounds funny just saying it. PNES seizures. Definitely make sure someone trusted has your
no,
spare key in case they need to gain entry. Are you talking about grand mal epileptic seizures or grand mal as in your PNES resembles grand mal? And that person says, I think they're more said as tonic-clonic seizures now. I'm sorry. Yeah, I've had multiple MRIs which show no abnormalities. So I'm not diagnosed with epilepsy, with struggling with mental health, and my mummy and granny passing at the same age, especially, was obviously a lot, which is why penis was then investigated. My seizures are about 2 to 3 minutes of me seizing, and then it takes about 30 minutes to actually gain consciousness again. Again, I'm only 20, and I've been going through most of this on my own, so it is still a lot for me to sort out and understand and take in.
Yeah, I mean, you still need a support system, even especially if you want to safely live alone. You've got to have some kind of alert. I mean, something in literally like every room to push a button and know it's going to call the right one or send the right message. And that stuff is out there.
Um, um, Kate, you have a dog. One thing
Yep.
I was thinking, I seen on the news they have a way so you can call home and call your animal now. Um, there's a collar they have, and it has some device on it, and you got to look into it. I don't know how it helps or exactly what it does, but the dog they showed it blinking, and then the dog went outside or something like that. I don't know if they were calling from work or whatever, but they said you can call your animal.
Well, this
I'm gonna
dog
look
is doing
into it.
pretty good. That seizure that happened yesterday on FaceTime, a friend said he heard the dog whining. Like first she was barking at the German Shepherd behind the fence. Then I must have faded out and sat down in the street. She stopped barking at the German Shepherd apparently, but sat with me and just kept whining. So I was pretty impressed with that. Happy to hear. Now I'm not going to be allowed to go for a walk for a long time. So yeah. Sweet dreams,
See
Jeff.
you later, Jeff. There's
Dogs
one more
can
comment
definitely do
here.
some good stuff, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, get you a phone. Call her when you're not home.
Yeah, we'll try that. I don't know.
I actually haven't looked into it, but it was on the news, and I was just thinking, everybody that has animals, you guys can call your animals when you're um, doing whatever you do.
Yeah, but most animals can't really administer a rescue med or like they call emergency contact. That they can call, they can make phone calls. Dogs, animals can do that. But then if they come to that GPS location, it's like they're not going to be able to wherever you called them from. You don't know if the dog's going to be able to lead the EMTs to you. So, you know, anything that can alert the animal, still a benefit.
How do I tell my mom she's being an ableist? Long story short, 22-year-old female and still living with my parents. Everything is pretty normal with us. They're very understanding and everything and support me, but the language and behavior that my mom exhibits towards me is getting old. She infantilizes me. Um, infantili-
Infantilize.
infantilizes me is what I'm trying to say here. It's a constant litany of being treated like I'm made of glass. I'm underestimated and coddled. She refuses to tell me things that may stress me out, like the fact that my grandfather, who I am very close with, may be dying. Constantly reminds me that, end quote, I am not like other people. When I insist on taking on responsibility, is always calling me a kid. She even uses baby talk sometimes, like blankie and chalky milk. When I tell her that I'm not a child or a baby, she just says that I'll always be her baby. There's a clear difference in how she treats my able bodied sister and how she treats me. How do I tell her that she's being an ableist towards me, even though she doesn't notice it? I don't want to upset her because she is very supportive of me. So advice would be very appreciated. Hmm. What do you think of that? Your mother's not an ableist, though, right?
Don't ever expect your parents to change. That's the first thing. If you have a problem
Right.
and you really need some boundaries, you could have, a serious little sit down talk. But the best way out of that one is ignore it. You can't do anything else, especially if you don't like how your parents are treating you, but it's not really getting in the way of anything. Don't bother. Don't bother
Mm,
focusing any of your energy to something that doesn't really need to change. You can learn to live with it or get everything you can together and move out if you really, really
mm.
want to.
Okay. Okay. I got something. So That's kind of what I've been saying the past few posts. My mother, she's like that, but same thing with this person. You'd be like, I'm not a baby. It's like you'll be my baby forever. Heard that. Um, yeah, my mother. I would say I could totally relate with this one. Uh, she'll do everything she can until I tell her you have to stop this behavior. Um, you have to allow me to be the man that I can be. Um, if you don't point it out, things don't change. So you gotta point things out because if you don't, things won't change. I started pointing things out, and she said I was a little reckless first, how I said it and approached the situation. I was just I was trying to say, you're being a little bit. I think I probably said you're being a little much. So that's how it sounded like it did. It sounded like I said it basically. But I wasn't trying to be mean about it. I was just like, I didn't have the words then, but this person said coddled. That's the same thing I said the other day. My mother treats me, I was gonna say, so precious like a diamond, just like something you can't drop. No way, get it hurt. You gotta hold it in the middle of your hand. Make sure. Yeah, I feel like I'm getting coddled a lot too, but what can we say? They're doing everything they can for us. Just got to point out the small things. Let them know the things you can do. And sometimes don't let them run to that thing and do it for you. You got to run there yourself and beat them. Not that I do that, but if you have the opportunity to go do something yourself, do that. My mother, she'll most likely come back in this room and ask for the plate that she brought me 15 minutes ago. And yeah, like stuff like that. I'm like, Mom, I could have took that to the kitchen myself and helped you out. Not my mom. Happy being an ableist is also her thing. Um, she is very happy being the mother she is and hovering as much as she does. And if you love it, I'm gonna tell her if you love it, I love it. I understand what you mean.
Hey, did you
Can't
get
tell
the
your parent
icebreaker
how
out
to
of
parent.
Angel and Kevin and James, everybody?
Oh, yeah, I didn't get that out of James and Kevin. Uh, can't tell a parent how to parent, especially your own parent. Um, Angel,
Well
how you
said.
doing today?
I'm good. It's just been a busy day.
Okay.
Been a
Um,
weird week.
You too.
all right.
Okay.
I got the icebreaker for you. Hey James, you there? I got the icebreaker for you too. Um, James, maybe, maybe not. Okay. The icebreaker today is happiness or money. Think on it.
I think happiness. Money can't
Mm,
buy happiness.
that's what they say. Till you have no money. Um,
I can work on ways to get money, but happiness is different.
uh, I guess I'm just comfortable. I guess. Yeah. The post we're on here, Angel, it's saying, "How do you tell your mom that she's being an ableist?" Um, and basically, they're saying mom treats them like a baby, um, coddling, and she used the word blanky and chalky milk. Um, yeah, that's awkward. Being treated like a glass of milk. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Basically, my mother was doing, but she is doing her best to. She's doing her best. I think I don't bother her. I just point certain things out that could change. Yeah. But like I was saying, you got to let them know. You don't let them know that they're being a little hover-ish, and they'll keep doing it.
I wish I had that hoverish type of mom.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. It,
Believe me.
I
I've
get,
already went through this process in my head of thinking, would it be better without the hovering? And yeah. And then I thought, am I just being ungrateful? Where would I be if she wasn't here hovering? Yeah, all that you might feel that is I'd rather have her here hovering than anything. But yeah, I'm getting older. Well, you're older than me, Angel, but I can't do the hovering. You got to break those issues. I mean, those habits, because like I said, mom's still walking in the bathroom when I'm in the shower. She's just comfortable because she thinks he doesn't mind. As we said, you got to point stuff out. But if they think you don't mind and you don't point it out, then keep doing it. My mother, she's trying. Um, I can see it is hard. I can see for her because that's just her personality to be mom, and yeah. But like I said, I can see she's trying. She tried to give me a little space. Um, yeah, and I was thinking might miss that space when you finally get it, but yeah, need mom there, you guys. Don't push her away, I'd say. But there are some comments here. I wouldn't push my mom away. I'd just let her know over and over that we got to change this. Her memory's bad too, so I got to keep letting her know. I asked you not to do this. Let's not do this. Yeah. Um, that's the times where she might think I'm a little mean. That's when I repeat myself and I pointed out that I'm repeating myself.
and I'm
So
not
I'm
trying to
trying to
say I
stop
don't.
doing this.
My mom has been very, very loving and everything,
I love it.
but she was never a hovering mom. But
Mm.
I kind of wish she was, It's like it would kill some of the anxiety I have when I go like because she's deaf, you know. So it's like, will she hear me if I fall in the shower, or and she definitely won't hear me if I have a seizure um in my room and she's in her room sleeping. So that's where like the hovering part of I wish, like she'll check on me, within her own just to check on me, and vice versa. I check on her, make sure she's good. But
Okay, I
That
see what
sounds
you
like a
mean.
good dynamic. You could still use all the same emergency things, like if you fall, even if she can't hear you, if she has a little alert
yeah,
thing, and you know,
you have to call
there's
her or
ways.
something. Have to call her or my sister, and it's like it's different,
Yeah.
because she can't hear. But the, the shower's been the scary one because I as many as I had in the shower, it's like, if she's the only person in the house, I'd rather have her check up on me than me have another seizure in the shower.
Yeah. The thing about the shower
Well,
though is there might be like a better chance of some kind of like echo, or like, you know how like deaf people can, don't they say like their other senses are heightened?
Yeah,
So,
some of them are heightened. Hers is her sense of smell is heightened.
oh, okay. So you never know. Maybe that big fall might set them up. That's what it does with my family. It's how like
What
anything drops, they think like, daughter does this thing now where she sticks her head in the room and she's like, "Are you dead?"
Yeah.
I remember
Yeah,
my mom
that's love.
says, I could tell by a certain kind of noise that you fell, and it was a seizure fall. You know, like if I like she could say, it was an impact, but it wasn't like I was always running around and falling on my ass or whatever. But she said I could tell that was a seizure fall, you know.
Mm. Um. mm.
I think we
For
heard
my
stuff like that
mom,
on Family Day too. Some of those meets I know family members have mentioned or agreed with, saying stuff like that where they can tell if it's a different kind of fall.
that's what I was gonna say.
Oh, sorry.
I had to point that out to my mom because for a while, the running in every little noise, it can get, um, for lack of a better word, annoying. Um, I had to let her know, you're gonna hear me fall. There's no case in the world that would happen where I fall and you do not hear it. Yeah, so then she kind of comes when she hears maybe a knock or two on the wall when you don't really need to come, but that's when she hears an elbow or something hit the wall in the shower. She's
Yes.
gonna come, no matter how much I tell her that you're gonna hear me fall. Ever since she heard me say there's other seizures where you don't pass out and do the shaking, so she's been thinking, well, we could have a seizure standing up, laying down, walking around, washing dishes, anything. She's
Oh
been home since
no.
that's why. Yeah, she been you gotta. Mm, yeah, she's been doing her thing. Yeah, so I just try not to point out some things, let her do things, and don't pick at everything she does wrong. Mm.
Just call it a phase. Assume that
Yeah,
there's gonna be some end to it eventually.
yeah. I feel like some people, if you don't point things out like that, she'll keep momming, and depends on how much you want. I ain't gonna say all in your face, but sometimes it can feel like that, and it's just like you hovering, you're not saying nothing, but I feel you like you just right here as you keep looking at me. Um, Stuff like that. Maybe it's just me. I like my space just a little bit. Um, yeah.
You are not the only one in the world who likes their
Um,
space.
hmm, yeah. She can't help it. That's what I would say.
Yeah, I think
My mother
everybody
acts like
has
she can't
their
help it.
own, like, I need my space here, but at the same time it's like I understand my condition now, and it's like I know when she has to be around and stuff.
Yeah, it's learning to live with it, adapting. Just go with adapting.
Um, I got a comment here. One says, can't relate. I moved out at 18 because I was sick of the way my parents treated me. My relationship grew stronger between them very quickly. I was seen as more of an adult than my older sister, who still lived at home. Let me ask you a question, though. I hope this doesn't offend you. Why are you still living with your mom at 22? Mm-mm-mm. And that person's response was, mainly because I'm still in school, online, can't afford my own place. Plus, I have no license, so driving myself to work and wherever else isn't an option. This might change soon, hopefully, but then there's the whole guilt trip thing like, how can I trust that you're taking care of yourself? And what if you don't remember to take your meds? I do take them without having to be reminded, and I'll be too worried. And no, and I'll, end quote, I'll be too worried about you if you leave. I just keep to myself mostly and dream of being alone. The helicopter parenting is very intense. Hopefully, once I get my bachelor's degree, I can try to get a better paying and full time job and some cheap housing. Emphasis on hopefully.
Start
I hope for the
talking to them
best.
about it now. I mean, just be real. I do intend on getting my own place. So I know you're worried. I appreciate how much you care about me, but I do have to grow up and it'll be better for everybody. What do you think?
I think I moved out right away, but yeah, I don't mind it right now.
You guys
It-
know I'm not talking from advice. I mean, talking from experience.
Yeah,
I moved out right away, moved in to different apartments, friends, and you know, and for the past decade, I lived with my ex-wife, so it's
mm,
you know, coming back home is a different like. It doesn't feel like, hey, you're still living with your mom. Like, no, it's like she was living alone pretty much.
mm-hmm. That's the same
Mm,
with my mom.
What?
She's been living alone for so long. She's used to just doing
yeah,
everything. So now that I'm here and I'm trying to be independent and help out and do things, she's used to doing everything by herself. That's why sometimes I don't point out some stuff because she's so used to doing things like that. She's in the backyard
yeah.
mowing the lawn right now.
She has her ways, and you have to learn how to understand that what her ways are, and you just got to work with it.
Mm.
Why was I
Um,
living at home at 22? Is that the question?
yep.
As an
The question
epileptic?
is how do you tell your mom she's being an ableist? This person says they
Oh,
feel like they're being coddled and treated like a baby, and mom still uses the word blankie and chalky milk, and yeah,
um, okay. Um, fucking no, enabler. That's really offensive to me. When I wake up with blood coming out of my mouth, and that's not an enabler, that's a lifesaver, you know? When I fall down the stairs, and maybe your epilepsy isn't the same as mine, but I'm not gonna say a really offensive word to you because we, we're both in this community, but that really pisses me off. And my life situation at 22 was terrifying. So back the fuck off, all right? And I'll leave it at that.
yeah. Mine's a little different. Uh, I've been gone for some years, so I understand what you're saying, Kevin. Yeah. Mm. Don't be mean to my mom. I don't do that about it. I just kind of tell her, okay, I'm not used to this. You're a little much on this specific topic. You might be a little much. You might be doing too much. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, though, if you don't point it out, Kevin, and you don't want, if you want things to stop and you don't point it out, then they won't change.
Oh,
It's mainly
oh,
that.
was this whose question was this?
No, it was.
OP.
I was just my response to the person was the things that you dislike about mother doing, you got to point out, or they won't change. Not necessarily
Um,
going to be mean about it, but if you don't like something, say something. Mm.
I'm sorry, I got off track there. Yeah, person. I don't know if I even understood the question, but
There's a post here
Um,
saying that they're newly diagnosed epileptic. Does anyone avoid hot tubs or saunas for fear of triggering a seizure? My doctor didn't give me any beware of information, but in fairness, I didn't ask because I just thought about it. I have a page of questions for him after my EEG next week. I've never had trouble with a hot tub, but think about the hydration. That's all. If you're gonna be in there a long time and end up getting dehydrated, that's still possible.
Yeah. I never, I mean, if that's your trigger, then yeah. If you're going to be alone, then hell yeah, be worried. But um, I don't think there's much to worry if, like, I think a professional sauna and stuff like that, you're going to have people watching over you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't think of that.
yeah. What question were we on? I had
Is a
something
hot
to
tub
say
or a
about.
sauna any trigger for you?
No, okay, that's what I was gonna say. Is I haven't been in a body of water. Um, I think in the last 10 years, I've been in one, and that was a bath. That was most recently. That was like 3 or 4 months ago. When I first got here, I just needed a bath after that stroke. My back was hurting and everything. I got to my mom's house. She sat outside the door right there on her phone, playing her game as I took a bath, and that what do they call
Sometimes
it?
after these seizures,
She had
a
like
bath,
this sea salt stuff that she puts in the bathtub.
yeah,
Uh,
Epsom salt. Epsom salt.
Epsom salt. I said sea salt, huh? Oh wow.
Yeah.
Um,
hmm,
After a
so,
lot of
so
these
that's
seizures, when you wriggle up and everything, the Epsom salt makes you feel so much better.
yeah,
yeah,
they're very
it did.
good.
Yeah, she put the sea salt in the bathtub. No, I'm just kidding. Um,
That's a spice, man.
It's like marinating.
He's not trying to cook you, man. That's
Anybody want some cookie?
Not a cook, just boil. Um, yeah, I haven't been in a big body of water in a while, of any type. Uh, I have been hearing about friends and stuff like that. Well, not friends, like family members and their friends I haven't seen in a while. Uh, my sister in particular, you should tell me about like the sauna and going to the sauna and stuff. I went to the gym and they had a sauna, but I didn't get in it. I can say that. I haven't been in a sauna in a while or a big body of water in a while. Um,
I I love I always loved water. I was always around it. Uh, I had a pool and I was having seizures, but for some reason, water always calmed me down. And I don't know if this is dangerous. Um, you didn't judge me, but it was just excellent. It cooled me off, and because hot temperatures were awful for me, and I just never had a seizure in water, and I really do miss it. I really miss swimming, and last time I went swimming was at a public pool, like last July or something, I think.
Yeah, a lot of the comments were just saying that if they are still having seizures, they're not going in any body of water. And other people are like, oh, there was only 5 comments total, and 4 of them were saying it's no trouble. That they still like the hot tubs and saunas for if they're feeling
Yeah.
achy or for
Not
whatever
to
reason.
encourage it, but in a pool, your body is actually lighter in water than it is above like anything else. So it'll be easy to manage.
But I just
If like
can't go without thinking the last time I was in a pool was when I did a backflip and got like a brand new scar right in the middle of my face.
What are you thinking?
but
I
yeah,
don't know, getting a laugh out of the kids.
I don't
Mm.
judge you, Kevin. I went swimming with dolphins, so
Oh, I've heard interesting things about
Yeah.
that, and
He even showed me the picture. He was on the dolphins, like standing on dolphins. Um,
Love
yeah,
hearing about that.
me too. Yeah, Angel riding 2 dolphins is hilarious. Seeing it was even funny. I would love to do that one day. I
I think
got
if my
something.
mind is knowing that other people are around, water's not a problem for me,
yeah,
because if I'm alone, then yeah, water's a problem.
My thing is, I don't have anyone around that is near my weight or near my height or anybody who can help me, lift me, move me. When my mother needs to move me, she drags me by my legs after a seizure.
But
Um,
if something happens in water, you might be floating and easier to.
oh no, she can't even swim, so
Oh,
I shouldn't
okay.
do that. Definitely. She's not getting in. She's gonna be panic of the water and panicking because of having a seizure. Wouldn't even put her in that position. But
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. So if you swim, you need a buddy.
Right. Bathtub too.
You can wear those swimming vests my daughter wears.
Oh, come on. Did not have to
Um,
put on the little safety vest, little floaty things.
that sounds interesting. Put on a safety vest.
Mm-hmm.
Floaties.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I couldn't imagine Angel with some floaties on the arms. uh, but I got something here. It says, "Does this look like a seizure?" They started in November 2024. The jerks and head shakes didn't start until I was on cinnamomate, increasing breviacidin, breveracidin.
That's
There we go.
another
Brivaracetam.
Breviac.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's another word
brivaracetam.
for Breviac.
Okay. Increasing the breveracidin to 125 milligrams.
Brivaracetam.
Um, yeah.
Mm.
Um, moving it to 125 milligrams. BD has seemed to lower the amount. Any thoughts? I've been told they might be epilepsy, non epileptic, migraine related, or FND. Seeing my new neuro tomorrow to discuss it all. For some reason, can't add the video. I'm not sure how to do that. What do I do? Um, the questions were, what do I do? Does this look like a seizure? Any thoughts? And yeah. Um,
So what did they describe that's actually happening?
Um, that was all that I read. It wasn't really long. There wasn't much context.
Okay.
After I read it, it was just like,
I
you told
think
me
they
to go
wanted
out
us to
yourself.
see a video and see if it was a seizure, but
Right.
there's not much we can tell without a video.
Yeah, not on that in that case. But if you are going to another doctor, that is a good start. You know, always go for that second opinion, especially if somebody prescribed something to you and they didn't give you a accurate, you know, logical explanation as to why.
Okay, I got something here. It says, anybody else who lived a normal life pre-diagnosis having trouble reading now? My reading speed and comprehension used to be one of the strongest suits, but ever since my condition started, reading has felt like back when I was second grade doing those reading comprehension tests. Is it just me? Nope, it's not just you. Um, Reading all day when I'm reading posts and stuff. Sometimes I'll start to get tongue tied. Sometimes it'll seem like words are getting jumbled as I'm reading. All kinds of stuff. So there's that.
That's
But
how it is
yeah,
for me
reading.
after a seizure. I have a really hard time reading after a seizure, and that's annoying, but not all the time.
Okay. Anyone having trouble reading was the question, or with comprehension? Go ahead,
Yeah.
Mark. Oh, Kevin, go ahead.
No,
Somebody.
no, no. He had his hand up first.
Um,
Go ahead, Mark.
yeah, I don't know. I used to be pretty comfortable, not exactly like speed reading, but speedy reading, I guess. I never took any courses or anything or did any sort of um anything to try to train the the skill. I just kind of, you know, read pretty quick, read quicker than, you know, most of the other kids in any sort of comparison cohort. So, um, yeah, now I have trouble reading, uh, you know, a chapter in a book that would have taken me, you know, an hour back, what, 10 years ago. Now it takes me the better part of an afternoon.
Hmm.
Um, and it's not because the nature of that, you know, the material is any different. It's got to be all me, and I don't have the luxury that any non-epileptics have of being able to divest that from, you know, just normal aging. And, you know, but I do, on the other hand, I have the excuse of, you know, um, oh, it's the epilepsy, so I don't. It's not aging. I have a medical condition, so I can uh, dismiss any sort of um, you know, for vanity reasons. I gotta shield my ego. I'm a fragile little flower inside.
You're kidding, right?
Yes.
I can't tell your sarcasm because I'm like, Mark, you not fragile. You're one of
Just
the strongest minded people I know.
Uh, strong-minded doesn't mean um,
I could
Emotions are
say,
on the same
doesn't
level.
doesn't mean not sensitive. I guess. Maybe.
Mm,
I do. I am pretty sensitive. I
that is
just
very good to know because I did not know that. I never thought of Mark to be sensitive. Um,
That's why I keep bringing up these big five personality tests. I said we should do them and see how we all how our scores all compare to each other. It'd be an interesting way
Definitely,
to see how, at the very least, maybe see how the mod team, compares to each other. A lot
It's
of
a
these,
questionable science, though. I mean, I must bring up it
yeah,
is questionable, and there's a
yeah,
lot of personality tests.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
yeah.
it's I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying
No, yeah, 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 yeah. Very, very, very valid point. But I figure if we at least all take it from the same place, then there's one variable removed from that. And if I go like digging around and find one that, for whatever reason seems to be particularly um, um, well regarded for whatever reason, um, or the alternative would be to take more than one of the free um, tests out there. But then it starts to get into more of a larger time investment. So that's kind of going a little off the rails for a little,
you
scientific
had a
amusement,
website that had all
statistical.
the tests and a lot of interesting other stuff. I'll try to look it up.
There was
Gotta
one, I
keep
don't know if it might be the
crumbs.
same one, openpsychometrics.com. If I don't know if that might be it, but
Maybe
that one has
this one had
five.
stuff for autism spectrum, religion, everything, like
It
everything you
might
can
be this.
think of.
It might be the same one. But another thing, Myers-Briggs personality test is a little less variable in terms of its results than, Big Five tests with, five different 0 to 100 sliders versus,
Uh,
the 16 archetypes. So the combination of the two would be interesting.
yeah,
Um, I think we even touched on this, Kevin. You said, well, I am an INTJ, at least per the most recent test I took, which was a long time ago. Kevin, did you say
INTP.
INTP? Yeah, so there's a big similarity there. I don't know how the J versus the P at the end of that would change everything. I want to go. I'm going to go. Yeah. I decided I couldn't handle going to that concert. The panic attacks and stuff were too much. So I will read about personality. Um,
There you go.
uh,
um,
That takes care of it. Still makes for a good weekend.
right.
uh,
Um,
it's, I don't
That's all
know.
right.
Agoraphobia is a hell of a thing. How do you deal with having panic attacks, about having a panic attack in public?
Small exposure at a time.
Yeah. So you're saying don't buy a ticket to go to a metal show by yourself downtown, like for
Yes,
the first time
that might
ever.
seem like a much. That seems
Mm.
like a lot. So maybe just like, go
Yeah.
get lunch by yourself and so, you know,
Good one.
Do something like that. Yeah. I went bowling today.
Pookie went to a concert by himself. Pookie
So
I'm
can.
can
stupid.
you. We have faith and confidence that Mark can do it too.
Yeah.
Um, Mark,
All evidence
don't
points the contrary. No,
don't do
but
things that I do. Um, I do stupid stuff, and I'm just real reckless with it because I just enjoy. I hate hearing I hate people doing things out of sympathy for me. So I don't ask
yeah,
people.
Hmm.
I don't ask people to do this for me. I don't need you to do this. I don't need you to do that. I don't need you even to know what I'm going to go do because I want to
yeah.
be independent. I won't tell you I'm going to go do these things. I'll just go and hope for the best. And that's what I was doing during that concert. I was just
I
hoping,
was,
hoping, and hoping I have a seizure.
Hmm.
And then I won't have to hear anybody say, I told you so, or any of that.
yeah,
So don't do what I do unless you're prepared to hear I told you so. I
I
haven't
was
had to hear that
hoping,
because
I was
I haven't
hoping
had
to
to hear
do
I
the
told you
same
so in a
sort of
while.
thing. I
Um,
don't, I don't know.
Cookie first. Go ahead.
I don't even have, uh, um, the luxury of like being able to hop on a bicycle and go, go out and whatnot and stuff. So I'm dependent on, and I don't have any income by myself, so I'm kind of wholly dependent on my parents. So I can't even. I would have to depend on them buying me a bicycle and before I could even, go out and um, just small trip like that. I mean, aside from walking somewhere, and there
Just
are a
walk
couple
then.
places, but yeah, I should.
Walk
But
to the nearby. There's got to be a restaurant or I don't know,
there's a
greasy.
couple. There's a little like greasy, like
Yeah, greasy
super
spoon.
like spicy chicken place. Just
Sounds good.
spicy chicken sandwiches place, and yeah, I mean a greasy spoon diner. I guess it's not too far.
hey,
It's
No bus close enough?
a couple miles. Yeah, I mean, there's a bus. I've never looked at bus routes. Um,
Mark ain't doing that.
I don't know. I mean, there's well, no, the bus routes would take me far enough away that I would start to panic about having a panic attack in a situation where I am too far away to be able to get to a place that could ameliorate that panic. And if I'm by myself, then there's not even anybody to talk me down out of it. But the
So
whole
there's no
point
no
is to
kind of like
try to
rescue van
not be
as a lingual
dependent on
thing.
having somebody to come in and be there for me. I don't know. Feels like I'm not even a grown up in a lot of ways.
You just got to challenge yourself, you know? I don't know.
I
That's a good way
do
to put it.
too much. I challenge myself way too much for anybody else's family to be comfortable if they were to do what I do. Like I said, I go those places. I went to that concert and nobody knew until I got back because they seen a picture online and nobody asked because you might get the minimum. And if you know that, why even ask?
I
Yeah.
mean, yeah,
I pushed my limits a lot. Um, and I'm really proud of myself. I mean, not proud that I did it, but I'm just proud when things don't go bad and then I don't have to hear I told you so. And I can be like, yeah, I did that. As unsafe as it was for me to be in public or at that concert alone, uh, I enjoyed it, loved it. I've done things as bad as get on an airplane and you don't know until I'm on my layover posting a picture.
I mean,
Yeah, I've done that. Went to New Jersey
when you're on an
and
airplane, you can make a comment to the flight attendant, I have epilepsy. See my my medical alert band here. I have a rescue men if I happen to have a seizure. Extremely unlikely, you know, not going to happen, but in the 0.01% chance, here's my medication. You know, you administer it like you would a Narcan nasal spray, and um, that's that. You know, thank you, and again, it's not going to
I
happen.
think
So I would feel more comfortable on an airplane than I would in a concert hall. I wouldn't necessarily trust the metal heads squeezed in, jammed in, like crammed all around me necessarily. And it's not exactly like I can say to one of them, hey, this fanny pack I got here, it's got drugs, you know. Benzos are something that people in clubs seek out. Um,
oh shit. You don't want to say you got that.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm probably um, being a little too paranoid about that, but it's if I tell them I got Klonopin in my bag there, Benz, as Angel says, the queen of the benzos. Xanax is the king, and um, Klonopin is the queen in terms of what, you know, the the recreational value of them is the whole balance of the physical high, the psychological high. Um, there's a whole chart that I saw. It's got like a whole a whole slew of benzodiazepines with a spider plot for each of them, and it's they call it, I think it was called the benzo equivalence chart, but it shows how, like, the anticonvulsant effect compares to the anxiolytic effect, compares to the sedative effect, compares to the hypnotic effect of all of these different benzos with this spider plot here. I'll see if I can look it up. Where'd my mouse go?
Hey, you guys saw where AJ got a diagnosis? No more
I did.
PNES. I actually
I
got to
did.
see some famous epileptologist and or neurosurgeon, I think it was, and actually
I
got
did
an
not.
epilepsy diagnosis.
Did she send that in a chat, in a group chat
Yeah,
or
it was
something?
in that tip jar one, I think.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then I'd have to go way back to check that out. One thing I was thinking is the thing where I just kind of push the limits a lot. Um, I do dumb shit like not telling anybody when I'm going to New Jersey, and yeah, and then I'm there hoping I don't have a seizure, so I don't have anybody tell you told you so. Things have not happened, but like I said, I'm pushing those limits myself. I don't suggest that, but yeah, like I said, I have posted a picture in St. Louis or in Atlanta. I think it was in St.
But
Louis. Oh no,
isn't that like the ultimate balance that we all have to deal with? Like, how do we do enough to be safe? You know, not be too reckless, but still be true to yourself. Like, you can't just like give up, take your meds, and like shut the door and waste away. Like that's
Right. Like I've done
yeah.
dangerous things, and it's not a it's not the matter of, oh, careful how I word this. Yeah, it's not a matter of, it's just living your life. I was gonna say. you know the dangers out there, but
Yeah.
you got to live your life,
All
and
speaking
accept
of, I'm gonna get back to my life.
responsibility.
See you guys next week.
Well,
See you
Oh,
later.
okay.
What I was gonna say is that like when I do things like that, sometimes I'll just go to concerts and go to random states and shit without telling people. It's just like you gotta know how you're feeling, and even though sometimes we can't tell by how we're feeling of what's gonna happen, but I just do what I do, and I just hope that nothing happens. Hope for the best. Like it's hope I don't have a seizure, and I haven't so far. Not that I'm pushing for one, but I'm not gonna stop myself from going places and doing things. I'm just gonna take my meds and try to stay healthy, and get get to where I am. Don't miss an experience because of epilepsy. Uh, but
unless you
yeah.
have panic attack disorders.
Oh, that's different. Um,
Yeah. That's a lot. There's, uh, I don't know.
well, with me, it's different because, like you're saying, you have panic attacks and stuff. Um, for me, I get a thrill out of this shit for some reason.
Yeah.
It's like the independence of doing what I want to do without telling someone I'm gonna go do this or I'm gonna do this. I just go and do it, and I get that thrill of like I'm the independence is a thrill. Um, the
Yeah,
independence of knowing I'm okay and I'm doing this on my own. I'm not calling anybody, but it's like if I was to tell my mom I'm going across country, um, it's gonna be like, you know, call me when you get to your layover, then call me when you get off the plane. So when I don't do that, and then I get on the plane and I call my mom, like I'm on my layover in Atlanta. How you doing? She's like, how'd you get to Atlanta? I'm like, I got on a plane. I'm at the airport on my layover. You all right? Yeah, I'm all right. You take your pills this morning? Yeah, I took my pills this morning. I did the regular. I'm just taking a flight. And then he's like, oh, well, just making sure you're all right. And then call me when you get to your next stop. No,
You know,
that's what I
that
learned in the next
rebelling
flight.
Phillies.
I mean, it's great and everything. I mean, my mother trusts me to do, the right thing, but I just don't have any money. I don't have a job. I got like, you know, I have monies to speak of, but you know, it's been saved up over the years, and I can't like, you know, buy $1,000 ticket to go somewhere to see and spend another $1,000 on, you know, a concert. It's
Save
just,
up.
Yeah, fortunately, this was just a $30 concert ticket. So, I, but
I
still,
did do
that's
that.
$30
I,
that I could have put towards, I could have gotten a nice, well, not nice, but, an eighth of something decent, for my, um, towards my, medical rec. But you're not a medical cannabis patient, are you?
yeah.
No. Is Philadelphia a medical state?
Yeah, yeah, we do have medical marijuana, and I could probably apply for it, but where I'm at a weird place right now with my psychiatrist, and they're freaking me out. And they're making me anxious, actually, the way they're talking to me. Um, but yeah, I can't like getting places is just difficult. I can't like buy a fish ticket and see it because it's out of the city and you know it's other places. all these festivals and stuff are, 15 miles away. You know, I can't, I can probably, I don't really have any friends. So who am I going to go with? I can get a ride share probably, you know, find people on Reddit and see if they want to go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a suggestion that came to my mind, but I don't know. On the other hand, I don't know how common this is among the general population, but I would feel kind of awkward, basically like carpooling with a bunch of random strangers to a festival like that. Like I'm not a people person. And I've said it multiple times on these Zoom meetings. This is the most extroverted thing that I have ever done in my entire life, participating in this podcast. If anything, any of this would be involving any sort of in-person, face-to-face um, anything, I would probably be having the sort of panic attacks that I was having just like 2, 3 hours ago. So, um,
Okay, well that is progress then. Maybe you
yeah,
could try more groups or something to
yeah,
talk to more people
yeah. But
as
I
a
mean,
next step.
where would I ride share to in order to
Oh, don't worry about that. You could just a support group or something, or anything. A science group. There's thousands of them. There's thousands of these groups. You could talk about science
rocketry
or
club? I wonder if there's rocketry clubs. Well,
oh
hey,
yeah, I'm sure.
fucking Kennedy Space Center is like an hour drive away. There are probably rocketry clubs par excellence. Excellence? Is there a fancy, right? Par excellence? Do you know?
I don't know,
Uh,
but
uh, we'll pretend that it has that little fancy uh, accent at the end because it sounds fancy.
uh,
If it's par, that's not an English word, is it? Or it's a borrowed word. So I'm gonna say it's a borrowed foreign language term. I don't know. Um, I dropped a link in the chat.
yes.
That's to I mean, I don't know if any of you had any interest in that benzodiazepines chart, but I found it and I dropped it there, and I think it's pretty interesting to um, see how different some of these are, and what some of the some of the meds that we've been given do compared to others. It seems like, you know, um, lorazepam doesn't have a very strong anticonvulsant effect, and yet it's given as a rescue in ERs. And what was
Lorazepam
it?
has a strong sleep effect, though.
Yeah, it's really good for physical anxiety, it looks like. So that might be the
Let's see if I got this.
So clobazam,
Where's
uh,
that?
fourth column, third row. That's what, low in physical anxiety, sedative, low muscle relaxant,
Okay.
psychological, and anticonvulsant. Has that been your experience? Has it been helpful with psychological anxiety?
Hmm. How do I put this? Uh, you feel dead inside.
Okay.
You know, you really don't have any emotions. That's a way to take care of your anxiety is to not have any. But if you don't have any anxiety, you don't have any ambition or anger or love. It's just kind of every day you
Just
know,
yeah,
you know, yeah. I guess, and that's why I don't like these drugs. So let's see what the other one I've been taking. Uh,
clonazepam right next door looks pretty decent. That's one I like.
that's my emergency one. Yeah.
Yeah, clonazepam was my first emergency. Not to mention that I had to take it daily for a long time.
The diazepam, I think, is really interesting. Like right dead in the center. I've always heard it referred to as like the archetypal benzodiazepine. I think it was the first one to be, if not identified, then marketed or
Diazepam? You, s-
yeah,
you mean Valium? Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Um,
see. That spreads pretty far apart. It
yeah,
covers.
all of the is a little bit less sedative, hypnotic than muscle relaxant and psychological anxiety. But I've had both diazepam tablets and clonazepam tablets, and I've switched between them. Basically directly one to the other with kind of a um,
Oh,
I think
I've
it
heard
was
on
the same
TV that
thing.
people love Valiums.
Yeah, the clonazepam is effective, but kind of, I, I don't know. I don't know. Do you think it would be weird to ask the neurologist to switch from the Klonopin to the diazepam if
I don't know.
she's never been prescribing me she's never been prescribing me diazepam. I've only ever been on clonazepam under her care, and it was like her predecessor's predecessor, or her predecessor's predecessor, who was the doctor who referred me to their practice when I got the epileptic seizures to begin with. And there was one PA, and then she moved on. I had a second PA, and then she moved on, and now I'm on the third PA. So it was like so many degrees of removal. I don't know what she thinks of the all of it, but he had me on it for social anxiety and uh, panic disorder, panic attacks. And those panic attacks were actually my focal aware seizures, but it was also for anxiety. Um, So when I told him that I was taking more panic attacks than the anxiety, and that we found out that the panic attacks were seizures, and so in a weird way, I'm actually taking it for the seizures more than I am for the anxiety. He said, um, I can prescribe it for anxiety, but if you're using it more for focal seizures, then it needs to be prescribed, it needs to be under the care of um, the practice that is treating you for anxiety. So he told me I had to switch over and get my neurologist office or my epileptologist office to prescribe me the same exact medication at the same exact dosage just because uh,
I suppose.
there's a lot more benzodiazepines than I had realized. There's only a handful that really get used, aren't there? Or that get talked about. Mogadon, I've heard about. Halcyon, Rohypnol, that's roofies. Um,
Hey, well, that's your party, man.
Calm Day, Rivitrol. Yeah, Rivitril. Oh, that's another name for clonazepam. I thought it was Klonopin was the trade name for it. So, uh,
Going through all these, I don't really know. I can't really, I don't know how to give pharmaceutical advice. I mean,
yeah,
that's,
yeah. It just, um, yeah. The topic was just kind of interesting. I think we've probably run out of useful information to draw from this graph, but
I mean, it is interesting, but yeah,
I yeah, I
and I don't
love,
know why it asked me if I was 18. So,
uh,
that was weird. It was like an NSF, not
yeah,
suitable for work.
uh, NSFW subs. It's anything that talks about drugs and medication. It may have been one that, um, hold on here. Yeah, the benzodiazepine sub, probably just to be safe. If anybody talks about them without having a prescription, that is, you
Yeah,
know, and so rather than risk having the sub and all of the actual patients lose access, they just mark it as NSFW.
benzos are a big red flag.
Yeah. Yeah, they really clamped down on them more than they should have. I don't know. But so, other topics? Any info? Anything?
We got
Um,
this one here. It says
Catatonia is
medication.
probably just. Oh wait, no. First band's probably just finishing their set. Yes. Catatonia is gonna take stage soon in probably about 45 minutes. Mm,
I got something. It says medication interactions. Okay, so I'm using voice to text. So if this is full of grammatical errors or just doesn't make sense, I'm sorry. I don't feel like typing and my joints hurt, so whatever. So I have an appointment with my neurologist tomorrow and On Monday, I have an appointment with my psychiatrist, and honestly, it is good timing for both because I want to ask both of them if it's possible that my anti-seizure medication could be reacting with any other medication that I'm taking because I know the short time that I've been taking Keppra, it turned me into an emotional time bomb, and I was just straight mean and ragey. And I'm noticing lately that I'm having trouble controlling my temperature. Yeah, my temperature. I'm assuming they wanted to say temper. I'm having problems controlling my temperature when I'm getting frustrated and overwhelmed, that I'm sort of lashing out. Just my emotional incontinence is happening, and I just want to know if it's possible that something like that is happening to explain. Wait, something that is happening like that is happening to explain why I am once again an emotional timing ticking time bomb. I'm tired of crying at the drop of a hat and also getting angry at everything. This is not who I am. Um, who I am or who I want to be. And unrelated to that mess, when I'm leaving work today, my feet felt like each weighed 20 pounds. I've never had this happen before, so that was super fun. Trying to walk out of the store after I clocked out, feeling like I had weights on my feet. I'm really glad I have the weekend off, even though we're picking up the kid and she's spending the weekend with us. So it's not really a weekend off. So I don't really have any other time to relax, already exhausted thinking about it. And I feel like I never get any rest time anymore because work is so busy and then I'm always moving and doing something. What do I do about living my life and not having regular vacation um, with medication interactions? This person's kind of asking how they just live their life. Um, you got to pay attention to your meds and worry about your meds and life. If you don't like that Keppra, I suggest telling a neurologist sooner than later. Um,
Yeah.
um, yeah, if you don't like your meds,
Keppra
find
is
something.
known.
Say that again.
I said Keppra is known for those rage and anger issues. So
Yeah.
Y-
If you don't like what
Yeah, if
it's
you want
doing
to
to you,
live, yeah. Uh, so that would be the first thing to bring up with the doctor. If your life, if you feel your life is not living normally, uh, yeah, that's the first thing because that's a difficult drug, Capra, and you're gonna have to adjust your life, of course, because this is not going away. You can switch drugs, but um, it's still going to take a while to find the right combination. So, uh, find your triggers and that all that mess, and yeah, you're going to have to become uh, fully, fully uh, immersed in this lifestyle of protecting yourself and yeah, that's becoming your own advocate for your health.
there's a comment here and it says drug interactions are no joke. Definitely sounds like something's messing with your brain chemistry, and those appointments can't come soon enough. Yeah, definitely appointments are not going to be when you want them. It says Dreaming of focal seizures. I don't know. Let's keep going. Um, who's sitting on the fence about treatment they're going to get? I recently had an invasive EEG, and I'm a candidate for treatment. I'm worried about all the side effects and not knowing what severity of them will be. It'll make what severity it'll be if I make the jump. Speech, memory, etc. RNS is safer but less effective. Who's in the same boat or has been in the past? What's on the table? What did you pick? What do you think is safest? Um, what
Well,
is an
they're all
RNS?
safe. Oh,
Huh?
he's asking, this person's asking about the RNS and if it's safe
Um, I think
or if
what procedures? Um, yeah,
there's a lot of procedures. I mean,
everything works
yeah,
differently for every person. We can say that.
right. I mean, it's not about which one is safe because I think the doctors are extremely competent and my procedure was extremely well, yeah, and they're always good. The doctors are always fantastic, so I'm not worried about that. You should be worried about uh, which procedure is best for treating your ailment. So, yeah, that's what you should be looking at.
Yeah. Uh, one comment here says, definitely been there with the whole risk worth benefit thing when it comes to the brain stuff. Went with the safer option myself, but everyone's situation is different. Another comment here says you can request a neuropsychological evaluation, which is specialized examination to test your visual, verbal, logic skills, and so on. It gives you a baseline of your brain's performance. Another comment here, the last one says, definitely been there with the whole. Oh no, I read that. Definitely been there with the whole risk worth. Got that. The last comment. I read the last comment. So, anybody on clonazepam? Um,
Currently,
all right, I got one for you then. It's short, so clonazepam. Anyone else up for this for daily control? I take 0.25 milligrams for sleep, but thinking about bringing this up for my next neurology appointment as a daytime use case as well. I've tried tons of different AED, but it's either worsened my symptoms or just doesn't work. Also, anyone else feel super tense for no reason? Or is that just me? Feels like a ton of pressure in my head.
taking it continuously, is that what they said?
Yeah,
Um,
You said clonazepam?
yeah.
tolerance tolerance builds really quickly to the benzodiazepines, to the anticonvulsant component of it. So I've always been told by my doctors that Klonopin is not something that is prescribed, generally speaking, for more than 2 weeks at a time due to the risk of dependence and extremely unpleasant withdrawal symptoms. But I have also been put on uh, daily clonazepam regimen, 1 milligram nightly, and that went on for years. And
Same
it,
here.
yeah, and it took a lot of,
I
just
think
a
for
lot
me,
to get off it. And
yes,
switching over to diazepam was a big help for me. Also, um, I substituted diazepam, and it just right over switch. It didn't need any cross taper, and then tapering off of the diazepam was, it felt gentler to me. I don't know if that was just placebo or not, but um, yeah, I don't know. Overall, I think I prefer diazepam um, for a lot of stuff, and I'm considering asking about switching back to diazepam as a, like, oral tablet rescue med. Um, but I don't.
after my 6 hour cluster, I was prescribed clonazepam on a nightly basis, and I took it until last October. And the reason I asked my neurologist to stop it was because it was too much. The side effects was too much with the excopri. It was just too strong,
Oh
and I couldn't
man,
handle both.
yeah, clonazepam already knocked me out. So adding that on top of, even after tolerance built up, and I wasn't getting the kind of benzo buzz loopy chill feeling that I got initially, like loosened inhibitions and kind of, you know um, but um I forgot where I started that sentence. Even with the
Hmm.
loosened inhibitions,
It
something.
is a bitch to get off of, though,
Yeah.
because the pharmacist even warned me. It's like when I said I'm tapering off of it, it's like you most likely will have a seizure. And it's like,
Wow.
yeah, within a few weeks, I had a seizure.
I'm praying I don't have another one for a couple months, at least
Yeah.
two.
Well,
Would be nice.
don't go on to clonazepam daily for several months and then stop it. And that will go a long way to, just not having them. Um,
There's
yeah,
one comment
it's,
here. One comment that says definitely worth mentioning to your neuro. Clonazepam can help with the tension you're describing too, not just seizures. Hmm. I got
yeah, but
something
it's
here.
best when it's best used um once a week, maybe twice at most, but ideally, 2 weeks or more between them to really retain the maximum anticonvulsant effects from a dose of clonazepam. If you're trying to avoid the tolerance, that's what's suggested. Um, so just a bit of advice
Yeah.
there for you. Sorry for jumping back in there, Pookie.
Oh, no problem. They were just talking about what was it? Oh, they were saying they take 0.25 milligrams of that at night, but they want to start taking it in the daytime too. Um, do you take clonazepam in the daytime and the nighttime?
I take it whenever I feel like I need it. Um, I've taken it. I
No.
took it this morning because I was freaking out about the prospect of having the concert in this evening. I took it with the panic that, you know, at starting the the getting ready to go and realizing I don't think I can. And even if I do go, I will just be freaking out, panicking the whole time, not sure how or whether I would be able to get back on time or easily, and uncomfortable standing there in the crowd. And all of this is excessive detail. But um, yes, I've taken it in the day and in the night. It's as needed is the
for the
directions.
emergency one.
Oh, sorry.
But that's for the emergency.
Yeah.
Um, I had it actually prescribed to me to take nightly. Plus, in the beginning, before I got the Nasalem, I also had it as an emergency med to take as needed.
Um, yeah. That's what I was wondering is can you take it for like an actual daytime med, but you just laid it out to us. Uh, yeah, it can be a regular daily med. Yeah. Um, how is it that they
Daily or
tell you take
nightly,
it
I
as needed?
guess. Apparently. Sorry, what was that?
I said I didn't understand when you said they said take it as needed.
Yeah.
It's like
If I'm
Nasalem.
not,
It's your
yeah,
emergency med.
yeah,
Oh,
if I'm not feeling a seizure aura, or if I'm not feeling anxiety, uh, or an actual full-on panic attack starting, um, then take it if it's something that's, but otherwise, keep it off to the side. Um, but in many cases, I take it as needed and um, preventatively when I know it will be needed eventually, and it would be a pain in the ass to take it and or to wait to take it until I actually need it and then have to wait for an hour for it to kick in while I'm sitting and standing around there. So that's another thing. Diazepam kicks in a few minutes quicker than clonazepam does. So another selling point I have in my little
Did you have the
belt of tools to ask the neurologist to switch over. So
Did you have the dissolving tablets for the clonazepam?
no, no, just
That's what I had
the normal.
for
Do
the as
those
needed.
have you had both of them or only the dissolving tablets?
I had both of them. I had both the dissolving tablets. The dissolving tablets was first used um to stop the 6 hour cluster. and then I was to take it as needed if I was starting to cluster again. And those were the dissolving tablets. And then the regular tablets, I was taking them as a regular prescription nightly.
Do the dissolving tablets kick in like noticeably faster? Is that
Yes, they do
the
right
point of
away.
them? And they like right away, really? That's interesting. That's interesting. I wonder, are they generic? Do they have a generic for the orally dissolving tablets?
I don't know if they do, other than the clonazepam, but
Yeah.
that's what I was given. And I asked for the nasalim instead because it would be easier to administer to me if I went into a tonic-clonic.
Yeah. Yeah, and better than the rectal gel.
Um,
That
I got
was
something here. Go
that
ahead.
was something that really um surprised me when I was looking into seizure rescue medications to see one that, a you know, up the pooper. Oh, hey, cats, hold on, get along.
I got something here.
Um,
It says
um,
random reoccurrence. Hi, y'all. I try to keep things short and to the point. I'm 23 years old now, diagnosed with benign Rolandic epilepsy at age 2 years old, and had seizures consistently up until I was about 6. I was medicated on Keppra and Tegretol until I was 12, taken off as my neuro decided I outgrew the epilepsy. Was seizure free from 6 years old to literally yesterday. I'm so upset. I was snow plowing for 30 hours straight with this horrible East Coast storm and had a seizure in the truck. Ended up crashing the plow truck into the building. Thankfully, no one was hurt. I'm mostly fine, just a little sore from the accident. Just wondering if anyone has had a random recurrent seizure and if that turned into an issue again. I'm now back on Keppra, but the neuro at the hospital said sleep deprivation could be a major trigger. Says hopefully I'm fine in general for life as long as I keep my sleep schedule in check. I've yet to meet with my old neuro as he was only pediatric, but I'm waiting to see if I can get into his office and get his opinion too. I've drank plenty before, smoked weed, have been super stressed out. Nothing else has ever even triggered for a seizure from me. Just hoping this is a random thing and doesn't become a consistent issue again. I'm taking a break from driving for now, but I really hope I can start driving again and want to resume life as normal again. For now, I'm back on these crappy meds and hoping none of the side effects start hitting. Is this normal to happen like this? Um, well, the 30 hours straight of being awake and working and driving that truck and plowing snow. I never plowed snow, but I assume driving plowing snow would be maybe stressful a little bit. Uh, I don't know, Matt, Mark, you ever drove a snow plow?
no, barely drove in the snow. Um,
Mm,
it's scary to drive on ice and be Um, just creeping along slow, slow, slow. And then, all of a sudden you realize that the car is not moving in the direction that it's pointed and has nothing to do with the steering wheel's position. You're just sliding down the road, sliding down the hill, and at the mercy of gravity. Brakes do nothing. Um, it sucks. So the snowplow going through and salting the streets, um, to melt the ice. Pretty critical job, but they're going over all of it, obviously before the ice has been melted by the salt. So, um, yeah, I guess relying on the weight of the truck to um, keep it from sliding. But I missed the whole question here. I was distracted by I was still on my mind didn't switch over to the new question. I was still on the diazepam and stuff because this is something, when I'm having seizure clusters that, or focal clusters that are coming, less than 5 minutes apart, and I want to interrupt them taking a tablet like clonazepam that takes 30 minutes to start and like an hour to fully kick into effect is a long time. There's a lot of seizures that can get in that span of time if it continues and continues and continues, right? So, and that's the way they seem to go in my case, um, when I have a cluster. So I'm looking at those oral dissolving versions, and it says, exactly like Angel said, 3 to 5 minutes as opposed to 15 to 30 minutes for first onset. Um, so yeah, I think I'm trying to make a mental note of it. I really think I want to, and I have an appointment with my neurologist early next week here. So yeah, actually, I'm going to actually even make a mental note of it, or not a note. I'm actually going to make a note in the calendar here. Um, so I'm sorry for just
It's
rambling,
all right.
sharing this, but it's an explanation, not an excuse. Um,
Um,
no plows
you
though. Never driven one.
can answer that question though.
Yeah.
This person's basically saying that um, they're wondering if it could happen again. They stopped taking kids as uh, when they were stopped taking meds when they were 12, and then now 23 years old, they're having had a seizure while driving the snowplow at work. Well, I mean for work, and around 30 hours consecutively, it says. And they're saying, could that be a random occurrence or could it be something that's going to be regular from now on after so long? That's what they're wondering.
The sleep deprivation is a big trigger. So
There are two comments here. One says, damn, that sounds terrifying, but honestly, 30 hours straight without sleep would mess would mess anyone up bad. Hopefully, it was just a perfect storm of exhaustion and you'll be good once you get back on normal schedule. Another comment says you're going to work. You're going to want to protect your sleep like it's your lifeline to a normal life because it is. Happy to hear that you weren't seriously injured in a wreck.
Yeah, sleep is
Yeah.
sleep is critical. Sleep is incredible. It's one of my favorite things to do. It's
Once you
awesome.
once you I don't know how to say it because the only way I know how to say it is like once you had your seizures and stuff, even more than one, it's like even if it goes away for a while dormant, that threshold is always open for more seizures, especially with triggers like sleep deprivation. You know, so it's like you might be be good for it for a while and get good sleep and everything, but then you go off your sleep schedule and do something like that, and you're bound to have another seizure. You know, your seizures are with you.
I got a good one here. I've tried LSD before and I've tried mushrooms, but now I
Ooh.
want to try
Ooh.
DMT. Anybody else
Ooh.
ever try DMT, mushrooms, or LSD? I've tried mushrooms and the trip was just fine. LSD was fun, but I don't think I'll do it again. DMT, I want to know from everybody else because I want to try it. I want to try DMT one time. Um, I don't know. Basically, they want to know from
Ooh.
everybody else. Let's
Ooh.
go through the comments.
Yeah, I was gonna say I want to hear the comments first before I chime in because I mean on the like one of the first live streams I perhaps maybe even overshared a little bit on my psychedelic enthusiasm. So I've
There's no
yes.
such thing as a influencer oversharing. They want to know everything. They want to know
Well,
you.
yeah, and that's the thing. They don't need to know
That's
that much about everything about me. But
how it is. We're in the limelight
yeah.
now.
Um yeah. But I would like to hear those other comments and any others here from everybody else. Let me say just put it
Okay,
I'll go last.
I'll read them all. Um, One says, yeah, a few times. I haven't had any issues with psychedelics, but everyone is different. I have a primary generalized epilepsy with tonic-clonic seizures, much under control with meds, good sleep, and hydration. Another comment says, I've used it several times. Keep in mind, DMT is completely different animal compared to shrooms. Use it responsibly. I have generalized medication resistant epilepsy. Good luck. Another comment is, I have 4 times, twice breakthrough dosages, and I've never had an issue. Like another user mentioned, it's a lot different than shrooms, much shorter, but you completely leave this universe if you take a breakthrough dose. I always stuck to my same medicine schedule, kept hydrated, got sleep, etc. Another comment, it's not like psilocybin mushrooms. It will destroy your brain with repeated use. Not every recreational at all, in my opinion. Not very recreational at all, in my opinion. and for sure not worth the risk to your brain and intelligence. That's the first one. That response wasn't suggested. Well, no, they didn't suggest, but they just didn't seem like they were for it at all. Another comment here says, I tried it 2 weeks ago and it was pretty intense experience in a good way. LOL. It felt very same therapeutic after I did take a few more hits, or if it after I came down, it can be overwhelming because of how intense it can get, but it was fun experience. Would definitely try it again. LOL. Oh, Mark wanted to hear about these. What do you guys think about DMT?
Well, I have no opinion on it because I have not tried it. I've only tried uh, marijuana, so I sorry I can't give you any
I
Yeah,
gotcha.
opinion.
same here.
Yeah,
I wasn't even looking towards GMT.
yeah. They said something about mushrooms and I forgot the other thing I read. Oh, LSD. Never tried
Nope,
that either.
I haven't tried that either.
Um, there's a few more comments. Since Mark is back, it said, I would personally advise against it, but if you do, personally, would love to take some shrooms one more time. Be careful. Another one says, based on what I've heard from friends who tried it, I'd recommend against it. It will never do it. I'll just leave it there. Another comment. Sounds like a very, very bad idea. Every time I get overwhelmed, I have a seizure. Did you hear the other responses before you left, Mark?
Um, I missed the last like three before I just returned, but I heard most of them.
Yeah. So, um, yeah. So
I
I've tried
didn't hear, wait,
I've tried LSD and shrooms. The
actually, I
trip was
think
just fine.
maybe I
Yeah.
only heard the first two now that I think about it. I, yeah, I don't recall now.
Um.
I'm sorry. Is it too much to read them? Read the first little bit, maybe, and just
Uh.
see if it refreshes anything. God, now I got the hiccups.
Sure. Um. It says anyone with epilepsy ever try DMT. I've done mushrooms and LSD before. The mushrooms and I trip just fine. I really do want to try DMT one time. Um, yeah, that's the basics, and that's just a little roundabout what it's about. And someone says, yeah, a few times. I haven't had any issues with psychedelics, but everyone is different. I have primary generalized epilepsy with tonic-clonic seizures, very much under control with meds, good sleep, and hydration. Another comment says, I've used it several times. Keep in mind, DMT is a completely different animal compared to shrooms. Use it responsibly. I have generalized medication resistant. Good luck. Another person says, I have 4 times, twice breakthrough dosages, and I've never had an issue. Like another user mentioned, it's a lot different than shrooms, much shorter, but you completely leave this universe if you take a breakthrough dose. I always stuck to my same medicine schedule, keep hydrated, get sleep, etc. Another comment says, I tried it 2 weeks ago and it was pretty intense experience in a good way. LOL. It felt some way therapeutic after, and I did take a few more hits after of it. After I came down, it can be overwhelming because of how intense it can get, but it was fun experience. We'll definitely try it again. Yeah. Haven't tried LSD or DMT. I do want to try DMT. I don't know about LSD yet. Um, Thoughts?
Yeah, I have not tried DMT. That is the one that I have always kind of um yearned for, or not yearned for. That sounds weird. Um, that's the one that I've always kind of, I don't know, romanticized in my head. It's kind of perpetually just out of reach. I've had access to mushrooms. I've grown mushrooms myself, shiitake mushrooms, to be clear, right? For all legal purposes. Um, and yeah, and um, I have come across tabs of acid, and I'm absolutely certain it was actual, you know, number 25, good old 25. Um, and it's great. I mean, as a massive understatement to say it's great. Um, um, it can be a little stimulating. It's not like an upper in the same like sense as the um, um, amphetamines or cocaine or whatnot, but it's a little bit um, more uh, get up and go out and adventure seeking um, type of feel to it, in my experience. Whereas with mushrooms, except for, the small, the very small, like, recreational sort of, like introductory or recreational level, or not recreational, but common, commonly recreational, the type of thing where people, take a little bit of it and go out to a party and, just see colors a little brighter and things are a little giggly, funny, and your pupils are a little bit bigger, and maybe some things wiggle a little bit, but you're not really having um, a profound um, session of self-examination. The the doses that I tended to prefer and enjoy more were the um, higher doses where it was far more sedating and almost like stoning, like couch lock. Um, Big dose of magic mushrooms. Um, you can't really get up and go and do so much of anything. It's kind of like puts you in your place. Um, if you don't respect the um, the substance, then you will afterwards, kind of thing. It's not to be taken lightly, but it is incredibly profound and worth um, the investment in time and risk, because it is a little bit risky. It's, you got to be ready to um, psychologically examine yourself in a way where your normal uh, subconscious safeguards and walls that you've built around your ego um, are taken down. And, um, you know, uh, it's uh, it's not for everyone, and it's not at all like sort of um, the sort of I don't know, the sort of depictions that I've seen in television, and people talking about, um, we've been drinking, doing this, and having some gigantic binge adventure, and just I just ate these bunch of mushrooms, whole bag of mushrooms before whatever and stuff. And I don't know, I feel like um it's doing the psychedelics a misservice to not respect them because they're fun, and to focus almost solely on that fun aspect of it, because before it was out there in the whole psychedelic, or basically creating the whole psychedelic scene. It was being heralded as one of the most revolutionary tools for psychotherapy and um, psychological treatment um, ever. You know, psilocybin and LSD, um, DMT less so, but yeah, I don't know. I've gone on quite a long time. Sorry for the monologue, but um, I have
All right, you
very,
guys.
huh?
No, you done?
Yeah, yeah, I'm done. I'm sorry. It's just I have very strong opinions about psychedelics, so um, don't mention it unless you are willing to risk a lecture. And if you're not
Gotcha.
willing to risk a lecture, then just say, spare us the lecture. And
What
I
if I
won't take
want?
it personally. I know exactly what happens, and I don't set out to do it. I don't want to do it, but it
What if I
happens.
want the lecture?
Well, what if Angel and Kevin didn't? I don't know.
I would
Um,
assume they'd speak up.
I don't know.
I was
Um,
watching Star Trek. It doesn't matter.
yeah, you see? Yeah. I
um,
I'm willing to bet that there was some LSD involved in some capacity in the um production or the writer's room in Star Trek, I think.
Oh yeah, everything from the '60s to the, you know,
Up until it
you
was
know,
illegal, basically.
yeah.
Um,
But yeah, let's bring it back to something,
I got something, you
something,
guys.
something. Yeah.
Now
It
they
says
just smoke cheap weed. Yeah.
I
Okay,
got
Cheap
something
go
weed
on.
here.
on Star Trek.
Oh no, I
What?
mean nowadays they smoke the actually good weed, and now they're all lazy writers, and I don't really respect them.